Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, American Comics. Omniscience, Omnipotence, begins with the Aged of Wolverine. Chapter 101, Pedaling. Inside the underground passage. The two figures are moving forward at a rapid pace. Nick Fury's face was solemn and hurried, and the current situation was completely beyond his expectations. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director, who has experienced many ups and downs, after a brief panic, touched the BB machine left by Captain Marvel in his pocket, and still regained some sanity. He thought of the person standing behind him. I'm facing Chen Tien now, and I'm not completely in a desperate situation where I can't get out of it. Nick Fury took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and began to calculate in his heart whether it was time to use the last resort against Chen Tien. Definitely ideographic period. At present, the most important thing is to retreat from Chen Tien's subordinates who are pressing step by step, so that there is room to talk more. Rumble. Right in Nick Fury's thoughts wandered. The underground passage, which had just recovered calm for a while, suddenly trembled violently again. Next second, I saw a figure, directly penetrating the ground of more than 10 meters, and the ceiling of the passage. From the sky, stood Nick. In front of Fury, Chen Tien. Seeing that shadow, his eyes cast a terrifying red light. Nick Fury immediately recognized the identity of the other party, and felt the murderous intent projected in the other party's eyes. Rao was a little frightened and took 2 steps back. However, Nick Fury is not a complete gaffe. After all, he is also the world's top super agent. He knew that the more he faced an urgent situation, the more he had to try to remain calm in order to have a chance to reverse the situation. Thoughts are like electricity. Syllable. Nick Fury's hand was already on the gun around his waist. Nick Fury, long time no see. Chen Tien on the opposite side, with an indifferent expression and anger brewing in his eyes, said in a deep voice, I think this is the last time we meet. Between talks, he took 2, 5 or 50 steps forward. I can only blame you for treating my previous words as a joke. Chen. Nick. The more nervous Fury was, the calmer he became, and then frowned and said coldly, I'm sorry for all the actions I did before. But there can only be one higher race in the world, and as long as this number is exceeded, everything will fall into a war against each other. He slowly pulled out the gun at his waist. Throughout history, in this world of the jungle, only truly powerful races can survive. Even with the most despicable means. However. Roar. His voice had just fallen. I only felt that a flower in front of him, a stream of air with endless agitated wind, violently slapped on his face. Meanwhile, the hand that has always been white as jade, with well-defined knuckles, has been pinched on Nick Fury's neck. Nick Fury let go of the gun in his hand, grabbed Chen Tien's arm with both hands, and barely spoke. He looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes flowing with red luster and full of cold meaning. I only felt a strong feeling of suffocation that filled my chest. Let go. Then, follow Nick. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent behind Fury, although nervous, reacted quickly and pulled out a gun and pointed it at Chen Tien. Then he whispered, stepping on and pedaling, 1. Meanwhile, on the other side of the passage was waiting to receive Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, after hearing Chen Tien's movement crashing into the passage, also rushed towards this side. Give up resistance, or we'll shoot. These agents meet Chen Tien and Nick. After Fury choked the scene, he also raised the gun without hesitation. Quiet. Chen Tien, who was pointed at by more than a dozen guns, did not return his head, and did not even waver in his eyes for half a minute. With his current strength, there is no need to take these people seriously. Buzz one by one. As his voice exited, invisible psychic fluctuations spread out along the air. Next second, the originally excited soldiers on both sides of the passage immediately quieted down. Then, he stood up straight and put back all the guns in his hand. Chen Tien glanced at these people, and then said, Go Charles, take it out and arrange it to a place where it is absolutely safe. You all go and guard him. Quote. The voice fell. Without saying a word, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who had received mind control, all walked in unison and trotted towards Charles's location. Nick Fury looked at this scene, and the fear and despair that had been suppressed by him in his heart surged up uncontrollably again. In an instant, he felt that his whole body was submerged, and every corner was extremely cold. Nick Fury knew that according to the combat power of S.H.I.E.L.D. present, Chen Tien could not be handled at all. And now, he is also controlled by the other party. If nothing else, Nick Fury feels that he is already fierce today. Thinking of this, he directly gave up all resistance, let Chen Tien grab his neck, and slowly raised his eyes. Nick Fury calmly met Chen Tien's gaze. But his gaze slowly changed from endless tension to calm. I can feel that you seem to have a lot of emotions in your heart. Chen Tien looked at each other and slowly spoke coldly, but in these emotions, there is fear, but not for me, but for death. Quote, there are regrets, but still not for me, but regrets that I should have been fully prepared. Saying this, he shook his head disdainfully and smiled, Nick Fury, you're really dead. Single quote. It seems that you, the guy, have never felt that dealing with me has no problem with the mutant behind me. The voice is over. Nick opposite. Fury sneered and raised his eyebrows. You see, I can't even hide my thoughts in front of you. Quote quote. That's why you exist like this. I don't think you should stay in the world. Otherwise, sooner or later, the world will be destroyed in the hands of mutant. When Chen Tien heard his words, his face became more and more gloomy, but you should also see clearly by now, who is the most powerful race on Earth. And until then, you never figured it out. When he finished these words, he did not hurry to finish them. In response to Chen Tien, it was Nick Fury laughed disdainfully. Although this guy's neck is now pinched by Chen Tien, he still laughed twice reluctantly. The strongest. The corners of Nick Fury's mouth slowly hooked. I admit, if it's just about the ability to hurt others, you mutant is much better than ordinary people. But you beings, like children with nuclear weapons in their hands, could bring danger to the world at any time. Saying this, the smile on the corner of his mouth became thicker. As far as I know, even without us, mutant is almost extinct. You, Nick Fury's eyes were bloodshot because of some lack of oxygen, but he still pretended to look Chen Mengting up and down with ease. You seem to be the last naturally born mutant on Earth, right? When he said this, his words stopped abruptly. However, what was not said is also obvious. That is, since you said that mutant is the most powerful race on the entire planet, why is it that now, no new natural mutant has been born? Doesn't that mean that mutant is obsolete from the world? Very good, yours is the hardest. The expression on Chen Tien's face became more and more ugly, and he also knew that Nick Fury is a completely radical guy. The exchange of words is completely meaningless. In that case, then from the action, shatter his soul, and then wipe out his whole person. Rumble. The next moment, Chen Tien took Nick directly. Fury directly slammed through the ceiling and deep layers of underground, constantly accelerating and leaping into the depths. Chen Tien, no matter what you do, you can't shake my faith. Nick Fury felt the weightlessness he felt when telling flight, but suddenly laughed loudly. You wait. Chen Tien glanced at the other party coldly. The next moment, roar, he suddenly accelerated, and his entire figure was above the sky, turning into an afterimage that was indistinguishable to ordinary people's naked eyes, erupting with terrifying speed. The figure kept moving forward, breaking through one sound barrier after another. The sharp and piercing sonic boom sound continued to generate from the sky, spreading out and falling to the ears of everyone on the ground. Roar. Chen Tien. Ha ha. Nick Fury felt a speed he had never reached in his life and laughed out loud. He felt that Chen Tien was already angry at the moment. But since mutant launched a crisis that could threaten the entire world, Nick Fury was so unwilling to trust mutant from the bottom of his heart. Roar. And while he shouted those few words, Chen Tien had already taken him across countless distances from New York to Waldo. The rapid flight all the way, in the sky, created a terrifying sound explosion. At the same time, it also brought countless strong winds, gathering the thick dark clouds in the sky that were about to disperse again. Boom. In the clouds on the sky, a thick thunder split out again, illuminating the entire city below. Meanwhile, the wind that had just stopped also began to roar again. Walderai. People who have already returned to calm and can restore stability. Attracted by the movement in the sky, he was suddenly filled with panic again. Here it is again. Is there really going to be some kind of doom that befalls us? Look. Pointing to the sky, Chen Tien's figure shouted, that terrifying figure is back. Shet. I feel my body start to tremble. What kind of existence is that person? Not only can you fly, but it can also make the world look like this. Quote. Is he really not a mythical god? Time. All kinds of shocked sounds came from all corners of Wadu. On the other side, at the foot of the tricurved wing building, Chen Tien, the Hill agent who had just returned, naturally noticed Chen Tien's figure. At the same time, I also saw a nick in the other party's hand. Fury ideographic period. Something really happened. She immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. A completely out of control mutant, not something they can control. You guys quickly contact Tony. Stark handles this. Hill immediately gave orders to his opponents. Meanwhile, the rest of the S.H.I.E.L.D., when Chen Tien last arrived at the tricurved wing building, hundreds of contingent members had already gathered. Now I see him returning. The captain in charge of commanding the contingent, seeing this scene, gave the order with a solemn expression, prepare for action. Quote. Yes. When all the members of the contingent heard this, they immediately took out their weapons and went into a state of readiness for battle. Start walking towards the top floor of the tricurved wing building. Prepare to encircle and suppress Chen Tien. The other side. Under the cover of dark clouds. Roar. Chen Tien has taken Nick with him. Fury landed on top of the tricurved wing building. Nick. Fury, take a good look. Look at the city in front of you. Look at the ant-like race that inhabits the buildings. He spoke slowly. At the same time, he carried the ladder and handed it forward, so that his whole person was suspended at the highest place of the three curved wing building. The body sways constantly with the wind blowing high in the air. No, Chen Tien, you can't kill me. Nick. Fury felt the night breeze blowing, bringing the icy cold, looking down at the sky at an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters, and the fear of death in his heart became deeper and deeper. I couldn't help but say, I'm telling you, my identity is not just as simple as S.H.I.E.L.D. director. You mean, the Skrulls will help you? Chen Tien laughed coldly when he heard this. He naturally knew what the real confidence in the other party's heart was. And before he was ready to start, Chen Tien had already made all the preparations. Did you hack into my brain? Nick. Fury didn't expect Chen Tien to actually know the Skrull, and his eyes widened. I don't have to do that at all. Chen Tien's expression was already calm, but the red light in his eyes gradually became stronger. At this moment, he felt that thanks to Hulk's bloodline, with his anger, the power in his body was also climbing constantly. Moreover, the Skrulls in your mouth cannot save you, and neither can they save this poor race. He spoke coldly. The voice just fell. Roar. A golden red figure in the sky, leaning on the thrusters on his hands and feet, with a tail flame, galloped towards Chen Tien. Exactly Iron Man. Chen, put down Nick. Fury. Tony. Stark changed his voice and spoke with an electric current mechanical voice coming out from under the mask. Chen Tien didn't speak when he heard this, but just shook his head. In the Iron Man armor in front of him, it was immediately reported that Tony. Stark's eager voice. Chen, I know Nick. Fury has targeted you, mutant. But countering violence with violence is never the best way to solve the problem. If you really kill him, it will only aggravate the conflict between the two races. Chen Tien heard the other party's statement and did not rush to reply. Instead, it slowly tightened the buckle at Nick. 5 fingers around Fury's neck. The latter's already hideous expression became more and more ugly, and his hands and feet unconsciously began to struggle. Subsequently, Chen Tien slowly retorted, you seem to have said that you are not a sociologist and do not understand interracial hatred. If you really want to talk peace, it's more than just a battle suit. Thousands of miles away, Tony in New York City. Stark, listening to the sound coming from the stereo in front of him. I couldn't help but be surprised for a moment, and then explained, the reason why I didn't go directly was because I was worried about my safety. After speaking, he paused for a moment and continued to speak. Chen, I still feel that the matter cannot be solved by such an extreme way, so I should sit down and talk about it. Quote. The other side. The top of the tricurved wing building. Chen Tien heard Tony. Stark's voice came from the armor. Smiled softly, some people feel like wolves, but they are angry for acting like sheep. Quote. I wasn't going to do that definitely. As the words progressed, the murderous intent on Chen Tien's body became more and more intense. But I learned a painful lesson from you, and now I understand a little. You are all wolves, it's a pity that you are too arrogant. When the words fell, his other hand slowly put on Nick. Above Fury's head, the latter could no longer make a sound, and could only struggle even more frantically. Tony Stark immediately realized that the situation was wrong. His voice was a little frightened, urged the propulsion device, and was ready to go up and forcibly save people. However, next second, Chen Tien's 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Boom! Nick Fury's skull directly burst into slag, and blood splashed everywhere. In a mansion in Los Angeles, Tony Stark sees the picture, and Chen Tien puts his hand on Nick. When Fury was on top of his head, he immediately reacted wrongly. Immediately control the Iron Man Warframe to rush forward. It's a pity it's too late. Chen Tien buckled on Nick. The 5 fingers on Fury's skull instantly gathered together without hesitation. With his current strength, even crushing steel is no more than easy, let alone a human head. Ah! Nick, who was lifted to the back of his neck. Fury, feeling the thick shadow of death enveloping him, hissed in despair. Even though he is in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. on weekdays, which can be called a behemoth. There are even Skrull people behind him as a backing. But at the moment, facing Chen Tien alone, he is a toddler who has no strength at all, without even a trace of resistance. The next moment, boom! Nick Fury's head was easily twisted and lost its shape under Chen Tien's hands, and it exploded. Like a watermelon that has been easily smashed, it is torn apart. Splashes of blood spread in the howling wind of roar at the top of the 3 curved wing building. Once the super agent on Earth, the king of agents in the eyes of countless agents, is now dead. Chen, what did you do? You killed Nick Fury. Tony Stark looked at the scene in front of him through the camera on the battle armor and frowned suddenly. No way, now he has a partnership with S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't know the truth, but he only felt that Chen Tien's move was too much. Immediately controlling the Iron Man battle suit raised his hand, and the energy cannon in his palm began to gather energy. Roar! The next moment, Tony across the screen. Stark only felt that in the screen picture, Chen Tien's figure, which was still some distance away, suddenly flickered. Immediately, the image of the Iron Man battle suit suddenly went dark. Meanwhile, boom! The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who was just about to enter the 3 curved wing building, suddenly heard a muffled sound from the ground behind him. She looked back, and her face immediately changed, and she couldn't help but let out a startled roar. Nick Fury. I saw that at the door of the 3 curved wing building, there was already more than headless corpse. Moreover, after an acceleration of more than 1,000 meters, the corpse directly fell into a blur of blood and shape when it just touched the ground. The internal organs were broken into flesh and bones, mixed into a puddle and splattered half a bloody flower on the ground. The other half is completely painted on the glass doors at the front of the building. Actually, just look at the corpse. No one can recognize its identity before his death. However, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent has a super observation ability and recognizes clothing mixed in mints. Plus, before seeing Chen Tien Nick Fury took it to the top floor of the curved wing building, and then he made his final decision. What? That's the chief. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents beside Hill heard her shocked roar, and their already ugly expressions became even more ugly after seeing the corpse. Equally startled, Roar ran towards the door. Quote. Hill looked at Nick, who had fallen into meat sauce and was flowing freely on the ground. Fury, I can't come to my senses. The people I saw this morning have become like this in a blink of an eye, and the impact on people is indescribable. Even if she and the other party disagree on many things. But that doesn't mean Hill can sit idly by and watch Nick Fury's death. Sir, we can't contact the chief. Now please give an order whether to encircle and suppress the mutant at the top. We're in place at the moment, just 2 stories away from the top floor. Then, in Hill's communications headset, the voice of the head of the S.H.I.E.L.D. contingent was heard. The other party's tone was very solemn. It seems that there are still some doubts about whether he can successfully encircle and suppress Chen Tien. Nope. Get out of here, the farther away from that mutant, the better. Don't provoke him yet. Hill looked at Nick Fury, quickly gave his own command. Then he took a deep breath and tried to suppress the pounding heart in his chest. Now, the example of the latter daring to provoke Chen Tien is bloody in front of him. There can be no more mistakes of the past, she thought to herself. Now Chen Tien's strength has reached an outrageous point, completely exceeding the current limit that S.H.I.E.L.D. can face. If he rashly starts, I am afraid that the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. will be destroyed. And S.H.I.E.L.D. glanced up at the still cloudy, lightning and thundering sky. If Chen Tien really wants to do it, I am afraid that the surrounding cities will definitely be affected. She thought about it, swallowing a mouthful of spit with difficulty, and the awe of the other party in her heart became more and more intense. Now the only ones who can help S.H.I.E.L.D. face the existence of Chen Tien are probably the Skrulls, and Nick. Fury mentioned the first Avenger Captain Marvel before his death. It's a pity that no matter which side is on Earth now, to get their help, they must be given a certain amount of time before they can come to Earth. In other words, on such an Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot fight Chen Tien on its own. Therefore, the best action now is not to resist, and then cooperate with Chen Tien as much as possible. Roar. S.H.I.E.L.D. was still thinking about it. Then I heard a sound of breaking the air overhead. Look up again. But she saw Chen Tien, who fell from the sky and had a calm face, fall in front of her. Meantime, S.H.I.E.L.D. also noticed that the teenager in front of him was actually carrying Iron Man's scrapped battle suit. Meanwhile, inside the Stark building, Tony Stark faced the screen in front of him that had lost its signal source, and his face was quite ugly. His most proud battle suit, under Chen Tien's hands, could not survive even a moment. He scolded angrily, and smashed out the cup with most of the black liquid in his hand, smashing a glass cabinet not far away. Sir, control your emotions, otherwise it will affect your health. Then, in the impression in front of him, the artificial intelligence butler Jarvis reminded loudly at the right time. And Tony. When Stark heard the other party's words, the expression on his face suddenly became more and more irritable. S.H.I.E.L.D. sighed. Chen Tien had just landed in front of the three-curved wing building. Immediately, dozens of heavily armed contingent soldiers walked up vigilantly. Eyes stared at him, but Chen Tien simply ignored them. He looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. in front of him with a tangled expression. You want Captain Marvel to come over, I don't care. It's better to call all the Skrulls over, so that there is no trouble when the time comes to separate them. Quote. When S.H.I.E.L.D. agent heard this, politely reacted Chen Tien spied his mind. She hesitated for a moment and confessed directly, I did have the idea you just mentioned. However, since you can read my mind, then you should also understand that in my thoughts now, I am willing to fully cooperate with you. It can only be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. deserves to be in Nick. After Fury, he can take over the characters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even in such a quiet situation, facing Chen Tien, she could still control her emotions and speak without changing her face. Then, Chen Tien. Logan walked out of the basement with Laura and the others. He just hit roar. The two little girls beside him immediately couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts, and ran towards him with a frightened face full of grievances. Chen Tien put his arm around two pale, shivering little girls with a gentle smile on his face. Don't worry, it's okay, the trouble has been solved by me. Feeling the cold bodies of the two, he softly spoke to soothe. I knew you were okay, so I wasn't afraid. Laura pouted and said a little stubbornly. As for Wanda, he still couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes, and said tearfully, Chen, it's good to see that you are not injured. Ah, it's okay. Pete, who was not far away, saw Chen Tien's appearance, and was also relieved and sat directly on the ground. Even Logan quietly relaxed. Subsequently, Chen Tien calmed the two girls a few more words until their emotions were more stable. Glanced at Nick on the ground. Fury turned his gaze to S.H.I.E.L.D. again. Seeing this, Wanda and Laura obediently let go of their hands and stood behind Chen Tien. He asked for it. Chen Tien gestured to Nick, who was flowing on the ground. Fury, and I said that if you provoke me, I'll settle the account with the whole S.H.I.E.L.D. Quote. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. heard the other party's words, and then felt the other party's cold eyes. Even though she had maintained a calm expression before, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After all, what came out of Chen Tien's mouth was indeed true. He had warned before, so S.H.I.E.L.D. was very worried that Chen Tien would directly kill him. Don't worry, I'm not a demon who can only kill. However, this does not mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. can easily skip this without paying any price. Quote. Chen Tien saw through the other party's thoughts, and the corners of his mouth lifted lightly. Now you have a chance to atone for your sins, but there is only one chance, and if something goes wrong in the middle, or if someone resists, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. will only have a dead end. He said softly, a smile between his eyebrows. What do you want us to do? As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. can withstand it, then I don't think anyone will have any opinion. Hearing this, Hill knew that he might be able to avoid the end of destruction, and took a deep breath and asked solemnly. When Chen Tien spoke, his tone was relaxed, even easygoing. But she knew that she had to come up with a 12-point attitude to face it seriously. You have 20 minutes to gather all the scientists involved in the super soldier program, and if it doesn't go well for the slightest time, everything will end here. Chen Tien raised his eyebrows and smiled easily. He still didn't give up on his previous plan. Moreover, after seeing the elderly Wolverine and Charles become more and more weak, Chen Tien believes that it is necessary to help these two elderly people who have been together for a long time and help them return to their original peak. Good. When Hill Agent heard this, he couldn't think of the purpose of Chen Tien's request. But the half of his next words were like a majestic mountain, directly pressing on her heart. She had to give orders to S.H.I.E.L.D. So Nick. After Fury's death, Hill became the most powerful person. The other side. Chen Tien turned around again and touched Wanda and Laura's heads, his palms radiating a warm feeling. The two girls immediately felt that their previous restless mood was much relieved. Definitely ideographic period. Chen Tien does not use any psychic ability. Simply because he was around at the moment, Wanda and Laura felt at ease. Chen, sorry, I couldn't hold everyone. The expression on Logan's face looked a little lost, and there were mixed feelings in Chen Tien's eyes. If you encounter a problem, you still have to let Chen Tien solve it. Logan, actually, my problem is that I ignored Nick Fury's bias. Quote. Chen Tien said helplessly. No, in fact, this period of time has also made me understand that in fact, I also want a normal life. It's really nice to be able to walk in the sun. Logan's face was still lost, but I don't have the ability to guard it. Quote. Chen Tien narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and then said with a smile, Wolverine, don't do this, I think I can restore your ability next. Can this kind of thing really be done? Logan was a little confused. It's related to what I just asked Hill to do, you'll know then. Chen Tien did not directly break it, intending to surprise Logan. Good. Logan didn't ask more, just focused his head, and he naturally wanted to believe the teenager's words. At the same time, I have begun to look forward to the scene when my ability is restored. Then Logan asked, are you really going to let S.H.I.E.L.D. go? What do you say? When Chen Tien heard this, the corners of his mouth outlined a smile. Promise no longer fights against S.H.I.E.L.D. just to stabilize Hill. The final result is not up to him. The current S.H.I.E.L.D. has no ability to deal with itself, and the only person to worry about is the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One in the Himalayas. Definitely Chen Tien also hopes to make the other party walk on his own. After all, you can also directly copy the magic ability, and it is even possible to copy the magic ability of the Ancient One Magician. Become the Supreme Sorcerer Supreme. Chen. After hearing Chen Tien's promise to Logan, Wanda on the side also raised his head and looked at each other without talking. A pair of large sapphire-like eyes kept flickering. Quote. Chen Tien saw what the other party was thinking, but didn't say much, just reached out and touched the girl's head. Then he said, by the way, I'll pick up Charles. The voice fell. Chen Tien's body flashed and blurred. Roar. Logan and the others only felt that as soon as they saw a flower, a strong wind came towards them. When coming back to your senses, only to find that Chen Tien still seemed to be standing in place, not moving. However, there is more Charles in a wheelchair in front of him. At his current speed, it would only take a split second to arrive in New York from Waldo. The same goes for coming back. However, considering that Charles's body is too weak, when Chen Tien brought it back, he used dimensional teleportation. Logan and several people looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes suddenly widened, not understanding what was happening. Wasn't Charles taken to the Xavier Genius Academy by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or did I guess wrong? Logan even doubted his previous thoughts. Chen Tien smiled and didn't explain much, but just said, my current speed is a little bit faster. Quote. This statement came out. Several people on the other side were amazed. Chen, it's amazing. Laura looked up, her eyes twinkling. Wanda also looked at Chen Tien with adoration. As for Pete's eyes, they were full of envy. After experiencing so many things, in addition to the brutality of Chen Tien's methods, he also has an extremely strong emotion towards the other party in his heart. That is to envy Chen Tien for having such a powerful strength. Then, Charles in the wheelchair also woke up slowly. Seeing Logan in front of him, he muttered in a low voice. Logan, I seem to have had a dream in which you became young again. Meanwhile, Himalayas. The sky was gloomy, with thick dark clouds, dense snowflakes splashing, and a cold wind roar howling. In the biting temperature, the seemingly endless wind roar whistled and swept the snow. Inside one of the rooms in Kamar Taj, isolated by a thick curtain of snow, Ancient One magician sat cross-kneeled with his eyes closed, floating in midair. It is surrounded by mysterious patterns that flow with a magical luster. Suddenly, she sensed the timeline she was guarding. There was a fluctuation, and the presence of Chen Tien emerged. Chen Tien, you are such an uncertain factor. Meanwhile, America's Air Force Command. Countless busy figures are nervously paying attention to the screen in front of them. These people are all observers of the Air Force, and as the Air Force Combat Readiness Reserve, they constantly monitor changes in the climate, magnetic field, and other factors that affect air combat in various parts of the world. One of the technicians, who was paying attention to the weather in Wadu, changed his face abruptly, and then nervously connected to Colonel Rhodes' communication device. Colonel, the overall magnetic field over Wadu has changed, and at the same time there has been an extremely abnormal climate change, along with the weather in the entire large state. The technician felt that this matter was very serious, and reported quickly and clearly. Also, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D signal source is blocked. Nick, Fury has been in contact with an extremely powerful mutant some time ago. It can't be a rollover. Quote, Colonel Rhodes, as a high-ranking figure in the military, has a lot of information, and the moment he heard the report, he immediately realized that there was mutant's ability which affected everything. Okay, I see. He immediately frowned. The situation seems to be very urgent. Report it directly to the Ministry of Defense and let them deal with it. Colonel, there is news from the Ministry of Defense. A crowd has called the police. They have already learned of the situation. The technician immediately replied, it's just that they said that this matter is not within their scope of handling. Quote, how can such a thing not be under the control of the Ministry of Defense? The expression on Colonel Rhodes' face became ugly when he heard this, and he directly chose General Ross, who connected to the northern military base. Rose, it's me. On the young Rhodes' face, the expression was not good-looking. What's the matter? In the Hulk incident before, the voice of General Ross, who had a relationship with Chen Tien, came out of the earpiece. After hearing the other party's voice, Rhodes quickly told Ross the information they had. Well, the situation you mentioned does have a wide impact. General Ross was silent for a moment. He then continued, Nick, Fury had previously requested assistance from the Security Council, but we couldn't contact him at all. Quote, and because the signal source is obscured, we can't see the S.H.I.E.L.D building at all. Colonel Rhodes added in a somewhat heavy tone, it is very likely that mutant is affecting the signal source. When General Ross heard this, he was silent again. Hearing the other party's words, he had the figure of Chen Tien, who once had a relationship, in his mind. The terrifying power of the other party's hand-tearing abomination is still vividly remembered. At that time, Ross had a great curiosity about the other party, but Chen Tien's performance was too strong, so the arrest plan was temporarily abandoned. And Nick Fury also revealed a strong hatred when expressing his jealousy for Chen Tien. Perhaps, this time it is also Chen Tien. General Ross's thoughts. After proceeding here, the importance of this S.H.I.E.L.D change in his heart has risen several steps. It seems that this matter must not be careless. I'll try it again. General Ross replied to Rhodes. Then he took a deep breath with a solemn expression and picked up the satellite phone. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D Tribaloid Building Headquarters. Sir, we have brought all the people. An S.H.I.E.L.D agent reported to the Hill agent in front of him with a solemn expression. Hill agent glanced up and lined up in front of the researchers, all with nervous expressions on their faces. These are the participants that Chen Tien asked to participate in the Super Soldier Serum program. Then she looked at the time on her watch. 20 minutes from what Chen Tien said, there is still 10 minutes of surplus. Roar. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent quietly breathed a sigh of relief. I took out my satellite phone again and tried to contact the outside world for support, but unfortunately the phone was still the same as the previous times. It seems that all signals have been cut off. It seems that only you can be taken down. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at the researchers with a slightly apologetic look. Sir, what will he do to us? In the crowd, someone in the tense atmosphere still couldn't help but ask. I don't know. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent shook his head. However, in my opinion, that Chen Tien should not want to kill you, otherwise with his strength, there is no need to exert effort to gather you together. I guess he has some other plans. She has now become the most powerful person in S.H.I.E.L.D., which is equivalent to the head of the entire organization and must be responsible for everyone. Therefore, after leaving Chen Tien's sight, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent has been trying to ask for outside support and constantly ponder the other party's intentions. Unfortunately, neither side has come up with any definite results. After all, Chen Tien is too powerful and too mysterious at the same time. All his actions seem to have a strong sense of purpose, but from the other party's past life experience, there is not the slightest clue. Oh, thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent couldn't help but sigh. Let's go down first, now we can only cooperate with him as much as possible. Quote. Those researchers were even more worried when they heard the words, but the matter had come to this, and they could only cooperate in the face of Chen Tien. However, just as S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was about to lead these people towards the entrance of the building, where Chen Tien and the others were. Bell. The satellite phone around his waist suddenly rang. The call can be answered again. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's eyes lit up. His heart was happy, and he hurriedly hid sideways behind the building, ready to answer the phone. Then, a white hand suddenly reached from behind and grabbed the ringing satellite phone. Seeing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's body shook and turned his head, his pupils shrank in an instant, and his entire pretty face instantly refreshed. The face that was close at hand was Chen Tien. Phone from the Ministry of Defense. Chen Tien's expression was flat, there didn't seem to be any emotional fluctuations, and his tone was extremely stable. But S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed that under the other party's eyes, there was already a cold-killing intent circulating. With this discovery, she only felt like she was in an ice cellar in an instant, and her whole body was cold, and the fear of death enveloped her in a blink of an eye. I didn't make this call. S.H.I.E.L.D. explained hastily in a panicked tone. Then, S.H.I.E.L.D., can you hear me? What's going on with S.H.I.E.L.D.? We've tried to contact Nick Fury has been able to get any response several times, so I have chosen to contact you now. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. need support at this time? Chen Tien clicked the connect button. On the other end of the satellite phone, General Ross's voice came with eager questions. Boom. Next second, Chen Tien directly squeezed the satellite phone in his hand, and looked at the woman in front of him with a gloomy gaze. Nope, Chen, you believe me. I really dare not disobey you. S.H.I.E.L.D. saw Chen Tien's expression quickly become gloomy, and the killing intent emanating from her body was like a monstrous wave, completely engulfing her whole person. At this moment, she was already overwhelmed by a wave called fear, her heartbeat became heavy, her whole body was cold, and her brain became blank. I thought you were a smart woman. I think you can lead S.H.I.E.L.D. on the right path, but you still don't know how to cherish the opportunity when given it. Chen Tien slowly spoke, and every word revealed a deep murderous intention. The air around him, which was already very gloomy, was suddenly filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. S.H.I.E.L.D. was speechless for a while, she was really panicked. Countless excuses flashed in his heart, but he knew that in front of Chen Tien, all the lies had no meaning. Thereupon, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent only had endless regrets left in his heart. Poof! She knelt directly in front of Chen Tien, tears welling up uncontrollably in her eyes, and her face was distorted. I beg you, give me another chance, and it won't happen next time. S.H.I.E.L.D. said in a sad tone. Give you another chance. Chen Tien stretched out his hand and clasped the top of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s head, his mouth slowly close to the latter's ear. Whoever gave me a chance. He spoke. An intangible mental fluctuation enveloped the group of researchers who had fallen into panic and couldn't help themselves. Those people instantly quieted down and walked towards the door of the building in an orderly manner. Subsequently, roar. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent only felt that in a strong sense of weightlessness, everything in the field of vision became a high-speed flashing afterimage. Come back to your senses. But he found that he had appeared on the top floor of the three-curved-wing building, and the endless roar-howling wind in the sky was blowing towards him, tearing her hair and dress, and the fear in her heart also spread rapidly at this time. Chen Tien floated in front of S.H.I.E.L.D, looking down on the ladder. In a pair of eyes, a red luster slowly flowed, and the terrifying murderous machine was surrounded by a terrifying body, and the young man seemed to kill at this moment. "It's you and Nick." Fury chose for S.H.I.E.L.D. He whispered, "Perish." The voice fell. The waves of spiritual fluctuations crashed down, shrouded in the entire three-curved-wing building under his feet. Inside the building, all the people who had been working hard before froze in place, stopping all movements like sculptures. Subsequently, Chen Tien's whole person slowly floated up, and a white arc began to flicker on his body. Put the S.H.I.E.L.D agent in front of a surveillance screen that can see all corners of the S.H.I.E.L.D building. "Look at it, the demise of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Tien said slowly. The next moment, his body suddenly flickered in a blur. Throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D building, white arcs representing divine speed flashed in all corners. Roar! In the next moment, Chen Tien reappeared in front of the S.H.I.E.L.D agent. "Ah, no," and the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, who was trembling all over and staring blankly at the monitor, suddenly screamed hoarsely. Because she sees, on the monitor, all the people who are controlled in place because of the ability of the mind. After Chen Tien disappeared and reappeared, everyone's body directly exploded into pieces. Endless pieces of minced flesh, bone stubble, internal organs, and huge amounts of blood spilled out. All the rooms inside the entire three-curved-wing building were dyed a dazzling blood red. Every inch of the wall is coated with thick sticky plasma. Just for a moment, in the huge S.H.I.E.L.D building, there are no other living people except S.H.I.E.L.D. The number of thousands of agents was slaughtered by Chen Tien in an instant. Demons. Devil. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D agent has experienced countless dangerous missions, when he sees these images, his spirit is on the verge of collapse. Next second, syllable. Chen Tien had already pinched her neck and flew outside the building. Here you can see that the entire three-curved-wing building that was still brightly lit before, and all the windows that can be seen have turned into an astonishing blood red. The entire building has been transformed into a lifeless purgatory on Earth. All the floors, the corridors, were already dripping with a huge amount of blood-emitting heat. Every wall and glass is covered with minced meat. It was as if not only all the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D, but also the entire three-curved-wing building had died. "You killed everyone." S.H.I.E.L.D shivered and spoke, his eyes bloodshot and his brain blank. She looked at a scarlet three-curved-wing building, and the whole person had fallen into unspeakable fear. "The one who killed S.H.I.E.L.D, you." Chen Tien slowly approached the woman in his hand and slowly spoke, "And yourself." The voice fell. S.H.I.E.L.D felt like his whole body was soaring in the air. Rumble. Two dazzling beams of light, wrapped in majestic power and terrifying temperature, were reflected in her already tear-filled eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D's thoughts disappeared at this moment. Only endless remorse remains. And then the next moment, her entire tall body turned into ashes under the impact of majestic red energy. Since then, there is no S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Tien floated in midair, and the red light under his eyes gradually dissipated, without sorrow or joy. "Actually, I just want a peaceful life, and you forced me to do it," he muttered. Words fall. Roar. Chen Tien's body high in the air suddenly flickered in a blur. Out of thin air, he appeared in front of Logan and others. At the moment, the scientists involved in the super soldier program were already standing by. "S.H.I.E.L.D won't come to us for trouble in the future, let's go." Quote. Chen Tien looked at Logan, a gentle smile appeared on his beautiful face, like a sunny boy next door. "Chen." Logan's eyes were complicated, and the question came to his mouth but did not speak. Although he did not see with his own eyes what was really happening in the three-curved-wing building. But at the moment, the air was so thick that the smell of blood was so thick that even Wolverine had never smelled it. Even the air turned a faint red, and thickened. Even a few children who did not have such a strong sense of smell couldn't help but frown. "It's time for us to go." Chen Tien looked back at each other and smiled. Roar. Logan felt that he had the answer, took a deep breath, and said randomly, "Where to go next, or back to Drenched Manor?" "No, let's go to another world." Chen Tien laughed. "Where?" The rest of the people showed puzzled expressions, none of them had heard of this place. "You'll know when you get there, hands on your shoulders." With that, Chen Tien took a step forward, putting one hand on Wolverine's shoulder and the other on Charles. The rest of the people heard this and came over. There are also those researchers who are also under the control of the ability of the mind and gradually gather. The next moment, buzz one by one, the air rippled, the spatial passage opened, and everyone instantly disappeared in place. Not long after everyone left, a golden ring sputtered golden spots of light and suddenly expanded. Ancient One magician stepped across the space and came to the three-curved wing building. Rao was her. Seeing the tall buildings stained with blood in every corner, she couldn't help frowning. Then, she set her eyes on the place where Chen Tien and the others disappeared. This place, fluctuating energy, seems a little weird. The look under Ancient One magician's eyes became more and more solemn, and she felt a strange aura. Moreover, she sensed that Chen Tien had disappeared again. And disappeared without a trace. Can't feel the slightest breath of the other party. Roar. Then, in the sky, several figures of different colors flew over. It was the various models of the Iron Man battle suit, shrouded in deep space like a shade of the sky. Los Angeles Mansion. In the basement, Tony Stark looked at the footage that the battle suit had filmed for him, and the expression on his face became extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and slowly took out Nick. One thing Fury gave him before leaving. It was a red and blue BB with the Captain Marvel logo painted on it. After pressing the start button, the BB machine released a powerful signal that spread out into the universe. Far away, it was as if someone had felt the calling. The night is getting deeper. After discovering that Chen Tien and the others had disappeared, Ancient One magician sensed a strange energy at the place where the latter disappeared. Subsequently, she searched all possible corners of Chen Tien, but found nothing. This made her jealous of Chen Tien deepen. Before coming, Ancient One magician sensed Chen Tien's uneasy factor, but found that all the fixed numbers in the world would not change because of him, so he did not intervene much. After all, the dogma she believes in is that if the timeline develops without being affected, nothing will intervene. Until just now, the S.H.I.E.L.D. members who should not have died at this point in time all lost their lives at the same time. That's why I came to the scene, but even she couldn't find Chen Tien. How the hell did Chen Tien do all this? After Ancient One magician sensed that the timeline began to fluctuate, a solemn look slowly appeared on his face, which was originally only showing a kind gesture. In any case, as long as Chen Tien appears next time, he can't be allowed to continue to exist. Quote. After making this decision, Ancient One magician returned to Kamartaj and drew all his attention to the whole planet, all the corners. Keep an eye out for Chen Tien's return. As for Tony Stark, on the other hand, also controlled all battle suits, scanned the entire three-curved wing building, and after finding no trace of Chen Tien, he took back the unmanned battle suits sent out. Meantime, took out Nick Fury hands Charles a red and blue BB machine before he sets out to capture him. The other side, as the dark clouds that shrouded Wadu gradually dispersed, a clear sky was revealed. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has extremely high authority in many places, the Waldo Police Department sent personnel to visit the situation despite repeated contacts without success. After all, everything that happened before was beyond human imagination. And then, all those who came to visit saw a shocking scene. Not close to the three-curved wing building where S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is located, a pungent smell of blood can be smelled for several kilometers and cannot be dissipated for a long time. In the night of the building, a dark red mist evaporated outside. Stay closer. You will find that the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer of the building has been crisscrossed with large and small streams, made of blood groups. Maybe the amount of blood is too great. Even if those blood streams were exposed to the cold night breeze, they had not lost their temperature and were bubbling with a faint heat. Then come directly to the gate of the three-curved wing building. None of the people sent by the police station could hold back the physical discomfort, and they all leaned over and vomited. What's going on here? This place is still Satan's back garden. Some policemen couldn't help but raise their heads and scold, and then lowered their heads and vomited. They had just arrived at the gate of the Sanchu Wing building. Then he noticed Nick Fury, who was lying on the ground, no longer in human form. If you look through the gate, you can see that there is almost endless blood, rushing down the stairs, constantly, and then out of the gate, into the crimson streams. Inside the bright red steaming blood-red stream, there are also floating fat, minced meat, fine bone stubble. There are even full eyeballs. There was a young policeman who had just finished vomiting, and his whole face looked up with a pale face, looking at the things washed down by the stream, and then he couldn't help but lean over and vomit wildly. We have to get out of here quickly and report this to the above. The middle-aged policeman in charge of leading the team was the first to recover from the impact of the scene and gritted his teeth. The other policemen naturally did not have any objections to this, for fear of staying in front of the three-curved wing building for one more second, and frantically rushed back to the car. At the same time, the situation of the three-curved wing building was reported back. When the high-level officials of Wadu heard this incident and saw the photos taken by the police, they were also shocked. All police and the FBI were immediately dispatched and the scene was blocked within a radius of 20 kilometers. Not surprisingly, everyone who saw the current appearance of the Sanchu Wing mansion was shocked and could not return to their senses for a long time. This is Nick Fury. There are established FBI agents, see Nick. When Fury was miserable about the corpse, he couldn't help but sigh. Back then, I was a lot sad that I failed the S.H.I.E.L.D. assessment. I didn't expect this organization to be so dangerous. Quote. What a terrible enemy they faced. Later, he quickly asked his subordinates to inform the military personnel. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. was wiped out. The people who stayed in the mansion, none of them survived. After General Ross heard the news reported by his subordinates in the earpiece, his pupils couldn't control and suddenly shrunk, and his expression froze on his face. He knew Nick Fury will not end well after offending Chen Tien, but it will never be the end of S.H.I.E.L.D. Drip. Right at this moment, on the communicator in General Ross's hand, a photo of his subordinates jumped. It is the site of the three-curved wing building. Fact. When he saw the scene of inhumanity like hell on earth, he couldn't help but tighten his spine, and a cold breath suddenly penetrated from the tail vertebrae from the top of his head. Can the Chen Tien do things so well? General Ross's mind was already blank, and his pupils were concussed. There is fear in the mood, there is sadness, there is fear. He was afraid of Chen Tien's strength, and even the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was not his opponent, turning into such a terrifying appearance. Grief for Nick Fury's death was the first thing that Ross became interested in Chen Tien, and it was the other party who dissuaded him. Unfortunately, in the end, Nick Fury failed to persuade himself. The impact of this matter is too great, and it must be reported to Congress quickly. Quote. After a while, only then did General Ross recover from his shock and dial the White House's phone. Soon, the highest officials in the entire United States gathered in the White Room to open the meeting. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is an important organization of the state and even the divine world. After the meeting starts, the initiator sent everyone a document with a photo of the mansion. Subsequently, the entire environment in the conference room can be described as a needle falling terribly low. No one made a sound, and they all looked down at the photos taken from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Every face is filled with disbelief. Shit, don't tell me it's really happening. These Bolognese-like things, a day ago, were all alive. God, is this the devil coming to Earth? After a while, those high-ranking officials all released shocked exclamations. If they weren't in the White Room, they would even suspect that this was nothing more than a prank. The picture on the material in hand can't even be reviewed as a movie. For a while, various voices came out of the mouths of those officials. And all the meaning is nothing more than one. At all costs, mutant, who committed such a horrific crime, must be killed. The other side, the government military also dispatched countless people to start cleaning up the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, which was like hell. This night is not destined to be peaceful. Meanwhile, beyond the 9 realms, the universe is like a vast black canvas that cannot be seen at a glance. There are countless behemoth star fields all over it, and endless rivers of stars emitting 9 colorful stars flow towards it. There are endless stars, each of which is a fixed star that has been around for an unknown number of years. All fixed stars are surrounded by a larger number of planets. If you compare everything that shocks people to the vast ocean, the Earth is just tiny gravel that sinks to the bottom of the sea. The gravel of life like Earth is innumerable in the BFDD universe. And one of them is inhabited by a pale yellow planet full of strange inhabitants for humans. There's a big event going on. This event is located in the center of the planet's equator. The entire planet can be called the life of the strong, and they all gathered here, turning into an ocean-like crowd, guarding all the high platforms below. The woman who was giving a speech on the stage was attracting the attention of everyone present. This woman wears a tight red and blue uniform, which vividly outlines the curves of her bumpy figure, and a golden 5-pointed star is embellished on her chest, which is propped up. Her blonde hair was soft and shiny, and her skin was smooth and white, like condensed white jade. On a curvy face, the facial features are matched together, and there is no flaw, and I can only admire the perfection. Like Amber's clear eyes, his gaze is sharp and full of a sense of justice. The voice is pleasant and soft, and when speaking, it is full of power and inspiration. Everyone at the scene listened to the woman's speech, and they all fell silent, and their eyes were full of adoration when they looked at her. Wait for the woman to finish her speech. The host next to him stood up with an excited smile. Stanford Buster Hale. He raised his fist and shouted. The audience in the audience was also ignited with passion, and also issued a round of shouts like a tsunami. Stanford Hale. Stanford Buster Hale. Subsequently, the host glanced at the woman next to him who was full of excited smiles, and once again raised his arms and shouted, "Let's cheer for Captain Marvel Carol. It is she who brings us peace and brings us ministers." Speaking of this, the host paused, took a deep breath, and shouted in a higher volume. "Everyone, cheer on Captain Marvel Carol." A word fell. It's like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. The crowd under the stage was crowded, like a tidal wave, and when you looked at the crowd from the stage, you couldn't even see the marginal crowd, and in an instant it was ignited with higher enthusiasm. All the faces that could be seen showed a maniacal smile at the woman named Carol, free heartfelt gratitude. Driven by such emotions, everyone shouted with all their strength. "Captain Carol, hail! Captain Marvel, hail! Captain Carol, hail! Captain Marvel, hail! Captain Carol, hail! Captain Marvel, hail!" One by one, shouts from different people, but with the same content, burst out in an instant, and the terrifying sound like a mountain-roaring tsunami gathered together and spread towards the sky. Even because of those present. There are too many of them, and when they shout, everyone comes from the bottom of their hearts, exhausts their enthusiasm and strength. That wave of sound turned into a substantial sound wave and spread out. Even the air and the ground are trembling. All this is a gratitude and thank you gift to the woman on stage. She's Captain Marvel. He was originally an Air Force flight member on Earth, but by chance he was hit by a cosmic energy beam, thus obtaining amazing super ability, and also became a Kree Empire spirit. Warriors of the British Armed Star Troopers. Since then, Captain Marvel has been fighting for the protection of the peace of the universe race. She felt the Stanford nemesis who was excited to usher in peace, and her eyes full of heroism and beauty also showed a smile. Immediately took a step forward, took the host's microphone, and looked at the crowd who shouted enthusiastically, "I am very happy, the people on this planet can get rid of the race war. Destroy, embrace peace. Quote, peace, that is more precious than anything. What I pursue at the moment is that no war will be seen in any corner of the universe. After that, I will leave Stanford Buster and continue my career." An impassioned speech once again pushed the excitement of everyone in the audience to a higher place. In their eyes, Captain Marvel's body, which could only look up, became more and more respectful at this moment. Because what she said was not a false big empty word, but really did it. Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel. Another round of cheers and cheers erupted with a greater momentum than just now. Everyone under the high platform was excited, shouting and cheering, and extremely excited. That's nice. Captain Marvel watched this scene with a big smile on his face. Then, dee. Her brow furrowed as the communication device she was carrying rang urgently. This rapid ringing means that something trouble has happened. Sure enough, next second, an anxious voice then sounded, "Carol, we received Nick. A distress signal from Fury." Quote, "Hear the news." Captain Marvel was slightly stunned. "I remembered years ago, when I returned to Earth, with Nick. After Fury met and became close friends, he once left a BB machine for help in a critical situation. Take Nick. Fury's character must be that the Earth has encountered some extremely dangerous situation before he sends out a call for help." The expression on Captain Marvel's face suddenly became solemn. At the end of the day, Nick. Fury is her best friend, and Earth is her hometown. Now hearing that the Earth is likely to encounter extremely serious danger, his best friend will face casualties. Captain Marvel isn't serious anymore. I always have a bad feeling. Captain Marvel thought. Immediately, she did not have the intention to continue to participate in the gratitude activity, and after talking to the host, she hurriedly said goodbye to the scene. Fire-like cosmic power gushed out from her body, enveloping her body. The next moment, phew, Captain Marvel burst out with an extremely terrifying speed, left the planet, and rushed towards the direction of the Nine Realms Midgard. As she walked forward, she dragged out a long golden tail flame. It's like a dazzling shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it disappears into tiny points of light. In the Marvel Universe, various things are happening because of what Chen Tien did. Black Robe Picket World. One is located on the top floor of the top floor of the top of the world. The air suddenly began to produce ripples like ripples, and then in the center of the circle of ripples, a spatial passage appeared. The next moment, Chen Tien took Wolverine, Logan and others across the dimension of space and appeared in the villa. It's there. Chen Tien smiled at the few people in front of him who looked up at the surrounding villas, and introduced with a smile, "Next, this is where we temporarily live. Now I can assure you that for a long time to come, there will be no more existence that will disturb us." Naturally, he won't say anything big. After all, this is the world of Black Robe Pickets. And the world's top combat power, Homelander, has become Chen Tien's subject. As long as Logan and they don't do anything that threatens the whole world, and let the people of this world launch nuclear bombs against them, naturally there will be no problems. Definitely. Later, when Chen Tien began to face opponents who had the ability to cross space, it was a different matter. But at that time, it was obviously far away. So, after bringing Wolverine into this world, it is undoubtedly very safe, as Chen Tien said. "Chen, your ability is really more and more beyond my imagination. You can do that now." Charles, who was in a wheelchair, finally began to slowly regain his senses. And he has felt the existence of all the biological brain waves in the entire Marvel world, so he has already noticed changes just after crossing the world. Charles was surprised to find that he was no longer on Earth, and could even be said to have come to another world. "Chen, did you suddenly disappear before? Did you have this ability that can be teleported?" Logan was also amazed at the sudden change in the environment around him. Unexpectedly, when he first met himself, he was just Chen Tien, who had a weak ability to control water, and he had grown to such a point. "Is this your new home?" Laura and Wanda were already excited and started running around the spacious room. Joke. Chen Tien can now be called the only king in this world, controlling the world's largest company, Walt Corporation. The entire property of all its shareholders can be squandered by him. So the area occupied by the large flat floor they are now in is also extremely wide. Even the two girls running wildly inside had no problem at all. "Laura, look." Then, Wanda noticed the view of the entire city in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, so she called out to her little sisters and looked at them with wide eyes. As for why Chen Tien was able to do it, suddenly bringing them here, the two little girls were not surprised at all. Chen is so powerful, no matter what he can do, it will not be surprising. He's totally Superman. The other side. Charles looked at Chen Tien, his cloudy eyes thoughtful. "It's not the world we were in before, is it?" He slowly voiced his doubts. "I feel that there are more things in this world, and at the same time, there are some things missing." Quote. Yes. Chen Tien did not deny it and answered directly. After all, even a person without supernatural abilities, as long as he has a normal understanding of the world, after coming to another different world for a period of time, he can discover the fact that he has changed the world. As for Charles, who uses the smartest brain, let alone that. So he directly chose to affirm the other party's statement. "Chen, are you saying that you not only took us across space, but even brought us to another world?" Wolverine Logan, on the other hand, was shocked when she heard the conversation between the two. After all, the extent to which Chen Tien can do it now is really outrageous. In the same world, the ability across space, he has not heard of it. But ability, which travels directly to another world, is arguably unheard of. "So, is Chen already an Omega-level mutant now?" he murmured and asked. "I think it should be." Charles replied with a smile. Chen Tien's speed of strengthening was also shocking and surprising. But at the end of the day, Chen Tien is a companion who stands with them and fights together for mutant tomorrow. Therefore, after learning that the other party has been able to grow to such a point, Charles's heart of rent, the emotions he has, are more joy. Sure enough, mutants' hope is in Chen Tien. Also, no one in the world discriminates against mutant, and they even idolize him. Chen Tien said with a smile. At the same time, he walked to the two girls by the floor-to-ceiling window and reached out and touched their heads. His eyes were on the poster of the Super Six on the street. It was at this time that he discovered that the posters that are now hanging on the streets are except for the Super Six. And even himself. Moreover, Chen Tien's poster alone turned out to be even bigger than the poster of the Super Six combined. He noticed this and couldn't help but numb a dirty word. Then I felt a little helpless. After all, his previous battle with the Super Six left a lot of influence on the entire city and even the entire world. If Walt cannot handle it properly, it is destined to suffer a lot of losses. And promoting Chen Tien as the strongest superhero emerging from Walt is undoubtedly the best public relations treatment. Not only can it completely eliminate the impact of Chen Tien's defeat of the Super Six before, it can even increase the popularity of Walt Company. Now, in a way, Walt has become Chen Tien's private property. The people under his command chose the most appropriate way to deal with it, and it seemed that they were also preserving their property, and he didn't want to say much. Gee, this is really famous in this world. Thinking of this, Chen Tien could only shake his head silently. Then he glanced at Laura and Wanda. No wonder these two little girls, after looking out the window, are unwilling to move. It turned out to see me. Actually, can you walk calmly under the sun? Logan was a little incredulous for a moment. Definitely ideographic period. Chen Tien looked back and smiled. Logan, if you want, you can even attract the attention of the people of the world like when you were in the X-Men. Haha. Logan smiled and shook his head when he heard this. Forget about this, but I don't mind enjoying life here. Quote. Saying that, the expression on his face became serious. However, Chen, after all, this is not our home, and I still want to return to the land of birth. Quote. So, is it true that you said that the professor and I can regain the strength of our youth? Flowers fall. He noticed that the smile on Chen Tien's face on the other side became stronger. Naturally, it's true. As Chen Tien spoke, he looked at the few researchers left behind from S.H.I.E.L.D. Mind ability spreads out. The men immediately began to walk towards the elevator. Chen Tien also connected to Edgar's phone at the same time. Edgar, I brought a few researchers, you arrange them to the underground laboratory of Compound 5. Good host. Edgar on the other side of the phone looked very respectful. Later, Chen Tien arranged a room for a few more people. In the process, he was surprised to find that Pete was surprisingly cooperative, and he did not show fear of himself in his actions. However, he may still be a little timid and dare not say much. At last, when taking Laura alone to the room arranged for her, Chen Tien noticed that this little guy suddenly looked a little unhappy, and then squatted in front of Laura with a smile. Laura, I know you're thinking about those mutant friends of yours. He laughed. Actually, after coming here, I already thought about it, maybe I could bring them here. When he said this, Laura's eyes lit up significantly. Chen Tien touched the other party's head dotingly, and this little girl's mind was too easy to guess, and she didn't even need to have a mental ability. Definitely ideographic period. He was going to bring all those little mutants with him, not just for Laura. In the end, even if there is no Laura's meaning, those little mutants or Chen Tien's stay in New York, and naturally it is impossible to directly abandon them. Moreover, Chen Tien also wants to build his own mutant empire in the Marvel Universe, and those little guys are indispensable cornerstones. Really? Laura looked at Chen Tien, said with some expectation, and then a little hesitation, if it's troublesome, don't use it, as long as they're safe. Quote. It's okay, I just need a moment to bring those little guys back. Chen Tien smiled and pinched Laura's little face. Dimensional teleportation is then turned on again. But after a few minutes, they easily brought the little mutants back. In the few minutes of his return, Chen Tien also learned that the American Congress had issued a killing and arrest order against him. Definitely, these things are not worth his heart. Laura, those little ones, after seeing the changing environment around them, were amazed. There are also some little mutants who have the best relationship with Laura, and they see Laura at a glance. Happy ran over and hugged her. And when dozens of children Twitter and discuss various issues, Chen Tien contacted Ashley and asked the manager of the Super Six to arrange accommodation for the little mutants. And because, in the world of black robe pickets, mutant doesn't have to hide it. Therefore, Ashley easily arranged this group of children into a large manner. At the same time, all the identity information and enrollment procedures were also done for them. When they heard that they also had the opportunity to go to school, many little mutants had a grim expression on their faces. Before that, they didn't even think that they would actually be able to go to the school for a normal day. Definitely, the Wanda siblings, as well as Laura, did not escape the admission process. However, because these few days are just in time for the summer vacation, the children do not have to rush to school soon. And in the next few days, Chen Tien was in no hurry to go elsewhere. Fang, stay and rest all the time. From time to time, I will go to the Walt Company to pay attention to the Super Soldier No. 5 compound serum. How is it made? In addition, it is to stimulate the potential of the bloodline and enhance your strength by basking in the sun. Take the time to tease Wanda and Laura. And Wolverine Logan, except for the first day, when she was not familiar with the world of black robe pickets, still seemed a little cautious when she went out. In the days that followed, he had once again experienced the feeling that mutant would walk down the street, not only without discrimination but even adoration. Logan found that he could even display his steel claws on the street. So, after a few days, Logan was also very happy. Even rarely come back except sleep. Frequent outings for entertainment. Even made friends, and several new female friends. There is quite a bit of a restoration of the style of the past. The whole person looked a lot more energetic, completely getting rid of the feeling of an old wolf appearance before. As for Charles, he usually likes to ask people to push himself and walk through those streets with large file sizes. Enjoy a life where no one knows themselves and no one is wary of themselves. Moreover, I have to say that although Charles is older, his original elegant temperament is still difficult to hide. There are several elderly sisters who don't mind having a twilight love with him. Unfortunately, they were all rejected by Charles. The days flew by. More than a month passed day by day. Wanda and the others continued to resume the 20 days of school in a month. The Super Soldier Plus Compound 5 is also progressing rapidly, but it is not completed yet. And Chen Tien himself finally couldn't be idle and planned to go to the new universe to see. However, the universe he is going to choose this time is not the DC universe. Now with my strength, I can also try to go to other universes. Chen Tien ended the day sunbathing with a message for Logan and Charles. He walked back to his room. If you want to improve your strength rapidly, you naturally need to go to the cosmic time node when there is a big event. Chen Tien thought about it, and suddenly a few labels that he wanted to go to the universe to have next came to mind. Marvel, The Avengers, Doomsday, New York City. He thought about these few keywords. Then, with a movement of his mind, he turned on dimensional teleportation. Buzz. Next second, as Chen Tien's thoughts opened, Dow ripples began to appear in the space in front of him. Then the dimensional channel began, and Chen Tien's body disappeared in place. Arrived, Chen Tien felt that he had completed the dimensional teleportation, and he had a down-to-earth feeling, and suddenly thought. Meanwhile, before he opened his eyes, he smelled a strong smell of gunsmoke and decay, wafting towards the tip of his nose. There should be no mistake, I should have come to New York where the first level Avengers Alliance happened. Thinking, Chen Tien opened his eyes. Barren. The moment the whole city entered his eyes, his first feeling was desolation. All the buildings, although still barely preserved, do not share the breath of life. Everywhere you look at it, it's a lifeless feeling. Moreover, scrapped vehicles can be seen everywhere, as well as smashed glass, and marks on the walls due to impacts. Even, there are quite a few bones that have dried up, rolling on the ground, provoking flies. This is New York in the world of Marvel. Chen Tien flight went into midair, looked down, and determined that this place was New York. You can even see the Stark Industrial Building. However, on the streets of the entire city, in the alleys of large file sizes, and in the buildings as far as he could see, I can't see a living person. Even, you can't hear half of the sounds that are produced by humans. For a moment, Chen Tien had a feeling that although 80% of the buildings in the city are still well preserved, but it's dead. After all, cities are built by humans, and cities that lose humans naturally die. What Marvel world did I come to? Chen Tien pondered and landed in the middle of the empty Times Square. He stood in front of the huge screen that had been extinguished by the power outage, frowned, and fell into deep thought. What Marvel world am I in? Which Marvel universe is this? Chen Tien floated in the air, looking at the empty street, and couldn't help but ask such a question. At the moment, it's noon. A big day hangs high. However, even in such cases, the midday sun, shining on the empty streets, will make people feel a little less alive. Call. Suddenly, the wind blew through, bringing a whining echo in the streets and uninhabited buildings. The sound was very sharp and long, coming from every corner. It was as if the whole city was crying. Maybe you should look around. Chen Tien narrowed his eyes, and for a while, Rao couldn't find out in his memory which Marvel universe he was in. Thinking, he fell to the ground again. Trample. The soles of my feet made a soft sound on the already somewhat dry road. Chen Tien couldn't help but glance back at the Stark building that did exist in this New York. This is not the Marvel universe, but it's too weird. I can't even feel the breath of a living person, and Thanos still has half of the people left after snapping his fingers. Shaking his head, he did not continue to untangle, but the surprise in his heart was still churning uncontrollably. He began to walk along the path in front of him. Definitely ideographic period. At his apparent speed, even if he just walked, he was much faster than a high-speed car. Chen Tien just passed one road after another that was completely invisible. Strangely, there wasn't even a bird in the sky, and there were no mice or bugs on the ground. All the way, all that can be seen is the uncared for, barbarically growing roadside greenery. There are also weeds that stubbornly drill out of the cracks in the ground. Judging from the growth of those weeds, this New York should not have been abandoned for more than half a month. 673. Chen Tien silently judged in his heart. The surprise in my heart has not been eliminated to this day. I remember that before I turned on Dimensional Crossing, the label Avengers 3 should have crossed my mind. Is this New York invaded by Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf? He continued walking, looking up at the empty building in front of him, but even the rest of the city has moved to other places because the city is too badly damaged. But how can there still be maintenance workers left, right? It's not like there's no one at all. Quote, in my impression, there is no Marvel universe where everyone just abandoned New York. Chen Tien was puzzled for a while. It's between my thoughts. He found himself in front of a church-like house. Chen Tien glanced up, then prepared to leave, and did not intend to go in to take a look. Right at this moment, boom, behind the gate of this building, there was a sudden sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Definitely ideographic period. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is, there is an extra person out of thin air. Through his extraordinary five senses, Chen Tien heard the breathing and heartbeat of people in the church building in front of him through the door. His eyes lit up, and he finally let himself find a little different. Thinking, Chen Tien pushed open the door in front of him without hesitation. Anyway, with divine speed power and dimensional teleportation, if you encounter an existence that can't be beaten, you can run away directly. Moreover, he felt that the people in the room did not seem to be strong in combat. Squeak. Chen Tien pushed open the door. I saw that on the wooden stairs in the building, something had already smashed a big hole. At the same time, there is a man with curly hair, from which a head is poked out. Hello, do you have any extra clothes there to borrow me? When the man saw Chen Tien's appearance, he revealed a somewhat strange-looking smile. Chen Tien saw the man's face and paused. Isn't this Dr. Bruce Banner of the Hulk? It seems that he came to the Marvel Universe. Thinking. Chen Tien turned on supervision. Then close it quickly. On the wooden staircase, Banner, who smashed a big hole, was undressed. Meantime, Chen Tien's heart began to come to his senses, and he vaguely guessed which Marvel universe this was. Then, Banner's expression in the opposite staircase suddenly became very serious. Thanos is going to invade Earth, I need to quickly inform the Avengers. It's clear, Banner didn't know that New York outside had become an empty dead city. It's certain, Chen Tien thought silently, Only Banner appeared in the entire New York City, and the others were nowhere to be seen. It seems that this world is the zombie universe in Marvel, what if? Except for a very few, everyone else, including the rest of Avengers, turned into zombies. It's just Bruce who was teleported back. Banner, it's not clear what the situation is now. Wait a minute, Chen Tien thought for a while, did not directly tell the other party the truth. This kind of thing only needs Banner himself to enter New York City to take a look. To say it in advance now is nothing more than a waste of saliva. Thinking, Chen Tien quickly found a set of clothes for the other party. Thank you so much. Banner took the clothes handed by Chen Tien and looked grateful. After quickly changing his clothes, he climbed out of the large hole in the stairs. I'm going to find the other Avengers now, thank you again for your help. Banner smiled and nodded to Chen Tien. Then he walked out the door. Let's go together, I also have something to do with the Avengers. Chen Tien smiled and walked out with him. Then, what's going on in New York? Why is there not half a ghost? Banner looked at the empty street outside. There was not the slightest bit of people, and his face was full of disbelief. Could it be that Thanos already snapped his fingers when I was there? Isn't he still short of a mind gem? Chen Tien was not surprised that he would react like this. In fact, when he didn't think that this was the world of Marvel, what if, he was no less surprised than Banner. Perhaps, something worse may have happened here. Immediately, he said from the side. The voice just fell. A white pillar of light shot into the sky. One after another, strong air currents and aftermath spread out where the pillar of light fell, setting off gusts of wind and waves. Then, I saw that inside the white pillar of light, two figures slowly emerged. Both figures are in human form. It's just that one of them has gray-white skin and hair, no nose on his face, and his blue robe looks like a king. Standing there, it gives a feeling of elegance and calmness. The other person was 2 meters tall, under the dark red skin, his muscles were like a rock, like a knot of tree roots, and he held a giant axe in his hand. Even doing nothing exudes a terrifying sense of oppression. These two figures can tell at a glance that they are not human beings on the earth. These two guys are Thanos men. The moment Banner saw these two figures appear, the expression on his face was stunned, and his brows slowly wrinkled. Why did you come to chase to Earth so quickly? Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf. Chen Tien also recognized the identities of the two visitors. Stop struggling in vain. Ebony Maw, dressed like a Confucian sorcerer, slowly spoke. Black Dwarf, who was like an iron tower next to him, was even lazier to say anything, snorted coldly, and brandished his battle axe and prepared to step forward. Backwards, Banner looked at the two guys who appeared in front of him. His expression was immediately serious, and he reached out to let Chen Tien back off. Then he took a step forward, clenched his hands into fists, and clenched his teeth. Banner is ready to transform into Hulk. Ah! He hissed. The muscles around the body instantly inflated like a balloon, the skin quickly turned green, and the long face quickly became vicious. No, however, just when Banner is about to complete the tipping point of the transition with Hulk, the consciousness that belonged to Hulk suddenly roared with intention. Immediately, Banner had just swelled to half his size, and instantly shrunk back again. Hulk, you come out. Banner looked down at his fist. His face was dazed, he deliberately failed to transform. Chen Tien, behind him, knew the truth of the matter. Banner belongs to the personality of Hulk, and after going through a series of things, he feels that he is a monster who does not fit in with everyone else. Therefore, after returning to Earth, he is unwilling to continue to show his true body. Refuse to let Banner transform. Hulk, come out. Banner looked at Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, who were getting closer and closer to them, and was so anxious that they almost cried. As a result, no matter how he called and tried to be angry, none of the Hulk personalities in the body intend to respond to him. Airplanes. Right at this moment, Ebony Maw, who has no nose and gray skin on the opposite side, stretched out his hand towards the abandoned car on the side. Immediately, there seemed to be an extra big invisible hand in the air, holding up the car and preparing to smash it towards Banner and Chen Tien. There is no need for you to resist fearlessly, and if you are enemies of Lord Thanos, the end is death. Ebony Maw spoke unhurriedly. The words fell. Rumble. Two red beams of light wrapped in majestic power and endless high temperature instantly blasted through the air, dyeing the surrounding space within more than 10 meters red. Ebony Maw didn't even have time to react. I only felt that the world in front of me suddenly turned red, and a terrifying high temperature instantly paved out. The next moment, its slender torso and head were directly wrapped in majestic red energy, and instantly turned into flying ash. Poof! Only 2 scorched thighs remained at the break, which fell to the ground. Ebony Maw ideographic period. Die. Oh my god! Banner exclaimed and turned his head to look at Chen Tien's slowly convergent red eyes, his pupils convulsed, and he was surprised. He didn't expect that this oriental boy in front of him would actually have such a terrifying method. It's amazing. The other side. Fact. What did you do? Black Dwarf, who is Ebony Maw's companion, watched his companion's tragic death, and was suddenly shocked and angry. His eyes stared at Chen Tien, and he roared. As soon as the words fell, all the knotted muscles on his body tensed, and a terrifying sense of strength erupted. Immediately wielding the giant axe, he was ready to rush towards Chen Tien. Next second, phew! Exclamation mark! Chen Tien's figure actually flashed directly in front of Black Dwarf. How so? The latter saw the boy who suddenly flashed in front of him, and his eyes were shocked, because he was fast. How fast can anyone be? Chen Tien didn't care about the questions in the other party's heart, and threw out his fist directly. Rumble. A white jade-like fist, passing through several sound barriers, the wolf was on Black Dwarf's chest. The latter's chest collapsed directly inward, creating a huge crater. Meanwhile, behind the Black Dwarf, a high bulge first bulged, and then the bulge exploded directly. On his back, spawned another huge amount of bloody hole. Countless scarlet blood with hot air, mixed with bones and visceral fragments, sprayed out from the big hole. But in an instant, the ground tens of meters behind him was coated with a layer of viscous liquid mixed with flesh. Black Dwarf's eyes bulged, his pupils stained with dense bloodshots, and his expression was extremely hideous. He opened his mouth to say something. In the next second, blood flowed out from the 7 tips, and the entire huge body went straight forward and smashed the ground. The body quickly cooled and had lost its vitality. Oh my god! Bruce. Banner watched this scene and was directly speechless. In just 2 seconds, the 2 strong men under Thanos were easily killed by the teenager in front of him. If Banner hadn't known the strength of Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, just watching the scene just now, he would even think that these 2 were just 2 miscellaneous fish. But he knew in his heart that it was not these 2 guys who were weak. It's that Chen Tien is too strong. The 2 subordinates who were so strong that Thanos was most proud were completely worthless in front of him. Who the hell are you? Bruce. It took Banner a long time to control the shock in his heart before he took a deep breath and asked Chen Tien. You can call me Chen. Chen Tien took in the other party's reaction, raised his eyebrows, and laughed softly. Meanwhile, in his mind, the ability copy prompt that had just sounded echoed. Combat detected, rewarded, Ebony Maw. Battle detected, rewarded, super strength Black Dwarf. And Chen Tien also felt his strength increase again. At the same time, there is an additional mind control ability, which can control objects in the air like Ebony Maw. It's a bit of a gain. He thought silently. The other side. Bruce. After hearing Chen Tien's words, Banner reacted, and the latter was reluctant to say more. Since this is the case, although he is still curious in his heart, out of politeness, he did not continue to ask. At least it is certain that the Oriental boy with a mysterious origin in front of him is not the people on Thanos' side. According to the current situation, as long as they are not Thanos people, they can be counted as comrades in arms in a short period of time. The thoughts go on here. Bruce. Banner set his eyes back on the empty streets around him. I don't know what happened, where did the people go? He couldn't help but complain. And yet, right then, not far from Chen Tien and him, several circles of golden arbitrary doors suddenly appeared out of thin air, and golden stars splashed everywhere. The next moment, a golden red steel figure stumbled out of it, shaking with every step, as if it might fall at any time. Tony, what happened in the city again? Where did everyone else go? Bruce. The moment Banner saw the other party, he recognized the identity of the figure. It's Iron Man Tony. Stark ideographic period. He immediately stepped forward eager to hold the other party, and at the same time had a stomach full of doubts to seek answers. For your own good, I advise you not to go over, he is very wrong now. At this time, Chen Tien beside him spoke in a deep voice, and reached out to pull him. Bruce Banner felt the power coming from the young man's hand, and couldn't help but look back at Chen Tien in confusion. Roar. Next second, Tony, who kept his head down, Stark, a weird low roar suddenly came out of his throat. Bruce Banner heard the sound, and when he turned his head again, the other party just raised his head. He couldn't help but curse, his brows furrowed and his face changed slightly. Meet Tony on the other side. Stark's face turned out to be completely rotten. His gray muscles were exposed, and there was even an eyeball that rolled down from his eye socket as he looked up. And at the same time, behind him, there are two figures, the same strange Doctor Strange and Wong. Roar. Tony in a golden red battle suit. Stark staggered his head, revealing his rotten and gray face in the sunlight, and an eyeball rolled out of his socket, which he picked up and put back on. A low roar came out of his throat, hungry. Tony, how did you become liquid? Bruce Banner looked at the other party's terrifying look, and his heart was shocked and trembling, far from expecting that he was just going to a Tangled, and his familiar friend changed his appearance. This is indeed the lost universe in Marvel. What if everyone became zombies left with only hunger? Chen Tien had already prepared to see the other party like this, but there were not many surprises. These guys have also maintained a certain sanity after becoming lost, and the most important thing is that ability will continue to be retained. Quote, I can still continue to replicate ability on them, that's the most important thing. No matter what this Marvel universe becomes, as long as he can copy ability, this trip will not be for nothing. Besides, in fact, there are many benefits in this seemingly unbearable universe. For example, the world has lost Wanda, and Chen Tien can draw chaos from her. Without waiting for me to grow up, Wanda, who has become a zombie in this universe, already has enough powerful origin magic power. Moreover, if it is in the future, the little Wanda will also awakening origin magic power. For Tien, you can get double the ability house plus. Moreover, there is still vision in this universe, and I will not directly poach the mind gem of Vision Brain Gate without sword intent at that time. As Chen Tien's thoughts progressed, he became more and more looking forward to the gains he could gain from this journey. Now he is still not strong enough, even if he is only confined to the Earth stage, it is not enough. Unless you are willing to hide forever in a small world like the Black Robe Pickets and become a soil emperor. However, since we have crossed a situation and have the ability to copy the ability, how can we be willing to settle for the status quo? Just as Chen Tien was in thought. Roar. Food. Tony, who has become lost, behind Stark, within any door circle, two figures walked out again. It was also the zombie Doctor Strange, and the Magician King. They stared at Chen Tien and Bruce, who had not yet been infected. Banner, eye glowing green, as if seeing the most delicious food in the world. After being infected with the zombie virus, although you can maintain a certain sanity, you will basically be overwhelmed by absolute hunger. Only when you are full can you reluctantly think. Moreover, even if you eat enough, you will quickly recover from hunger. Bruce Banner was immediately shocked when he felt the other party's surging desire coming to him. Oh my god, Chen, you hurry up and solve them. Quote, now that Hulk doesn't want to come out, it's up to you. He turned his head to Chen Tien beside him, and he was so nervous. Even if the other side is a few former partners, but now that they have become like this, it is not time to show mercy. Chen Tien heard his shout, came back to his senses, and looked at the zombies on the opposite side. Right at this moment, a golden circle suddenly appeared out of thin air behind him, and on the opposite side was King Wong, who had turned into a zombie and had a gray face and a hideous face. Food. King Magician completely lost his mind at this moment, his behavior was dominated by hunger, and he stretched out his hand towards the young man in front of him with a low roar. Battle detected, rewarded, King of Dimensions. Chen Tien, who was close to him, immediately sounded the prompt sound of copying ability. Received, thank you. Chen Tien listened to the prompt, a smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth, and then he stretched out his hand and directly clasped the other party's head. Pull the king's head out of the circle portal. At the same time, He activated the dimensional gate ability he had just obtained to cancel out the dimensional gate started by the Magician King. The golden dimensional door quickly closed. Roar! The king, whose head was held, struggled hard, but how could his strength be comparable to Chen Tien? Although the whole body is burly 2 times more than the average person, it still can't move. I could only watch as the golden aperture shrank rapidly, and then directly cut off his head from his body. Poof! Wong stayed in Tony. The body behind Stark fell with a thump. And Chen Tien, who was dozens of meters away, also casually threw Wang's head away. I'll free you, no thanks. He laughed. Chen Tien then set his sights on the loss of Tony Stark and Doctor Strange. Next, it's your turn. Quote. However, not waiting for him to be out of the ordinary. Buzz. In the air, the sound of dense insects flapping their wings suddenly sounded. In the next instant, a thick black fog turned the zombie Tony Stark and Doctor Strange engulf. The latter's body quickly began to dissolve, and holes appeared on the gray skin, expanding, and the muscles inside were also rapidly dissolving. If you look closely, you will find that the black fog is actually an endless number of flying insects. The muscles that disappeared on Doctor Strange's body were completely eaten by those flying insects. Roar! Before dying, the zombie Doctor Strange let out a roar of incompetent rage, and finally the entire body fell to the ground with only one skeleton. Roar! It's just because of the loss of Tony Stark was protected by battlesuits and didn't take much damage. Just as it raised its hand, ready to blast those flying insects with an energy cannon. Among the thousands of mosquitoes, a figure suddenly became larger, and with a wave of the blue laser flashing in his hand, he cut off the zombie Tony Stark's head. At that time, a woman in a black uniform with a sturdy figure and wasp wings behind her. Queen's Bee Girl. Chen Tien recognized the identity of the other party. I'm Bruce S. Banner, thanks, don't know your name yet. Bruce S. Banner saw that he had become a zombie's partner, and after being successfully solved, his heart was relaxed and complicated at the same time. Then he set his eyes on the Queen Bee Girl he saw for the first time, and after looking at it for a while to make sure that the other party was not lost, he opened his mouth to ask her identity. The Queen Bee Girl ignored Bruce S. Banner asked, and set his eyes on Chen Fu. She squinted slightly. Intuition told the Queen Bee Girl that this guy was strange. After all, the latter showed a surprisingly calm when facing those zombies, and seemed not surprised by what happened at the moment. However, the number of people who have not been infected has been extremely rare so far, and the only enemy is those zombies. No matter what identity the teenager in front of him is, there is nothing to suspect. Let's go, this is not the place to talk, those zombies will soon rush out after smelling the smell of living people. Let's get out of this place first. Thinking about it, the Queen Bee Girl said to Chen Tien and the two. I guess I'm still not with you. Bruce S. Banner wanted to refuse. After all, the current situation was too weird to determine where the other party came from, and he couldn't figure it out. However, the words did not fall. A figure rushed down in the sky and took him directly. Quote. Before Chen Tien looked up, he listened to Bruce Tien. Banner let out a roar of panic. Looking again, it was Spider-Man Peter who took him. Parker ideographic period. Combat detected. Rewarded. Spider-Man. The prompt to copy ability immediately sounded in his head. Meanwhile, Chen Tien felt that his ability to sense the environment and crisis had improved a lot. Let's go. The Queen Bee Girl on the opposite side took out a communicator and pressed it, and then 2 flying ants were enlarged to the vehicle's file size. She then waved her hand at Chen Tien, signaling him to ride up. Thank you for your kindness, but no thanks. Chen Tien smiled and shook his head. Immediately, the whole person floated from the spot, snorted, and followed little Spider-Man and Dr. Banner, who were swinging in front of him with cobweb. This person is really not simple. In addition to his strong strength, he can actually be able to fly on his own. The Queen Bee Girl stood in place, staring blankly at Chen Tien's back, shocked. Then, I couldn't help but worry in my heart. Just now, the Queen Bee Girl has seen the strength shown by Chen Tien through monitoring, which is outrageously powerful. Now add a flight ability. If Chen Tien accidentally turns into a zombie, it is definitely the greatest danger to them. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope this person doesn't get infected with the virus. The Queen Bee Girl thought, sighed deeply, and in thought, she had already flapped the wasp wings behind her and followed everyone. Several people walked all the way through the high-rise buildings in New York. Soon arrived at the destination. Spider-Man used his own cobwebs to suspend a train in midair, a temporary base. In this way, away from the ground, you can avoid zombies. It looks a little like a spider's nest. Chen Tien glanced at the high-rise buildings, which were fixed in the mid-empty train car by the cobweb-like dense cobweb. Muttered a sigh. Then, he followed a few people into it. It's arguably the safest place in New York. Spider-Man Peter Parker takes off his hood and turns Bruce Banner and Chen Wei introduced. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors also appeared in the train car. They are Iron Man's butler Harpy, Sharon Agent, Kurt, Winter Soldier, and Wakanda's Ochi. These people can also be regarded as the second echelon among the Avengers. Welcome back, the fleshy Harpy greeted with a smile, but because Iron Man became a mourner. No matter how you look at it, his expression is a little bit of a forced smile. The others also nodded in greeting. Little Spider-Man, after greeting them, he said, "Guys, I brought Dr. Banner back. Peter, now you can tell me how these zombies came about, right?" Bruce on the side Banner finally couldn't help the doubts in his heart and asked. Peter Parker heard this and gave the other party a video. This one he had recorded in advance before this, in case other unsuspecting people returned to Earth without knowing what happened. Bruce S. After watching the video, Banner learned. The virus that plunged almost the entire city of New York into a zombie frenzy came from Dr. Pym's lab. At that time, he wanted to use the shrinking technology to try to go to quantum space and save his wife who was lost in it. Unexpectedly, his wife was infected with a virus that would bite people madly in quantum space, that is, zombie disease. Poison. And this virus is very contagious. When she was found by Dr. Pym, she immediately infected her husband, and then gnawed Ant-Man's body clean. Subsequently, Dr. Pym and his wife, shrunk to the size of a mosquito file, easily infected the Avengers into a loss. Soon, the entire zombie tide has swept through New York City, and it is still spreading constantly. In just 24 hours, the entire Northwest was infected. How could something so outrageous happen? Bruce S. When Banner learned what happened, he opened his mouth wide and was speechless. How come Thanos hasn't come to grab the mind gem, and the Earth has become this ghost because of itself? Then, the expression on his face became more and more frightened. In this case, what can we do next? Can't you just sit back and watch more and more people on the Earth become zombies, right? Peter, when Parker heard this, he took a deep breath. We definitely won't just stay here and wait for death, otherwise, we won't have to go to great lengths to be rescued by you, Mr. Banner. The Queen Bee girl also walked over at this time, her face solemn. Next, we are preparing to go to a base where the antidote to the zombie virus is being developed. Quote, there is a man there, who is calling people who have ability in the whole world, and wants to work together to create the antidote and save the world. Bruce S. When Banner heard that there was still this kind of thing, he couldn't help but light up his eyes. After all, when he transformed, he was Hulk, the Hulk with an IQ like a child and conquering everything by violence. In an ordinary state, Banner is a scientific researcher with extraordinary intelligence. Knowing that someone was going to gather a joint effort to study the antidote to the zombie virus, he naturally felt that he had found hope. If I'm not mistaken, the person who sent out the summons should be Vision. Chen Tien, who listened silently on the side, did not speak and laughed softly. Others may not understand, but he was clear. Vision conveners did not come to the past to study any antidote, or rather, not to have that ability. If Chen Tien remembers correctly, everyone in this universe can be said to have turned into zombies in the end, and no one has been spared. And Vision now conjures people to the past, just to feed Wanda, who has been infected with zombies. He could not bear to look at his lover and was tormented by hunger. But Chen Tien didn't tell the truth. After all, he was still very interested in Vision's mind gem and Wanda's origin magic power. Moreover, with his current strength, it is not an easy thing, and there is no need to worry about any accidents. Moreover, now basically all people have become zombies, and there is no need to keep their hands. Then, little Spider-Man noticed Chen Tien, who had been silent. I don't know who this friend is. He showed the kind smile of the big boy next door. my name is Peter Parker, you can also call me Spider-Man. Bruce S. Banner said on the side. His name is Chen, his strength is very strong, and he saved me just now. After that, he looked at Chen Tien. Chen, I don't know if you want to go with us to find the person who studies drunken drugs. Between words, the eyes of the royal bee girl on the side showed an expectant look. After all, Chen Tien's strength, she had seen it with her own eyes. Moreover, this mysterious teenager also has the ability of flight, which can also play a great role in this environment full of zombies on the ground. Meantime, if she can act together, she can also keep an eye on each other at any time in case the teenager is accidentally infected into a zombie. Definitely, what the queen bee girl did not expect was that with Chen Tien's current defensive power, even if she stood and let those zombies bite, she would not be able to pierce his skin at all, let alone infect him. After hearing Little Spider-Man's invitation, Chen Tien asked, I don't have any problems, how are you going to get there? We can go by train. Little Spider-Man immediately replied. This will avoid the harassment of many zombies and avoid a lot of trouble. After Chen Tien got such an answer, he firmly said, in this case, you can't pass. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at him with doubtful eyes. Chen, although everyone just said that you have strong strength, we have so many people now. Relying on the train is already the best way we can think of. Little Spider-Man Peter. After hearing Chen Tien's words, Parker couldn't help but start refuting, and now, there are so many people outside, they have turned into zombies. We can't think of a better way to get to our destination. He is a famous talker, and when he comes up, he speaks like a bamboo tube pouring beans, and he can't stop at all. A lot was said in one breath. As for the others, the expressions on their faces also looked ugly. After all, Chen Tien's meaning is that the method they chose is not reliable at all. Chen, don't say such demoralizing things casually. Dr. Banner sighed and slowly spoke. After all, in the doomsday environment, it is not easy to be at home. To think of such a way to go is really the best choice among all difficulties. After watching the video Little Spider-Man shot him, he already understood the whole situation in New York. The sensitive and kind-hearted Banner just came here, noticed the surviving people, and the expressions on their faces were not relaxed. I think it's all because of the sudden outbreak of the zombie tide, and I am depressed. In this situation, everyone has a backlog of stress in their psyche. All the negativity and dissatisfaction may be magnified into the last straw that overwhelms the camel. Thereupon, when Chen Tien said that he was not optimistic about going to his destination by train, Banner noticed the already ugly expressions of the others and suddenly became even more ugly. That's why he chose to mediate out loud. When Chen Tien heard this, he shook his head with a smile. In fact, knowing the plot, he knows that on the way to the past, a few of the surviving people will have accidents, so he will say so. It's kind of a kind reminder. Definitely, the people who didn't know the situation just thought that Chen Tien was pouring cold water, causing the situation at the scene to become like this. The wasp girl squinted and carefully looked at Chen Tien, feeling that this person must not be simple. Moreover, he did not seem eager after rejecting the plan to take the train. So, Chen, since you think the plan we chose before is not feasible, is there a better path for you? Thinking about it, she immediately asked. I do have a better option for the past and I can make sure there are no surprises in between. Chen Tien said with a smile after hearing the other party's question. Little Spider-Man on the side suddenly became energetic when he heard this. Chen, since you have a better path, you should have said it earlier. I have said that the current situation is very difficult, and all of us who remain should have one heart. However, by this time, you are still hiding it, and I have to wait for you to ask. Another string of witty words, and at the same time the dissatisfaction in the words overflowed into words. Chen Tien looked at the other party's excited look, and his mouth seemed to not stop at all, and he was a little speechless. This little Spider-Man can really nag. The other side. So what are you talking about as a better option? Can it really guarantee a safe arrival for all of us? After hearing Chen Tien's answer, the wasp girl's eyes immediately lit up. This person really has a way. At the same time, I also maintain a certain doubt. What is the way to ensure that there will be no accidents on the road in the past? You know, the zombies outside now can be described as overwhelming. No matter who it is impossible to be sure that it will be able to go on the road without any mistakes. It's simple. Chen Tien looked at the big eyes full of question marks of the wasp girl and said with a smile, "It can be said that it is completely easy, and getting everyone to their destination is only a matter of 10 thoughts for me." This statement came out. Harpy and the others, who had been in a bad mood because Chen Tien had ruined the atmosphere before, frowned even more for a while. They didn't know how difficult it would be to pass through a city full of zombies. In a situation like this, it is necessary to take so many people out with you. No matter who says it is easy, it is inevitable that there will be suspicion of exaggeration, let alone in the mouth of an Oriental teenager who looks no more than a teenager. Moreover, what is even worse is that he actually said that this matter is not only simple, but also a matter of thought. Who do you think you are? The gods of creation, Chen. When Dr. Banner heard Chen Tien's words, his face also looked a little tangled. He was grateful to the latter for helping him before, and he also knew that Chen Tien was very strong. But I still feel that the other party's words are a little exaggerated. It seems that although Chen is strong, he is still too young in the end, because of over-submission. Just refuted, so now want to prove yourself. Hiss. Brother, willing to believe, as a normal person, you should also understand how incredible what you just said is. Quote. Little Spider-Man reacted even more violently when he heard this. However, there is no point in blindly refuting you verbally. If you have this ability, it will directly prove to us. The Wasp hears Peter Parker's words were followed by a nod of his head. With a smile in the corner of his eyes, Chen Tien looked at the faces of everyone in front of him. From the expression, it is clear that he does not believe his words. Watch it. He also felt that it was useless to talk more, and it was best to show it directly. This statement came out. The others in the train immediately gave him an empty spot. Chen Tien stood over, slowly raised both hands, clasped his thumb, ring finger and little finger, one palm did not move forward, and the other hand drew a circle. Next second, under the gaze of everyone, in the air in front of Chen Tien, golden rays of light suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, those golden rays formed a circle and slowly expanded. A dimensional gate was constructed by Chen Tien. Definitely, he has a more convenient way, dimensional teleportation. However, even if they all obtained this ability, Chen Tien still wanted to give it a try. This is, when Dr. Banner saw the golden circle, he thought of the teleportation spell used by King Magician before. It's just that the words haven't been spoken. Phew. The golden circle in front of Chen Tien suddenly expanded to 2 meters in diameter, and countless golden points of light sputtered around it. This is teleportation magic. Peter Parker looked inside the golden circle, revealing the fenced camp, and couldn't help but exclaim. This is exactly the destination that was not a short distance away from them. When they planned to take the train before, they were worried that there would be any accidents during the long journey. And now, through the golden circle, the destination is no more than a step away from them. Just step over and you'll be there. As for the others, Harpy, Winter Soldier and others who had questioned Chen Tien before, they immediately closed their mouths after seeing this scene. Feeling hot on the face, I hit a berry. The Wasp girl was also surprised. Although she thought that Chen Tien must have a secret that was not simple, she did not expect that the other party would be able to master such magic. Chen, isn't this the ability used by the magic magician who was with Tony before? Dr. Banner also came to his senses at this time. I have a little ability for magic. Chen Tien looked back and smiled. In fact, he was also a little surprised after successfully using the teleportation dimension magic. After all, most Kamartage, except for Sorcerer Supreme, need Sling Ring to help them gather magical energy in order to open the dimensional door. So, just now, Chen Tien was just holding a mentality of giving it a try, and he really couldn't use dimensional teleportation anymore. The result was beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, even without Sling Ring, it would have been successful in one time. It seems that the magic ability contained in the new bloodline in his body is really not covered. The other side, Spider-Man Peter Parker, looking at Chen Tien, scratched his head a little embarrassed. Chen, I'm sorry, I blamed you just now. You are actually a magician who can cast such powerful magic. Saying that, his eyes flickered to look at the dimensional gate in front of him. This is really incredible. Such a far place. After casting magic, you only need to take one step to reach it. As he spoke, he had already felt the wind blowing out from within the dimensional gate. Little Spider-Man could be sure that it wasn't New York air. If I can I learn magic with you afterwards? I think this thing is really cool. My words are fine in big cities, but as long as you get to an open space, you can't go through cobweb high-speed movement anymore. He looked at Chen Tien with some expectation. Marvel at Chen Tien's magic. There were other people who were also shocked by Chen Tien's performance. Then, let's go first, and the rest will wait until all this is over. We can't afford too much waste in our time now. Chen Tien smiled, and then took the lead through the dimensional gate and walked to the opposite side. He kind of can't wait to get Wanda's origin magic power. There's also the mind gem embedded in Vision's forehead. This gemstone not only has powerful energy, but more importantly, as long as Chen Tien brings mind gem back, it can help the little Wanda, awakening origin magic power at home. He could see that after experiencing such a thing, Wanda, who was small and big, actually longed for strength in his heart. If you can make the other party awakening chaos force, the little girl will be happy, and Chen Tien can copy it, the best of both worlds. Go fast, go fast. Little Spider-Man watched Chen Tien walk towards the dimensional gate, and couldn't help but follow. Seeing this, the others did not dare to slacken, and walked into the dimensional gate one after another. Feeling that with only one step, the whole person has come thousands of miles away, and everyone is amazed. At the same time, looking at Chen Tien's gaze, it was also more complicated. There was surprise, there was admiration, he had curiosity. Who the hell is he, to be able to be so young, but with such strength? However, what everyone doesn't know is, as they pass through the dimensional gate, in the deep space, there is a figure that no one can see, watching everything below. Through the deep space of shattered glass, the man looked down on this reality in such a condescending manner. He is the observer. The strength is beyond imagination, not to mention Chen Tien, even a more powerful existence in the universe. In his eyes, there is no difference from ants. This man, it doesn't seem to be what should be in this universe. Single quote. The observer's face was indifferent, and his gaze was fixed on Chen Tien. Chen Tien, who uses his mental ability and spider ability, does not respond to this. No way. The observer is already an extremely high-dimensional existence, and it is not at all accessible to Chen Tien now. And, on his body, it seems that there is an aura very similar to the incredible person, and all the universes are about to face the birth of a monster. The observer who noticed this seemed to have a calm tone, and finally a little fluctuation appeared. However, this universe has not shown signs of collapse because of his appearance. He then muttered. Definitely ideographic period. Even if this universe really collapsed because of Chen Tien, observation will not be a shot either. Races of observers appeared at the time of the formation of the universe, so they also possess a technological level hundreds of millions of years ahead of other life in the universe. People of this race believe that their knowledge and power belong to the universe. So they came to a planet to help the evolution and development of a new people there. However, the indigenous races on that planet have accelerated their corruption due to scientific and technological progress. Finally destroyed his own planet. After this incident, the observers decided that they would no longer participate in the events of any living beings in the universe. It will only be witnessed as a bystander, and this is the observer's lifelong commitment. Therefore, even if Chen Tien's appearance is noticed by observers of this universe, if nothing else, the latter will not make any decisions about him. The observer, as the name suggests, is simply responsible for observing everything. Meanwhile, Chen Tien, along with all those who survived the loss frenzy, had made their way through the dimensional gate to the camp on the other side of the portal. Such an experience. It's incredible. Sharon Agent has long blonde hair and a tight black agent shirt, which outlines her tall and hot body. She looked at Chen Tien and looked back at the slowly closing portal behind her, her eyes full of surprise. Magician. The wasp girl squinted and looked at Chen Tien, feeling more and more that this teenager was incomprehensible. As for the others, they are also amazed. Little Spider-Man jumped up and down with excitement and surrounded Chen Tien, wanting the latter to teach him magic after agreeing. Right at this moment, Banner couldn't help but look at his surroundings. This camp is surrounded by a fence, Jiao Jiao Jiao, and those zombies should not be able to enter. He muttered, this is also the place where we have developed a cure for all the antidotes. In the midst of emotion, Dr. Banner's gaze kept watching along the surrounding fence. There's a gap in the fence here, he suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. A lot of zombies. Little Spider-Man also instantly became serious, his tone was solemn, and his entire body tensed. However, he found that there were countless zombies standing outside the fence, and even there was a big gap in the fence. But those zombies all stood quietly in place, even if they saw them appear. All the zombies had a lot of saliva coming out of their mouths, but they still didn't move. What's going on? Curious little Spider-Man. Could it be Necromancer Chen? Banner relaxed and teased. You two, be quiet first, this place is too weird. The Wasp remained tense. Then, a red figure slowly emerged from a distance. It's still normal vision, the initiator who convenes the caller, shouldn't it be you? Banner recognized the other party at a glance. Immediately, he quickly walked up and said hello to the other party. Seeing this, the rest of the people also walked over. I didn't expect to see so many old friends. Vision also smiled and fell in front of everyone and said hello. Later, he said, because I am a robot, these zombies have no desire for me to eat. As for now, the zombies outside the fence have been shocked by my use of the power of Mind Gem. Everyone suddenly realized after listening to it. No wonder those zombies just stood outside. Then, Vision noticed Chen Tien, who was standing behind everyone, and his red brows couldn't help but frown slightly. With Mind Gem as his energy supply, he always felt that this strange oriental teenager was looking at himself. Strong. With some strange desire. This person is very strange, he can't see through the other party's mind. The moment Vision saw Chen Tien, he had such a question in his heart. Looking at the latter, there was a slight doubt in his gaze. Vision, since you are the one who discovered the antidote to the zombie virus. Then, Winter Soldier came up a little impatiently, then tell the old things, let's put it aside, let's go and see what results you have researched now. Vision, we came here precisely because we learned that there is an antidote to the virus. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker also came up, looking a little eager. Now more and more people are beginning to become zombies. If they can't be dealt with in time, then the consequences are unimaginable. Quote. His statement was in keeping with his usual style, which was that of being numerous and dense. As for the others, when they heard that the topic was going on here, there was also an expectant expression under their eyes. In this situation, there is nothing more interesting than an antidote that can solve the zombie crisis. As the antidote I researched. Vision heard the words of several people on the other side, and then felt their gaze, but for a while he seemed a little hesitant. At the moment, the time is approaching dusk. At the junction of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun has begun to gradually dim at this time. The layers of zombies outside the camp fence cast a thick black shadow on the ground, and the sun road extended to everyone's feet. Well, this matter is really important, let's go first. A smile suddenly appeared on Vision's face, and then he took a step and walked towards the buildings in the camp with little Spider-Man and the others. And Chen Tien and many people behind. The eyes have been on Vision's gemstone. However, he is not in a hurry to grab it. After all, it will be up to the other party to lure out the zombie Wanda. Between thoughts, the group had already walked into the entire camp building. As you can see, this is a laboratory, as Vision said, with all kinds of sophisticated instruments and computers. Meanwhile, Bruce S. Banner couldn't help but ask Vision, Vision, how did you manage to keep so many zombies outside the camp in place? When Vision heard this, he smiled. Actually, after my research, I found that all zombie mind fluctuations are actually regular. And the mind gem that I have, just happens to be the course to control them, theoretically. That's when Vision's words come to this. Bruce on the side. When Banner heard this, an excited expression immediately appeared. Theoretically, as long as you can amplify this heart-spirit fluctuation and spread it around the world, you can control all the zombies. Quote. That's right, I actually think the same as you. Vision echoed Dr. Banner's words, and finally walked to the console and clicked on the screen in front of him. It began to show that he had collected all the research results and data he had collected during this time. As a matter of fact, Dr. Banner and Little Spider-Man are both academic-oriented researchers, and they immediately showed excited expressions and carefully examined the materials that appeared on the screen. The other side. The Wasp Girl listened to the conversation of several people, but her face couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Then why not do it now? Expand the mind fluctuations around the world, and let all the zombies be controlled. She couldn't help but ask. Can't do it. However, after hearing the other party's words, Vision shook his head gently. With the technology that exists on Earth now, it is impossible to do such a thing. Quote. But Vision has made other attempts, and that is that he began to try to restore the human being who turned into a zombie through the mind gem. At this moment, a man's voice thought. So did he succeed? Bruce S. When Banner heard this, the expression on his face couldn't help but start to get excited. He didn't notice that this man's voice did not actually belong to anyone present. As for the others, the performance is similar to Banner. After all, Vision said that he could control the heartbeat of zombies through the ability of Mind Gem, which had made them excited enough. Unexpectedly, now it is actually possible to transform those who become zombies back into humans. Only the Wasp Girl had a surprised look on her face when she heard the man's voice. Did he succeed? And the owner of the man's voice, hearing Banner's question, immediately replied, then you are optimistic about yourself. When everyone doesn't understand what the other person means. The voice continued, oh, I need someone to turn a chair for me. It was at this time that those present discovered that the man's voice actually came from the chair in front of them. Vision sighed and reached out to turn the chair beside him. My experiment of transforming zombies back into humans cannot be said to be a complete failure, at least a part. As he spoke, the chair had been turned around completely. And above, it's Ant-Man Scott Long, BFED, of heads. Hey Janet, when your parents threw themselves at me, I thought I would never see you again. Ant-Man's remaining human head was stored in a semicircular glass jar, and his eyebrows fluttered, but after I was eaten by them, my remaining head was preserved because it became a zombie. Quote. Later, Vision restored me back to humanity through his ability, so the situation became what it is now. Saying that, Ant-Man's head looked at those who looked at him, all with a somewhat surprised expression, and then said, I know, I lost a lot of weight and lost a lot of weight, but I'm fine now. Scott. The Wasp Girl stepped up with a trembling voice and picked up Ant-Man's remaining head. I thought I would lose you forever, but I didn't expect that I could have your head again now. Quote. Honey, we're at least alive, aren't we? Ant-Man's head said lightly. The reunion of the two of you is touching, but I think we have more important things to discuss now. Then, Okai from Wakanda interrupted the two, and then looked at Vision. You just need the technology to spread the mind fluctuations to the entire Earth, and we in Wakanda can do it. Thanks to the blessing of our protective shield, it is now the last pure land on Earth. After hearing the other party's words, Vision was stunned for a moment. No, you are not the last survivors. Are you saying there are other survivors? When the Winter Soldier on the side heard Vision's words, he immediately narrowed his eyes, and some doubts arose in his heart. Since Vision says there are other survivors, why is it empty except for his and Ant-Man's heads? Moreover, before that, he seemed to be completely unprepared to talk about it. Between thoughts, the expression on Winter Soldier's face became more solemn. Years of military service have made him habitually pay attention to details that are not easily noticed by others. He remembered that when he asked Vision to quickly bring them into the lab, the latter's face showed obvious unnaturalness and confusion. Although that expression, appearing quickly, was immediately converged by Vision. But it was noticed by the Winter Soldier. It's just that at that time, he didn't think deeply about it. Now the Winter Soldier is beginning to sense that something is wrong. Thinking, while everyone else was still talking, Winter Soldier quietly went to the rest of the Vision-built base and began to explore. Finally, it slowly walked in the direction where the warehouse was located. And the other side, Dr. Banner and Spider-Man, who walked up excitedly and began to control the computer to check the data, suddenly changed their faces. Vision, the message you sent doesn't seem to be just our response. The expression on Dr. Banner's face began to become ugly. The number of those who responded to you is almost close to 100. But now in this base, I don't see anyone else. The expression on Little Spider-Man's face was also very complicated. Could it be because these people, after responding to Mr. Vision's message, wanted to leave here, but encountered zombies. So in the end, none of the 10 people made it over, right? Alas, the world is still too dangerous now. His tone was full of emotion and embarrassment. Then, Chen Tien walked towards Vision, and he looked at the latter with a smile. How long do you plan to bury the truth? Say it, where is she? You should also know that this situation can no longer be maintained for a long time, right? Hearsay. Bruce S. Banner looked over a little puzzled. Chen, what are you talking about? What is she? Vision says we're not the first survivors. Don't you understand where the other survivors went? Chen Tien smiled back. No matter what, so many people who respond to the message, someone will always come here, right? So now, where have they gone? Little Spider-Man couldn't turn a corner when he heard his words. What are you talking about? It's not that he doesn't have enough IQ, or he doesn't want to think of Vision in a bad direction. But Bruce S. Banner, Wasp and Ochi, as well as the others, all had a change in expression on their faces. I don't know what you're talking about. After hearing Chen Tien's question, Vision did not look up and continued to busy with the work at hand. Where's Wanda? Chen Tien no longer went around the corner this time and spoke directly. The words fell. Phew. Chen Tien's figure suddenly flickered and blurred, and a flash came directly behind Vision, and his hand was clasped on Vision's head. The Wanda strength of this universe has reached the level universe, and the spiritual ability far exceeds that of Chen Tien. So Chen Tien doesn't know exactly where Wanda is. I don't know what you're talking about. Vision felt the force transmitted from his head, and still did not change his face. Little Spider-Man saw this, immediately held Chen Tien's hand. Mr. Chen, I hope you can calm down. Now there are not many of us surviving. No matter what, we should not fight among ourselves. However, little Spider-Man immediately found that he could not shake Chen Tien's hand at all. Even if the whole body has exerted strength, but let the latter's body, a little shaking, cannot do it. This was the first time he had experienced such a terrifying gap in strength. Chen Tien, I think Peter has a point. We shouldn't fight casually until things are proven. Bruce S. Banner also began to exhort. Everyone else looked a little anxious. Next second, Vision's body suddenly turned translucent, as if there was no longer an entity, and he easily broke free from Chen Tien's shackles and floated. Rumble. He turned his head again, and the gem on his forehead immediately burst out a brilliant golden ray and bombarded Chen Tien. However, Chen Tien only squinted slightly, and on the side of his body, he easily dodged the opponent's attack. Combat detected. Rewarded. Body blur. Vision. Combat detected. Rewarded. Vision. With the mind in mind, the prompt of the summer system ability sounded. Chen Tien did not give in, and his eyes suddenly bloomed with a crimson luster. Rumble. 2 crimson beams wrapped in terrifying power and temperature suddenly burst out. Extremely fast. Vision didn't have time to dodge at all, and was directly hit by the hot sight. However, when the metal on the surface of his body had just been cut off a small layer, his body had already reacted and immediately increased the density of his body. Directly take this blow from Chen Tien. However, under the continuous bombardment of Chen Tien's hot eyes, Vision's body, which had increased its density, gradually began to show some signs of redness and fragmentation. You don't think about it. Vision's tone was calm at all times. However, although the 3 words he said this time were still calm, Chen Tien heard anger in them. Next second, rumble. The mind gem on Vision's forehead once again burst out with a brilliant golden laser, which was in contact with Chen Tien's hot vision. Suddenly, the entire base is occupied by the aftermath caused by the confrontation between the 2 sides, and every corner can feel the strong air flow and the terrifying heat wave. Meanwhile, combat detected. Rewarded. Self-regulating body density. Vision. Chen Tien successfully copied the other party's ability again. He felt that each cell of his body seemed to have its own thoughts, and automatically adjusted the density of his body in the face of environmental changes. While being surprised, he also felt the surprise. I actually copied 3 abilities on Vision. The main thing is that he originally thought that he would not necessarily be able to copy the other party's ability. After all the other party's abilities come from the mind gem on the forehead. I didn't expect to have such a harvest. Chen Tien couldn't help but think with satisfaction. The other side. Vision's ability is not very strong at present, and the power of rays is only at the level of Homelander. Therefore, that golden ray was quickly overwhelmed by the red beam and disintegrated. Rumble. Vision was directly blasted by Chen Tien's hot sight, smashing the wall with rubble and splashing, and flying out upside down. Thundered. The entire underground base shook violently because of this collision. However, what is strange is that by the time Vision had risen from the ground and stumbled back to the base, the ground still did not stop. You woke her up. Vision looked at Chen Tien and said. Woke up whom? Banner asked suspiciously. Phew. Then, in the side passage of the base, there was a strange sound. She's coming. Come on. Run. Winter Soldier ran out of the passage with a black man with a broken leg in his arms, pale and panicked. He shouted as he ran, sweating profusely, and his steps became faster and faster, as if there was some extremely terrifying existence behind him. She, who, when everyone heard his voice, they immediately turned their heads and looked over. T'Challa, why are you here? Okai from Wakanda. When he saw the black man with a broken leg in Winter Soldier's hand, his face became more and more surprised. And at the other side of the moment, the passage behind Winter Soldier glowed with a brilliant and enchanting red light, as if the demons of hell were whispering. Roar! Then a terrifying sound echoed in the huge warehouse, followed by a shaky figure, limping out of the passage. She was dressed in a deep infrared suit, and her body emitted a strange aura, followed by a scarlet light that distorted the surrounding space. When Bruce Banner turned his head to see the figure behind him, his legs suddenly went limp. Because it was a rotten face surrounded by a strange scarlet light, and the deformed face revealed the breath of death. Straight to the heart. That's a zombie version of Wanda. Roar. In the low roar, the atmosphere in the entire base was suddenly full of oppression. Crimson energy streamers spread through the air, and the scarlet light shone brightly, dyeing the entire base with a layer of red. Everything in sight turned into hell at the moment. Wanda. She also became lost. Bruce S. Banner looked at the figure at the end of the opposite passage, slowly walking out, and his voice was a little trembling. He had also seen the horror of turning into a zombie before. Those zombies will not lose their abilities, but all their sanity will be overwhelmed by hunger. And Scarlet Witch Wanda's ability is also known to be powerful. Now that she has become a zombie, if she wants to do something to the people present, I am afraid that no one can stop her. Between thoughts, Bruce S. Banner's face grew pale. Everyone be careful. This guy can eat people. And when she is very hungry, she can't think at all. Black Panther T'Challa, in the arms of the Winter Soldier, looked at Bruce T'Challa with an unusually ugly face. Banner and others shouted. The other side, Ochi had already eagerly run towards each other when he saw their king of Wakanda appear in front of him with a missing leg. T'Challa. How did you end up like this? There was concern in her tone. Black Panther's brows furrowed when he heard this, and he looked at Vision not far away. When I was surrounded by countless zombies in San Francisco, Vision came and drove away the zombies and brought me back. At the time, I thought I was saved, but I didn't expect that this guy just treated me as a takeaway. As he spoke, his tone became more and more irritated. After Vision brought me back, he tied me up in front of Wanda and used it as her food. I just watched Wanda and gnawed one of my legs clean. At the end of the sentence, Black Panther became more and more agitated, almost cursing angrily. Why would you do something like this? Bruce S. After Banner heard what happened, his eyes showed a thick incomprehension, and he looked back at Vision. You must know that the people you feed to Wanda are all living people. And she has become a zombie who only knows hunger. Quote. Vision, which is materialized by artificial intelligence, usually maintains absolute calm, but at the moment it seems a little hesitant. I don't know how I feel and I don't understand the emotions, but I just don't want Wanda to suffer because of hunger. He said slowly. Bruce S. Banner didn't expect a robot to have such a situation, cursed secretly, and turned his head to look at the passage. At the moment, the zombie Wanda has reached the entrance of the passage that is very close to everyone. Her eyes, which should have been as beautiful as sapphires, have turned into cloudy yellow eyes. The muscles and skin on the beautiful face have withered, clinging to the face bones, and the tall nose is only a pitch black and terrifying black hole. Her silky hair is dry as grass, and her body is like a skeleton. With a limp, the whole person's head emitted a strange breath. Round after round of scarlet energy waves like a tide spread out uncontrollably on her body, impacting everything around her. Everyone present, bearing the huge oppressive force from the other party, all changed their faces and couldn't help but retreat. Woohoo! At this time, the zombie Wanda raised his head and stared at the person opposite with a low roar in his throat, and saliva dripped from his mouth, appearing very hungry for food. Subsequently, she lifted her hand, which had dried up and seemed to have lost all moisture. Phew! Crimson ability blinked and spread forward. Save me! Save me! Kurt, who survived, was lifted up by that scarlet energy. In an instant, he was pulled above the head of the zombie Wanda, and his body floated with it. Roar! Zombie Wanda immediately let out a low roar. The next moment, click, two more visible big hands disappeared in the air, like twisting a towel, condensing the survivors on top of the zombie Wanda's head into a twisted shape. The bones of the entire body were shattered, the body was twisted and broken, and a huge amount of blood was dug out of his body. Zombie Wanda raised her head and opened her mouth, gulping down her blood, appearing extremely satisfied. Then, it's all your reason. Vision twisted to look at Chen Tien. His tone was still calm, but his eyes were very gloomy. It's because you woke up Wanda, and now she is hungry and has no reason at all. Saying that, he swept his gaze over everyone present. She will eat all of you. Quote. Vision, what are you doing? Just watch the saint like that. Bruce S. At this time, Banner returned to his senses and immediately shouted at Vision, didn't you use a method that could control zombies? There are also zombies that can be restored to humans. Then why don't you take Wanda under control and then restore her? The voice fell. He saw Vision slowly shake his head. No, I can't, Vision said without hurry. Wanda's strength is too strong, I can't control her at all, let alone restore her. So far, the only thing I've managed to restore to human form is Ant-Man's head. After hearing Vision's words, several people present fell into despair. Bruce S. Banner fell silent. After all, if they can't control Wanda, they are now dead. Don't forget, outside the base, there are still countless zombies around. Although they can't move for the time being, as long as they go a little further, they can encounter normal zombies. In the base, although there is only one zombie, she is Wanda. If he didn't show mercy at all, who would have beaten her there? Can't even mind gem control Wanda. Little Spider-Man also exclaimed at this time, she is too powerful, what should we do with her? She was also panicked in her heart. Catch. Winter Soldier also ran to Ochi at this time, and he narrowed his eyes when he heard Vision's words. Directly tucked Black Panther into the other person's arms. Turning around again, he removed the rifle from his back, you can't sit still. He let out a low roar and pulled the trigger hard. Bang bang. The muzzle burst into flames, and he emptied a magazine in one go. Dozens of bullets roared and tilted out. It turns into a dense streamer and shoots towards the zombie Wanda. Roar. Seeing this, the zombie Wanda roared and waved his hand, but he reacted extremely quickly to control a steel plate several meters long and wide on the ground, blocking it in front of him. All the bullets clanged against the steel plate, sputtering out patches of sparks. Phew. Subsequently, she threw her hands again. The steel plate full of bullet holes turned into an afterimage, bringing tearing air sounds, trembling and shooting back towards the Winter Soldier. That steel plate is terrifyingly fast. Winter Soldier had no chance to dodge, so he could only watch as the thing came to his chest. Clang. Crisp crashing sound. But it was little Spider-Man who rushed over quickly and kicked the steel plate back. You're right, something has to be done. He turned back to the Winter Soldier and said. Speech gap. The zombie Wanda on the opposite side reacted slowly, was directly hit, stumbled back 2 steps, and then was directly crushed to the ground. Roar. Next second, zombie Wanda roared and rolled over, erupting with even richer scarlet magical energy. The red light was like a roaring tide, but it directly lifted the steel plate on the body. Good to die or not to die. The steel plate smashed right into the head of Ant-Man, who was placed on the chair. Ooh, this is no funny joke. Quote, today's Ant-Man head is housed in a semicircular glass jar, leaving no room to hide. He could only cry out in fear with a pale face. Then, the bell was smashed out by a large steel plate. Scott. Seeing this, the Wasp immediately set out to catch Ant-Man. The speed of the steel plate was too fast, and it smashed Ant-Man too far to pick it up. Then, phew, a red cloak actually flew up out of thin air, catching the Ant-Man who was about to fall at a very fast speed. Then it wrapped the glass jar and slowly flew up. Phew, good risk. Ant-Man looked at the red cloak that held him up and exhaled a long breath. This cloak is Doctor Strange's magical cloak. When Spider-Man went to pick up Dr. Banner, he collected it as a memorial to his deceased friend. I didn't think it worked at this time. It's okay. The Wasp girl, who was very nervous before, watched this scene and suddenly relaxed a little. The other side, little Spider-Man looked at the zombie Wanda, who stood up again and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lady Wanda, though, as a man of grace, I shouldn't have done anything to the Queen. But now you want to eat us like a hamburger. With bits and pieces out of his mouth, he burst into the ceiling and swung up. People should respect each other. Since you already disrespect us, then don't blame me. Spider-Man uttered the last words. The whole person seemed to fly, swinging around in midair. Meanwhile, constantly shooting spider webs at Wanda's body. Layer after layer of spider webs soon steamed layer by layer on the zombie Wanda. Roar! The zombie Wanda roared, and immediately controlled one object after another on the ground and smashed towards the Spider-Man in the sky. Meanwhile, Winter Soldier also took out his pistol and pulled the trigger one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot is spaced about a second apart, not to hurt the zombie Wanda, but to distract the other party. Sure enough, zombie Wanda heard the gunshots and immediately split a hand, controlling the scarlet energy to defend against the bullets that were fired at him. I'll go the other side. Seeing this, Sharon Agent immediately ran to the other side of the zombie Wanda. Learning the movements of the Winter Soldier, he took out the pistol and shot the latter's attention. Roar! Zombie Wanda perceives herself. There were people on both sides at the same time, shooting towards it, and suddenly roared. However, she couldn't let go easily, either. As a result, the zombie Wanda can only separate two hands at the same time at this time to resist bullets from both sides. Well done, friends. Seeing this, little Spider-Man, who was swinging in midair, couldn't help but praise, and then he didn't stop moving, and hurriedly seized the opportunity that others created for him. The cobweb in the web shooters on the wrist tilts out in the sun. A large number of cobwebs were ejected, rubbing the air and making rustling, tearing air sounds. Blasted towards the zombie Wanda. Burst, burst, burst. The moment those cobwebs touched the zombie Wanda's body, they directly catapulted away, instantly sticking to all corners of her body. Zombie Wanda was not known for his strength, and he was a little motionless for a while. And after the hands and feet are controlled, the surging scarlet energy in her body could no longer be used as she pleased. Roar! Zombie Wanda suddenly fell into an even thicker anger, roaring and swinging her body wildly, trying to break free. An increasingly turbulent scarlet wave suddenly erupted on his body, madly impacting the cobweb on his body. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Vision suddenly raised his head, and the mind gem on his forehead suddenly shot out a golden laser. Rumble! Directly slammed the ceiling of the base into a collapse, shooting out an opening, and the falling ceiling rubble was piled up, just enough for people to walk up. Let's seize the opportunity to go. Now Wanda is more and more angry and roaring, the stronger the power will come out. He turned to the survivors and said, Wanda is angry now, we all know that the spider web can only temporarily control her. When she breaks free, Wanda's ability will definitely become stronger and harder to deal with. Hear what Vision has to say. Everyone thought it made sense. Let's hurry up and leave, I don't want to stay in this place for a second. Black Panther, who lost a leg, looked at Wanda, who was under control and prepared to leave. They all walked towards the big hole that Vision bombarded. Then, Bruce S. Banner noticed that Chen Tien, who had come over before, was still standing in place, unmoved. Chen, let's go quickly, we can't continue to waste time here. He couldn't help but persuade worriedly. After all, although Chen Tien was already strong enough in his mind, both in power and magic. But the existence standing across from them at the moment is Scarlet Witch Wanda. Its powerful psychic magic energy is no joke at all. I admit, you're weird, I can't figure out what you're thinking. Vision also set his sights on Chen Tien, but Banner is right, you better hurry up, no one can stop Wanda now. Quote. Strong hunger will make her desperate, falling into extreme emotions of the strong, more powerful than the ordinary strong. Between several conversations, rumble, trapped by spider webs, Wanda suddenly burst out into an extremely turbulent energy area. It was like a huge volcano that brewed terrifying energy, accumulated for a long time, and finally erupted at one time. Endless majestic scarlet energy suddenly burst out from her whole body, like a floodgate, easily breaking through the cobwebs on her body. A pillar of scarlet light wrapped in majestic energy rose into the sky. Round after round of terrifying shocks, constantly spreading in all directions, one after another turbulent air currents, tearing the hair and robes of those present. Together with all the equipment in the base, it was blown off. There are even all the stones, which can be easily blown up. Wanda, in the center of the scarlet light pillar, had an increasingly hideous expression on her face, and a pair of terrifying eyes flashed dazzling red light. Strands of hair fluttered, and the sharp and threatening teeth of the sun mouth opened and closed slightly. The whole person actually gave people a terrifying impression, like a messenger of hell, destroying the heavens Mephisto. The threat of death was like substance, turning into a torrential rain and smashing into everyone's chest one after another. Dr. Banner felt that his whole body could not control shaking. The same goes for everyone else. Roar. Then, the completely erupted zombie Wanda roared angrily, and the whole person actually directly exploded and slaughtered Chen Tien. The coercion of the sky was like a heavy wave towards the latter, almost devouring it. Seeing this, Chen Tien did not retreat and took a step forward. Battle detected. Rewarded. Origin Magic Power Gate. Chapter 111. After Vision opened a large hole in the ceiling, the rest of the people also knew the current situation and stepped on the pile of rubble that had fallen. Dr. Banner, who was walking at the end, looked back, but found that the yellow-skinned boy, who had just known him for a day, stood in place and calmly looked at Wanda, unmoved by everything around him. Chen, let's go quickly. When Wanda really bursts into madness, then no one can resist her. He couldn't help but exhort. It's true that no one can stop Wanda now. Vision nodded and took a deep look at Chen Tien. This teenager he can't see through at all. Anyway, he has already persuaded him with good words, and whether he listens or not is the other party's business. Then he floated and flew out of the cave. Trample. Next second, Chen Tien not only did not listen to the two of them, but seized the moment when Wanda was temporarily controlled and left, but even took a closer step towards each other. Chen, what the hell are you thinking? If you don't leave, forget it, and actually approach each other. The look of doubt on Dr. Banner's face suddenly became more and more intense. Rumble. Right at this moment, not far away, the zombie Wanda's body had already erupted into a wave of terrifying waves, and the scarlet pillar of light soared into the sky, and a round of powerful after-power spread out in all directions, blowing over all the equipment in the base. Seeing this, Dr. Banner stopped and looked at the zombie Wanda. Wanda, sober up, you shouldn't be like this. Quote. Now he can't transform into the Hulk at all, and his physical strength is just an ordinary person. All that can be done for Chen Tien is to stop Wanda verbally. Roar. The zombie Wanda chose to respond to him with a low roar. Rumble. Next second, the scarlet energy that erupted from her body suddenly became more and more turbulent, and the strong airflow in the base became more exaggerated, like a hurricane. The more substantial general scarlet energy rushed out and directly turned the Banner doctoral student into the air. His whole body rose to the ground, swinging his limbs in the air helplessly, but now he had no way at all. Drive Banner. Then, in the hole in the ceiling, Spider-Man leaned out and reached out and shot a cobweb, sticking to the Banner and quickly pulling him up. Chen. Banner looked at the hole that was quickly approaching him, regained all his composure a little, and then turned to look at Chen Tien, but saw that the other party had already walked to the opposite side of Wanda. And the latter is also at this moment, directly breaking through the shackles of the spider web. The surging scarlet energy became more and more majestic, as if it wanted to occupy all corners of the eye, blowing Chen Tien's hair and clothes to hunt. Let's go. Banner looked at the two people standing opposite each other and couldn't help yelling, but unfortunately Chen Tien was indifferent at all. Next second, he has been pulled directly out of the hole by Spider-Man and jumped outside the base building. It seems that basically everyone came out. Vision floated in midair, watching Banner come out, and sighed, I don't know what that person is doing with Wanda, but now I can't joke about one person's life and take other people's lives. Quote. Vision, what are you going to do? Dr. Banner's face changed when he heard the other party's words. At this time, I saw that the mind gem on Vision's forehead had begun to radiate a golden luster. The people present looked at the building in front of them that burst into the sky with red light from the inside out, and immediately understood what he was going to do. Next second, rumble, a golden laser wrapped in majestic power burst out. Instantly pierced the air, rippled in the air, and bombarded the base building in front of it. The base building, made of cement and steel, washed by the thick golden laser, was like a cardboard structure, and it was easily smashed into pieces and collapsed. Countless building debris collapsed, the ground trembled, and the dust garden was everywhere. Vision actually destroyed the entire building. The place where a few people had stood for a minute had suddenly become a scrapped building. Large chunks of broken pieces, smashed down. But in a few breaths, the area below has been completely buried. Would Vision actually act so decisively? Black Panther, who was eaten off one thigh, looked so stunned, then he tricked me before and let she eat me. The Wasp and Sharon agent were also straight-eyed, and if they remembered correctly, Chen Tien seemed to stay inside. If so, Chen seems to be completely finished. Bruce S. Banner looked at the base, which had been completely reduced to ruins, and muttered with a rather ugly face. Little Spider-Man next to him also sighed. Before Chen could teach me magic, this guy Vision actually smashed the building directly. Chen Tien is also true, he does not value his life at all, everyone else is gone, but he stays. Ant-Man's head was wrapped in a magical cloak, floating in midair, looking at the ruins in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing. I don't seem to know the name of that new friend until now. He muttered. His name is Chen Tien, and he's a great magician. Little Spider-Man looked at the ruins in front of him and sighed, but I don't know why he didn't want to come out because it was such a good opportunity just now. At the moment, the night breeze blew and it was a bit cool. There was only a trace of the remnant sun left at the junction of heaven and earth, and the light was about to dim completely, and thousands of zombies gathered outside the camp fence were still motionless staring at the servants across the fence. That weird little guy is Chen Tien, right? He just didn't come out, and now he is completely helpless. Quote. Vision looked at the base in front of him that had been buried by rubble, and shook his head. Even if it is buried, it will not stop Wanda for long. Quote. There's a Quinjet in the Kurukura over there, so get out of here. Otherwise, when she comes out, no one can leave here alive with Wanda's strength. It's all my fault that I can't bear to deal with her and hurt so many people. Said. Vision pointed everyone in the direction of the warehouse. Seeing this, the others took a deep breath. The situation was very urgent now, and they couldn't get entangled too much, so they turned around and rushed towards the warehouse. Vision, why don't you look like you're going to go together? Bruce S. Banner ran 2 steps, but when he turned around, he found Vision staying in place with a serious face, and couldn't help but say in confusion. Nope. Vision looked back at Banner and smiled softly. The mistakes I made earlier were so deep that I needed to stay and atone for my sins. The words did not fall. He stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the infinite gems with golden light flowing on his forehead. Vision, what are you going to do? Banner saw that the other party was about to detain infinite gems, and suddenly felt a little anxious. The birth of Vision is Iron Man's artificial intelligence butler JARVIS, relying on the power of infinite gems. If the gem is removed, Vision will cease to exist. Although Banner also feels that what Vision has done for Wanda before, it is indeed excessive. But those people are already dead, and there is no need to atone for their sins by cutting off their lives. Therefore, he still stopped in a loud voice, I don't think you need to do this at all, let's stop and leave together. Boom. Right at this moment, the ruins that collapsed down suddenly began to shake. One after another, the aftermath that was like substance suddenly spread out from it, and a dense, bottomless crack instantly spread out on the ground. As the rubble shook more and more frequently, those cracks spread faster and faster. It even spread to the feet of those zombies outside the fence, and many zombies standing still immediately fell into those 2 kings. What happened? Bruce S. Banner felt this movement and couldn't help but be shocked. Wanda is coming out. Dr. Banner, I know you're a kind person and you shouldn't have to die here. The expression on Vision's face also fluctuated somewhat. He said in a solemn tone, "You better hurry up." Saying that, Vision weighed the strength on his hand. Next second, rumble. Among those frantically shaking ruins and stones, scarlet luster began to flow. Then, two pillars of light that were scarlet as blood and blazing as fire immediately burst through everything, soaring into the sky and penetrating the sky. At this time, the remnant sun of the sky was completely hidden below the horizon. However, the surrounding nearly 10,000-meter firmament was dyed red by the two red pillars of light that rose up into the sky. The surrounding clouds were pierced, forming blank circles that swung around. Meanwhile, on the ground, those collapsed buildings were directly overturned by the clutter when the light rushed into the sky. A huge amount of stones flew out. At the same time, it is even more powerful to the extreme, powerful and terrifying, and the howling wind is scattered. The thousands of zombies standing around the camp were all blown backwards by the fierce wind that blew out. Round after round of coercive waves, spreading like a mountain-roaring tsunami. Just look at it this way. You can feel that these two red pillars of light contain extremely terrifying energy areas. I was inside, feeling an extremely powerful chaos force, an energy I had never seen before. Vision's eyes, and all the ground that could be seen around him, had been illuminated red by the two pillars of scarlet light. Could it be that Wanda has become stronger after eating a person? Dr. Banner turned pale against the terrifying wind pressure that kept pouring towards him, and his pupils vibrate. I have never seen such terrifying energy before. After turning into a zombie, can the increase in ability that can be obtained by eating people be so strong? Vision slowly lowered the hand in front of his forehead and said solemnly, "No, this power is not only strong. I can feel it, this is the power of two people." The words did not fall. Rumble. I saw the two scarlet pillars of light rising into the sky, and in an instant, the time became more terrifying, and the light bloomed more and more dazzling. The energy contained in it became more and more violent, like a raging tide rising into the sky, and it seemed that even the firmament was about to be torn apart. The sky at a height of 10,000 meters, the surrounding clouds, and the ground as far as the eye could see were all dyed a deep scarlet. Light pillar power is more prosperous. I saw that the two pillars of light suddenly exploded, revealing endless power, turning into endless torrents of scattered energy, tilting out in all directions. In an instant, a hurricane ravaged all around, rolling up a terrifying dust storm that covered the sky. Even those zombies around the camp were directly swept up by the strong wind and thrown further away. Vision's face froze, and he quickly stabilized himself in the storm, and then flew over to catch Dr. Banner, who was also blown off the ground by the wind. A few seconds passed. The sudden burst of wind and torrent of energy could not be dissipated. In the ruins of the base, there are two figures standing opposite each other, which come into view. That's Wanda and Chen Tien. Dr. Banner narrowed his eyes, then recognized the identities of the two sides on the other side, and was suddenly a little surprised. Chen is actually not dead. A few people had already arrived in the warehouse not far away. I also noticed the two figures in the ruins, and they couldn't believe their eyes. That's Chen. Little Spider-Man also recognized Chen Tien. His expression was puzzled. Just two energy pillars, one of them has him. As for Winter Soldier and the others, they looked at Chen Tien blankly, unable to say a word. It's really shocking. This yellow-skinned boy of unknown origin, who had previously revealed the dimensional gate, was enough to amaze them. Now can actually compete with the fully erupted Wanda. This is also two against the sky. The other side. This little guy named Chen Tien actually has origin magic power. Vision's eyes reflected the figures of Chen Tien and Wanda, and he took a deep breath and spoke with a hint of incredulity. He felt a familiar aura from Chen Tien's body. That's the chaos force that only Wanda has. I never expected that the aura on Chen Tien's body was exactly the same as Wanda's magical breath. The same breath, the same magic. When Dr. Banner heard Vision's words, his expression was a little strange, and he couldn't figure out the origin of the teenager more and more. The heart can only secretly say the incredible. A few people in the warehouse not far away didn't know what to say. Boom! Right at the moment. The two people standing in the middle of the ruins rose up with a bang and rose into deep fear. Roar! Food! Although Wanda was suppressed most of his sanity because of hunger, he still seemed to notice that the boy on the other side actually had the same magic as himself, and suddenly roared. Immediately after, she stared at Chen Tien and raised her hand. A little scarlet shimmer instantly appeared in her hand. Then, endless majestic terrifying magical energy began to gather madly from the surrounding air, and a shimmer of light frantically gathered. However, in the blink of an eye, a magic ball of the violent chaos force has been condensed inside. The other side, Chen Tien looked at the zombie Wanda's movements, smiled lightly, and also raised his hand. Buzz! An identical magic ball, condensed in an instant. Because of the blessing of the new bloodline, the condensation speed is even a little faster than the other party. The next moment, both sides strike at the same time. The magic balls condensed by the two giant chaos forces bloomed with a scarlet luster like a big sun, colliding together in an instant. Rumble! The moment the two scarlet spheres collided, endless majestic power instantly spread out from the collision point. It was in the roar that even the heavens and the earth trembled. Waves of scarlet energy aftermath burst out in an instant. Everywhere the magic energy went, a thick curtain of dust covered the sky, was swept up, and the strong wind howled, and all the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the fierce wind. The earth trembled suddenly, and the already devastated ground was even more trembling wildly, instantly spreading out dense as a net, and the deep terrifying cracks of the road collapsed. The surrounding zombie group was directly crushed and shattered by the aftermath of the energy at the moment it touched the energy aftermath, and the remains of the corpses splashed all over the sky. Even the surrounding space was blown by the aftermath of that round, and ripples like ripples appeared. Seeing this, Vision's mood swings became even more. Picking up Dr. Banner, he rushed towards where the others were. Then the infinite gems on the forehead suddenly bloomed with dazzling golden light, turning into a protective shield, barely slapped everyone behind. While the rest of the people were aware of the terrifying aftermath outside, their faces were already bloodless. Rumble! The next moment, where the two Chaos Force magic balls collided, an even more violent energy aftermath erupted. Everything that passed, stones, buildings, ground, dirt, plants. It's all turned into powder. Rumble! At this moment, the sun at the intersection of heaven and earth has been completely engulfed by the horizon. Yet at the moment, above the deep space, there seemed to be two rounds of dazzling scarlet luster, colliding fiercely. Everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was dyed a layer of crimson red, as if the end was coming. At the collision of the two magic balls containing chaos energy, just the strands of energy that spilled out were enough to tear the clouds and the ground tremble. Even as those endless amounts of chaos energy dispersed, the surrounding space was distorted, showing endless folds and shattering. The space began to be unbearable, and a faint feeling of brokenness emerged. Boom! There were also round after round of huge aftermath, sweeping up the heavens and the earth with terrifying strong hurricanes, madly pushing everything on the ground to collapse and fly. Even because of the collision of the two sides, the ground frantically spread out a series of bottomless cracks. The air is trembling, and heaven and earth are crying. All of this has created a situation that even makes people wonder whether it is the end of the world. It's terrible, it's terrible. Ant-Man, who had only one head left, was held in her arms by the Wasp Girl, and exclaimed with a twisted face, "In this situation, are not really two gods fighting? I think that's all there is to the mythical Ragnarok." Little Spider-Man also said with a serious face. The other side, Vision unleashes the energy of infinite gems, condensing energy shields to resist chaos force, wave after wave of mighty energy. Gritting his teeth and looking up at Chen Tien, who was confronting Wanda in the deep space, the look under his eyes flickered and he sighed. It's incredible. This teenager named Chen Tien, the chaos force power displayed is really terrifying. It can be said that he has perfectly instilled origin magic power. It's unbelievable. I dare say that his origin magic power is not lost to Wanda. As his thoughts progressed, he couldn't help but mumble and sigh. Vision, huh? Bruce next to him after hearing the other party's exclamation, Banner couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and his eyes showed shock. According to what you mean, that is, Chen Tien perfectly copied Wanda's ability? He asked in surprise. After hearing his question, the expression on Vision's face became more and more solemn, and he nodded without saying more. Chen, to be able to do this. So young. Little Spider-Man listened to the conversation between the two, stunned, and couldn't help but sigh, but there is also good news, that is, we don't have to run anymore. Yet at the moment, as soon as his words fell, next second, boom, there was a continuous tremor, although all the energy aftermath was resisted by Vision. However, the ground under everyone's feet still began to appear fine and dense cracks, which began to falter after being affected by magical energy. No, it seems that we still can't continue to stay here, we have to leave quickly. Vision noticed this and frowned. The magical energy caused by the collision of the two of them will completely destroy this place. Boom. At the moment, the ground began to tremble again, and the land outside Vision's energy shield had quickly drifted into powder. And the ground under their feet began to spread more and more cracks. Everyone noticed this, and the expressions on their faces began to become ugly. Let's get out of here. Vision glanced at the ground, sighed helplessly, and then took T'Challa and Ochi and got off the ground. Little Spider-Man, on the other hand, puts on the magic cloak left by Doctor Strange and leaves with Dr. Banner in his arms. As for Ant-Man, who has only one head left, he is held by the Wasp Woman. Several people got up from the ground at the same time and tried to stick to Vision as much as possible, so that he could protect everyone from being forced to be affected by the full power. Boom. At the moment when the feet of several people just left the ground, all the surrounding ground was bombarded into powder by the terrifying energy aftermath at this time. The land was directly collapsed by those churning energy aftermath, bombarding and collapsing more than 10 meters. Broken. The confrontation between these two people has not stopped, and it will even get stronger and stronger. Vision glanced back at the two great scarlet suns above the sky, analyzed the energy flow in them, and came to this conclusion. We have to speed up as much as possible. He gritted his teeth and sped up. When the others heard this, their faces also changed drastically, and they hurriedly accelerated to keep up. Just when they flew some distance again. Boom. In the 2 rounds of scarlet daylight after deep space, an even more intense and turbulent aftermath of chaos force erupted again, tilting down from above the sky. Behind Vision's group, in an instant, it was filled with denser scarlet energy, and even the surrounding space was distorted for a while. Time and space fluctuate with it. Meanwhile, above deep space where no one can see, the observer was condescending, his gaze overlooking everything in Chen Tien's reality from a great distance, and a clear shock gradually emerged in his previously calm gaze. No wonder this little guy can have the ability of incredible human dimensional teleportation. It turns out that he can copy other people's abilities. The observer's eyes flickered, and he couldn't stop muttering, I didn't expect that even such a powerful origin magic power could be directly and perfectly copied. Isn't this? Became her. When his words proceeded here, there was already a faint tremor that could not be detected. It seems that in the eyes of the near-omniscient observer, a presence emerges that even he finds terrifying. In the mouth of the observer, she refers to the character born at the beginning of the multi-universe, that is, Protégé. Protégé. It is a powerful artificial human created by the Cosmic Truth sect and canonized by its sect as the god they believe in. At one time, the Cosmic Truth cult had ruled more than half of the galaxy. But no matter how many worlds were conquered, there was no sign of their gods returning. Eventually they set out to create their god in their own image. Using a combination of selective breeding, genetic manipulation, various chemicals and drugs, science and arcane magic gathered from conquered worlds, they finally managed to create Protégé. Protégé has a very powerful ability to copy others. No matter whose ability is seen, it can be directly and perfectly copied. It is even possible to copy the abilities of cosmic gods like Court of Life, Transcendent. For a long time, Protégé had almost completely absorbed the life cord of one of the 5 great gods. Eternity, one of the 5 gods, had a deep fear of Protégé at that time. She is like a dark cloud weighing on the heads of all the multi-universe gods. He also threatened to become the only true god of the multi-universe. Later, because Protégé was too terrifying, she was attacked by the Inquisitor and covered her head, making her unable to see the skills of others, and finally sealed in the hourglass of death by the Court of Life. The terrifying existence of a generation of multi-universes disappeared. If this person really has the same copy ability as Protégé. As his thoughts progressed, the observer's gaze towards Chen Tien became more and more solemn. Then will he become the second Protégé in the future? Boom. Then, In the multifaceted prism through which the observer overlooks reality, the movement that erupts pulls his thoughts back. He looked up. I saw that in reality, Wanda had condensed a torrent of scarlet energy in the deep space above his head. That torrent full of violent spiritual energy was like a long river flowing in deep space. Inside it bloomed a long river of chaos energy with dazzling scarlet brilliance, rushing, roaring, mighty, and terrifying. Round after round of terrifying power spread out from the scarlet waves, and the surrounding space was pulled and distorted by the rushing chaos force. It is completely conceivable that if this chaos force, the long river formed by convergence bursts, what terrible damage it will cause. Roar. It's just that at this moment, the zombie Wanda looks extremely painful, and constantly emits a long and harsh sound. Stimulated by Chen Tien, she has been constantly strengthening the delivery of chaos energy, dominated by the hunger instinct. Until this moment, the zombie Wanda has exported his chaos force to a level beyond his control. Not only did she seem very painful, even the mighty chaos force river above his head has already appeared to be faintly about to collapse. It is possible to erupt and devour everything around you. Phew, phew, ah. As time passed, the expression on the hideous face of the zombie Wanda became more and more distorted, and even red cracks appeared on the body. The long scarlet river above her head also began to become more and more violent with the changes. She appeared, as if it was close to the brink of collapse. The surrounding space that is distorted by the influence is becoming wider and wider. Looking at the past from afar, it simply looks like the world is about to collapse. However, Chen Tien on the opposite side looked at the zombie Wanda now at the edge of time and space, but his face did not show the slightest panic. He felt those terrifying chaos forces, paved up, and felt the amazing destructive power hidden in them. I couldn't help but sigh. This origin magic power is really wonderful. Meanwhile, Chen Tien has a completely new discovery. Also, I really want to be able to suck her chaos force directly from the zombie Wanda. He raised his eyebrows and muttered suddenly. As a matter of fact, when the two collided just now, Chen Tien absorbed a little of Wanda's energy, although there was only an extremely subtle hint, but it was still keenly captured by him. There will be such an effect, perhaps it is related to the strength of my mind. Chen Tien silently analyzed in his heart. Although before meeting the zombie Wanda of this universe, he was still not as good as the other party in terms of soul. In the super brain, Charles's mind ability, and now chaos force, just copied from Wanda. With the blessing of the three factors at the same time, Chen Tien's spiritual aspect has become incomparably strong. It is completely possible to suppress the opposite Wanda. Perhaps, it is precisely for this reason that I, who have a stronger mental ability, can absorb. Or Wanda's chaos ability. After his thoughts went here, Rao was Chen Tien, and he couldn't control the box in front of him. In this way, as long as he absorbs the chaos force of the zombie Wanda in front of him, he can have double the origin magic power. As for going back with Mind Gem and activating little Wanda's chaos force, Chen Tien could easily have 3 times as many chaos forces. Since then, Chen Tien couldn't help but take a deep breath, and when he raised his eyes to look at the very manic zombie Wanda on the other side, his eyes couldn't help but flicker with a strange luster. Now, the zombie on the opposite side, Wanda, in Chen Tien's eyes, is no longer an ugly zombie, but a fat prey, waiting to devour it yourself. Moreover, in the end, the other party can no longer be considered a human at all, and is completely a monster dominated by hunger. Coupled with the appearance of the zombie Wanda, it is also far from that youthful and beautiful appearance. So, Chen Tien began to devour the other party's chaos ability with his hands, and he did not feel guilty at all. Come on, you're welcome. He smiled slightly and raised his arms. Next second, phew, Chen Tien's body floating in midair, every corner began to circulate scarlet energy. The majestic red chaos force immediately filled every corner of his body. Ah, the zombie Wanda on the opposite side also seemed to feel Chen Tien's desire for herself, and the whole person roared uneasily. The long river of uneasy chaos force above his head also began to rush up, towards Chen Tien. Boom! The surrounding space was rippled by the surge of the majestic chaos force, and even subtle spatial cracks spread. Pity. This is a disaster for everyone else. Put it here in Chen Tien, that is, you can't ask for it. Come on. He looked at the long river of scarlet energy that he used, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly opened his mouth. Phew! Suddenly, Chen Tien's mouth seems to have turned into a black hole in the universe at this time that is enough to devour everything, and the whale frantically absorbs and swallows the giant chaos force into it. The smile on his face became more and more exuberant as time went by. Because Chen Tien can feel that as he successfully devours these chaos forces belonging to the zombie Wanda, the power in his body has also become stronger with the naked eye. This growth rate can even far exceed the progress of Kryptonian bloodline when absorbing the power of fixed star. Definitely, the improvement of Krypton's bloodline, although in comparison, is not as fast as it is now. But its preciousness is that it can be infinitely improved. Every minute can make Chen Tien stronger. And Chaos Force, which devours the zombies at the moment, is asking for a short time to pull away. Phew, phew. Chen Tien's expression became more and more excited, and the devouring speed became faster and faster. The chaos force in the body grows visibly with the naked eye. This is the feeling of getting stronger. The other side. How is that possible? Vision, who was leaving with the others, suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where Chen Tien was from a distance, and his face changed. Chen Tien, devouring Wanda's chaos force. Phew. Watching the zombie Wanda condense the entire chaos force into a long river, leaning towards him. All the surrounding air was squeezed by the majestic scarlet energy in it, unable to withstand the pressure, and rippled in bursts. There are even fine and dense cracks that spread directly from the space. Chen Tien felt the coercion of the tail coming from the paving, but a look of joy appeared on his face. After all, he can devour the other party's chaos force. Come on, he shouted loudly, opened his arms, and suddenly the same thick chaos force spread out from all corners of his body. The whole person seemed to turn into an abyss giant mouth, devouring all the mighty chaos force that was rushing towards him into his body. Suddenly, the chaos force that Chen Tien possessed became thicker and heavier at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. Ah! Lost Wanda seems to notice what Chen Tien is doing at the moment, and yells for the chaos calendars that were directed to the latter. However, now the power she unleashed is too great to be controlled by herself at all. I can only watch my own power being plundered and absorbed by Chen Tien. The other side. With the group, Vision had already flown far away from Chen Tien's location. At the moment, he suddenly noticed that the originally violent behemoth energy behind them suddenly calmed down. Did they stop? Dr. Banner glanced back, and also found that the power of the previous collision seems to have gradually subsided. When the others heard this, they also temporarily stopped moving forward. I don't know who won. Little Spider-Man looked up into the distance, where the two collided, and his words were filled with concern for Chen Tien. I have to say, Peter Parker originally's heart is still very kind, and he has a strong sense of justice under Uncle's teaching. Otherwise, they would not continue to act as a good neighbor Spider-Man under all kinds of insults and incomprehension. It's not stopped, the situation has changed. Then, Vision looked at the two majestic energy flows in the distance through the data exploration ability given by Infinite Gems, and suddenly frowned. What other changes? Ant-Man, who was held in the arms of the Wasp Girl, immediately showed a curious expression on his face. Vision was silent for a moment before slowly whispering that Chen Tien is absorbing Wanda's chaos force, and the absorption speed is fast. He wants to suck Wanda dry. What? Dr. Banner was a little surprised when he heard this. Can Chen Tien still do such a thing? Chen Tien's image in his heart has become more and more mysterious and tall. Where did the people with so many powerful abilities come from? At the same time, Banner also noticed that Vision's expression was a little wrong. He knows that as a machine life form based on artificial intelligence, the latter will not have any strong emotional expression in most cases. And now, Vision's chance to write the worry on the faces of the two people is enough to show how unfavorable the situation Wanda is facing at the moment. Are you going back to save her? Dr. Banner asked in a low voice. Vision didn't look back. His eyes kept staring in the direction where Wanda was, and he muttered, I'm not going to stop Chen Tien. I should also understand by now that the former Wanda has long since disappeared, and if she continues to live in the way she is now, it will only increase the pain for her. Including before, the trick used to give her food. The expression on Vision's face became more and more ugly. Actually, after Wanda regained her senses, I still detected her sadness and sadness. Quote, perhaps, if it really ends like this, it will also be a relief for Wanda. Meanwhile, the zombie in front of Chen Tien, Wanda, is still in a state of extreme hunger and thirst for food, and all behaviors are still controlled by instinct. After she realized that her chaos force was absorbed by Chen Tien. Because the zombie Wanda's ability is out of control, even if she consciously recycles her energy, it will not help. Can go over time. The extra chaos force was absorbed more and more by Chen Tien. Wanda, the zombie, instinctively realizes that she is beginning to regain control of chaos force. Immediately, the expression on her ugly face became more and more hideous, and she opened her fang-filled mouth and roared vigorously. Swing of both arms abruptly and flexibly. The scarlet chaos force that overflowed around his body began to condense together quickly, outlining the patterns in the dazzling words. Formed a formation. Suddenly, the energy around the zombie Wanda actually began to change qualitatively. If the energy she emitted before was a loose gaseous state, then now the chaos force around the zombie Wanda has turned into a liquid state. More solidity. Boom. In the moment when those red formations condensed, the space around it, which was already overwhelmed and covered with fine cracks, began to vibrate wildly. Round of ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in circles. Meanwhile, there are even more terrifying aftermaths, scattering towards heaven and earth. Below the ground, which was already full of cracks and collapsed down because of the collision between Chen Tien and the two just now, faced the aftermath of this time again, and all the objects were directly shaken into powder. The height of the surface has dropped more than 10 meters directly. As for those shattered powders, they were also directly driven by the terrifying aftermath, turning into a huge sandstorm and blowing out in all directions. Countless towns that were no longer manned and only zombies were directly buried by those fluttering sand. Phew. The next moment, the zombie Wanda's body actually erupted with a terrifying suction force, and the chaos energy that had been surging towards Chen Tien was pulled back to his side. In a short time, Chen Tien actually had a feeling that he couldn't pull the other party. This is absorb magic. He looked at the scarlet formations that appeared around Wanda and narrowed his eyes. People who almost forgot about this universe will still retain their abilities after becoming zombies. The previous zombie Wanda, rather than using magic, directly urged his chaos force and then smashed people. The use is entirely brute force. And from the beginning, the zombie Wanda began to use her own magic, that is, on the basis of chaos force, added skills. Gee, I almost forgot about it. However, after figuring out the joints of the matter, Chen Tien felt the chaos force on his body, but was sucked back by the other party, but his face did not show any worried expression. After all, Chen Tien is a man with the ability to replicate. Your ability is good, but the next second it's mine. Battle detected. Rewarded. Absorb magic, Scarlet Witch. Sure enough, as the zombie Wanda began to use his ability, Chen Tien's mind immediately sounded the sound of ability replication success. In that case, then I'm welcome. Chen Tien took a deep breath, looked at the zombie Wanda with a hideous expression on the other side, and slowly spoke. Moreover, absorbing your chaos force, in addition to being for myself, is also helping you to liberate. With his knowledge of Wanda, he knew that the real other party would definitely not be willing to live with such a look. Next second, Chen Tien stretched out his hand forward. Suddenly, the scarlet chaos force that bloomed in his body began to quickly interweave and arrange around him, condensing a red magic array with intricate patterns. Boom. Chen Tien's absorption of chaos force in his body has also been sharply improved at this time. The situation has changed again. All the mixed scarlet energy that had just cast absorption magic for the zombie Wanda and was absorbed back instantly flipped, and it flowed back as Chen Tien's inner body instantly burst out of strong suction. Pieces of scarlet torrents instantly gathered together and poured into Chen Tien's body. Zombie Wanda noticed this, and roared in pain again, and her already ugly face suddenly became more and more hideous. However, this time she had no way to return to heaven. No matter how much the zombie Wanda struggled, she could only watch the chaos force in her body being sucked away by Chen Tien. The other side, Vision, who had been staying in the distance, realized that Chen Tien had learned Wanda's absorption magic again after learning origin magic power. This Chen Tien's learning ability is really terrifying. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's actually stronger than me as a robot learning ability. Meantime, above deep space, observers outside reality naturally notice this scene. If you are familiar with his presence, you will be surprised to see the appearance of the observer at the moment. Because his eyes that have witnessed countless large file size and small events in the multi-universe actually rippled. The observer's mood fluctuated, and it was unusually violent. Chen Tien, he slowly said the name of the man who had received his attention. In fact, there has been too much to witness in the endless years since the observer entered the observational transformation. No matter which universe's superheroes, Avengers, or the Justice League, these have touched the emotions of countless creatures in the universe. In his eyes, it was just a drop in the ocean, a grain of sand in the ocean, which did not deserve his special attention at all. There is no need to say that the observed person remembers the name. But at this moment, Chen Tien has received such an honor. Although today's Chen Tien, in terms of strength alone, is still not worth the shock of observers. But the latter saw endless potential in him, so terrifying that observers would be excited. It's really a replicate-like protege. In this way, I am afraid that this creature called Chen Tien only needs to be given a chance to contact high-dimensional existences and not die at the same time. Then multi-universe, there will be another terrifying existence similar to protege. The observer's thoughts were constantly, his eyes flickering. At the moment, Chen Tien has fully entered his field of vision. Observers are sure that this creature, which is not yet strong today, will rise up if he catches the slightest opportunity. Stand at the top of the entire multi-universe. So, what kind of changes will happen to the multi-universe in the future because of Chen Tien? It's really worth looking forward to. Mumbling his eyes, the observer's expression and tone began to gradually become serious. Meanwhile, in the real world, in the countless violent torrents of scarlet energy, Chen Tien frantically absorbed the chaos force from the zombie Wanda's body. Even because of the attraction that erupted from his body, it was too terrifying, and even the space around his head was like the surface of the water, and there were bursts of folded ripples. Then, it collapsed, forming a twisting and rotating spatial vortex around Chen Tien. With him as the center, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the clouds that had only dispersed because of his collision with the zombie Wanda before were all because of such a terrifying attraction. Came together again. Above the deep space, a terrifying tornado constructed of endless thick ink-like dark clouds was formed, and dense red thunder flashed on it. The momentum is terrifying. Time passes quickly. With the last wisp of chaos force on the zombie Wanda, it was deprived and absorbed into the body by Chen Tien. The vitality of the former is also rapidly beginning to weaken. At the same time, the eyes that had become cloudy because of the transformation into zombies suddenly regained some clarity. Thank you. Zombie Wanda's eyes no longer looked crazy because of extreme hunger, and seemed to have recovered a little sanity. She looked at Chen Tien and thanked her gently. Subsequently, the last trace of vitality seemed to be consumed with a sound of thanks. The zombie Wanda slowly closed her eyes, could no longer maintain flight, turned into a cold dry corpse, and fell. Everything in heaven and earth also returned to calm at the moment. The howling wind suddenly stopped, and the thick dark clouds gathered together slowly dissolved. Phew. Distance. A galloping red figure broke through the air at a very high speed, catching the figure that fell from the sky. Its vision. He stared closely at the zombie Wanda who had stopped breathing in his arms, and slowly landed on the ground, with great sadness under his eyes, and he was speechless for a long time. The mind gem on his forehead was also flickering madly because of the agitated mood at the moment. Wanda. Vision slowly stretched out his hand to touch the zombie Wanda's face. Originally because it was a mechanical body's hand, he actually gave birth to a slight trembling. Then, Chen Tien also slowly landed to the side without speaking. Everything should have been better, but it's all over now. Vision mourned himself. Then, he looked up at Chen Tien, take this gem and redeem this planet. Saying that, he already put his hand on the mind gem on his forehead. Chen Tien was speechless, silently staring at the infinite gems that Vision would use to sustain his life. Next second, Vision weakly hugged Wanda in his arms to the end. Chen Tien looked at the two people, and his emotions were a little complicated. Sometimes life is not perfect, but leaving like vision is also a good destination. He sighed and leaned over to pick up the infinite gems on the ground. Chen. At this time, Dr. Banner and several people rushed over from a distance. After coming to Chen Tien, they all looked at the corpses of Wanda and Vision on the ground and fell silent. After a while, S.H.I.E.L.D saw the mind gem in Chen Tien's hand and hesitated. Chen, take the gem in your hand and go to Wakanda and use our technology to quickly save all mankind. She still said. However, she was not sure that this mysterious and powerful teenager would be willing to do so. When Chen Tien heard this, he suddenly reacted, if there is no miscalculation, Infinite Gems Thanos is also in Wakanda at this time. At this time, the latter had 5 other infinite gems in his hands. In that case, you can go once, so that you can gather 6 infinite gems at once to snap your fingers. Chen Tien's eyes lit up and suddenly turned off. Then he stood up, let's go to Wakanda. Quote, the words did not fall. Chen Tien was in front of everyone again, raised his hands, slowly drew a circle, and constructed a dimensional gate splattered with golden points of light. Phew, the dimensional gate expanded abruptly, and instantly took on the scene on Wakanda's side. You can see, at the moment, on the other side of the dimensional gate, far away, a huge crowd appeared on the horizon. The large purple man at the head wears a pair of gloves. And on the back of his clenched hand are 5 gemstones shining brightly. A faint glimmer, but it contains infinite power. The circle representing the dimensional gate slowly expanded in front of everyone, and as it opened, golden points of light continued to splash around. Sure enough, Chen Tien's gaze looked through the dimensional gate and saw Wakanda at this moment, and at the same time found his own goal. Let's go. Then, with a little expectation, he took a step into the dimensional gate. The rest immediately followed. Black Panther, who remained at the end, T'Challa and S.H.I.E.L.D stood in place, startled. They boast that Wakanda's technology is the best in the world, but it has never been hidden from the world, so it is not known to the world. But now seeing the magical magic that Chen Tien performed one after another, both of them suddenly had a strange smell that was a little unclear in their hearts. No matter how advanced Wakanda's technology is, it seems that it cannot easily cross the endless space like this dimensional door. Meantime, Black Panther and Okai looked at Wakanda, who was only within reach, and also felt a little homesick. Let's go. Black Panther took a deep breath and spoke. Yes, Okai responded gently, picking up the ladder and slowly walking through the dimensional gate. Because it's in a different time zone than New York. It was already dark on the side of the dimensional gate, but Wakanda was actually in the afternoon, and the sun was still a long way off before it set on the mountain. In the polarized sunlight that belongs to the afternoon, the group suddenly felt a tremor on the ground, as if something extremely large was approaching Wakanda. Look, little Spider-Man reacted quickly found the direction where the vibration was coming from, and reached out. Everyone looks for prestige. In the far distance, outside Wakanda's protective shield, there was a huge crowd like a surge tide, approaching this side. Everyone in the crowd seemed to be different from the humans on Earth, fully armed, holding weapons that did not belong to the Earth at first glance. The tall figure in the center of the crowd is particularly eye-catching. Purple skin, bald head, and the muscles on the body swelled terribly, and just by looking at it, I felt a sense of oppression rushing to my face. In particular, the 5 gemstones on the other party's golden gloves reflected a faint shimmer, which made people feel that they contained infinite power from afar. Who the hell is this guy? Why did you come to Wakanda? Black Panther stared at Wakanda's army, his brows tightened slowly, and asked in a deep voice. I don't know, I've been away from Wakanda for a while. I didn't expect that someone would find out about Wakanda's location and organize so many people to attack it. The look in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes was also not relaxed. The rest of the people also showed doubtful expression. Only Chen Tien's expression was indifferent, with some expectation, and his eyes kept on the infinite gems inlaid with dew-killing gloves. Phew. Then, a large black car came behind everyone and quickly drove to a stop in front of them. Welcome to Wakanda, but we need to know who you are and how you can get through Wakanda's defenses. In the car, an indifferent female voice was heard. Snap. The car door opened, and a woman with a bald head and brown skin got out of the car with an indifferent expression, her eyes scanning everyone indifferently. T'Challa. The woman saw Black Panther in the crowd and was surprised. Especially noticing that the latter was actually missing a leg, the expression in his eyes was both eager and sad. Big brother, how did you become like this? Your legs. Who did it? The woman said back, her tone visibly angry. Su-Rui, I haven't seen you for a long time. After a while, now I look like an excellent leader. Black Panther looked at his half-sister Su-Rui and smiled softly, I am very pleased that you have grown up quickly. Quote. Brother. Su-Rui couldn't laugh and pursed his lips, who did it? Quote. She was still grappling with Black Panther's leg injury. It's just a little accident, and now that the matter is over, it's a big deal to have an Anho prosthesis. Black Panther waved his hand indifferently, after all, Wanda and Vision are dead. He looked outside the S.H.I.E.L.D again, ready to attack the incoming army at any time. Now it's more important to talk about what is the situation of those strange armies outside. Why did Wakanda get suddenly targeted? Su-Rui heard this and replied, to be honest, in fact, I don't know very well, and the group of guys outside has just arrived. But this group of guys was unfortunately infected with the zombie virus. Fortunately, we Wakanda have a protective shield, and they can't get in for the time being. Hearing such an answer, Black Panther fell silent. I couldn't scratch my head for a while. Then, the big guy out there is called Thanos. Chen Tien slowly spoke, others call him the overlord of the universe, and his goal is to eliminate half of the universe's life forms, trying to restore balance to the entire universe's life circle in this way. Quote. My God. When little Spider-Man heard this, he was immediately taken aback, and said in a strange tone, there is such a perverted concept, this guy should not be a cold-blooded idealist, right? Isn't it so simple to bring a cosmic circle of life into balance? As for Dr. Banner, when he heard Chen Tien's words, he couldn't help but shake his body. In fact, he knew that Thanos was going to attack the Earth, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually holding such a reason as the target of action. This cosmic overlord is really crazy from a certain point of view, right? Thinking, he couldn't help but glance at Thanos outside the protective shield, but found that the latter's purple skin was now constantly lightening, and his eyes began to cloud. The feeling of wisdom in the eyes is gradually disappearing, replaced by a strong appetite. Hiss. Dr. Banner noticed this and couldn't help but gasp, now it doesn't matter what Thanos' original motivation was. Quote. I think the only thing he wants to do now is to quickly open the lid of Wakanda and eat a full meal. The voice just fell. Boom. The huge amounts of explosion came in from the outside of the protective shield, and the sound was roaring, and it could even cause the ground to vibrate with the human chest. And the initiator of all this is a huge silver behemoth that emerged from the clouds of deep space, and its body is made of silver metal. Roar. The giant beast roared. Huge amounts of mouthparts, but a majestic energy began to gather, and immediately lit up with a dazzling blue brilliance. Next second, rumble. A powerful laser cannon burst down and hit Wakanda's protective cover. The entire semicircular protective cover immediately swayed violently like jelly. Boom. The roar that shook the world immediately filled all corners of Wakanda, echoing back and forth in everyone's ears. Dr. Banner looked at the other party's battle. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes showed worry. These people look menacing, can your Wakanda's shield hold them? He couldn't help but ask. If we can't stop it, it's not only them, we will even have to face a larger number of endless zombies. Hearing his words, little Spider-Man and the others who came with him also became worried. Regarding the robustness of the shield, naturally there is no need to worry. When Su-Rui heard their question, his eyebrows were obviously a little unhappy. This is a protective shield that I specially developed and transformed, and it will not be cracked so easily. When she spoke, her tone seemed very confident. No, this shield can't stop them. Chen Tien on the side looked up at the giant that kept hitting Wakanda's protective shield, and muttered. What did you say? When Su-Rui heard this, he couldn't help but retort, do you not believe me, or do you not believe in Wakanda's technology? Su-Rui. Black Panther T'Challa looked at her sister's gaffe and immediately interrupted, so are you ready? Are you ready to join the snow when it is broken? However, this protective shield really won't be easily broken. Su-Rui was a little aggrieved. Black Panther was speechless, it seemed that his sister was really not ready. Because he had seen Chen Tien's power before, he was subconsciously willing to believe the latter's words. Moreover, even if the other party's judgment is wrong, it is beneficial and harmless to prepare for emergencies in advance. Su Rui, you hurry up and gather the guards, let them all prepare for battle. Black Panther then said to his sister, it's not that I don't believe you, but if the other party really breaks the protective shield and rushes in, the consequences are not something we can bear. Thanos is already in hand and has collected 5 infinite gems BFEJ. Dr. Banner, who had been silent, also spoke at this time. In fact, he will be teleported back in order to deliver to Avengers in advance that he is preparing to attack Earth. It's just that the news hasn't spread yet, and I know that the Avengers are gone. Almost all human beings on the Earth have become zombies. Today, Wakanda, who is still protected by a protective shield, still retains a large number of normal humans for the time being. With his thoughts in mind, he took a deep breath and continued. Infinite gems are the most fundamental power in the universe, and any one can contain terrifying power. Vision is based on one of the infinite gems, and I think everyone knows Vision's ability. As he spoke, Dr. Banner's gaze slowly scanned the crowd. If 6 infinite gems are assembled, no one will be able to stop Thanos. Quote, in this way, even if it is only Thanos that has collected infinite gems, it is not something we can stop. Little Spider-Man reacted immediately after hearing Banner's words and said in surprise. Boom! The words of the crowd just fell. The protective shield above his head trembled wildly again, and ripples like water waves rippled on it. It is obviously subjected to a terrifying impact beyond imagination. Roar! Thanos' roar came in from outside the shield. He felt that little by little his sanity was disappearing, replaced by a raging hunger that emerged from every corner of his body, tormenting himself. Thanos is slowly forgetting his reason for coming to Earth, and he smells the sweet smell inside the Wakanda shield and wants to eat it. Roar! Attack! He roared again. The soldiers beside them, who were completely infected into zombies, also roared. The tens of thousands of interstellar legions were all transformed into starving ghosts from under hell at this moment, and only the desire for hunger remained in a pair of eyes. Rioted madly, smashing the protective shield in front of him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Above the sky, more metal behemoths and spaceships began to emerge, frantically bombarding Wakanda's protective cover. Under such a violent bombardment, the entire protective shield began to flicker wildly, and the Dao was like the folds of water waves rippling endlessly. However, it seems that in a short period of time, Wakanda's protective shield still shows no signs of being breached. Seeing this, Su Rui was quite surprised. The corners of her mouth unconsciously quietly outlined a curve, and she looked at the deputy factory on the side. Don't worry, it has been said that this protective shield is specially studied and reinforced by me, and it is not so fragile. Su Rui's expression was indifferent, but he was snickering in his heart. Ochi, hurry up and pass my orders down, so that all the powerful people in Wakanda are ready. The expression on Black Panther's face was a little ugly. This protective shield can't last forever, and these army of zombies, in addition to feeling hungry, will never feel tired. Quote, they're going to attack, it's just a matter of time. When Su Rui heard this, his face changed. What else to be proud of? She also knew that although the protective shield could block the other party now, if the other party was tireless and kept attacking, there would naturally be times when it broke. Don't be nervous. At this time, Chen Tien took a step forward with a calm face. He said it all. Everyone around him set their eyes on him. After all, Dr. Banner and the others had seen the terrifying strength of this teenager before. Moreover, he also knows that Chen Tien at this moment has completely devoured the giant chaos force of the zombie Wanda. It can be said that now in the eyes of everyone, he represents mystery and power. Therefore, as soon as Chen Tien made any move, he immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. He felt the gaze gathered on his body, and said slowly, you only need to deal with those shrimp soldiers and crabs, Thanos has me to deal with it. Ha! Hearing this, a look appeared on the faces of everyone around. Neither little Spider-Man nor anyone else has really touched Thanos. Not understanding what kind of existence the other person is in the universe. But they know infinite gems. Or rather, everyone present knows the strength of vision. So, even if there is no real fight, But I can also imagine in my heart how terrifying Thanos, which gathers 5 infinite gems, can reach. Chen. Little Spider-Man looked at Chen Tien's serious face, opened his mouth, and stopped talking. He didn't expect that Chen Tien would actually fight Thanos alone. Judging from the expressions, the thoughts in the hearts of the rest of the people were almost shocked. Chen Tien naturally noticed their expressions, but his face still maintained a calm expression. Others definitely didn't know his mind. In fact, it is to get the remaining 5 infinite gems in Thanos' hand. Infinite gems, with each additional one, the stronger the power obtained. And when the 6 infinite gems are all gathered together, the power that can be achieved is completely qualitative change. If Thanos were now, it would already be the existence of all the infinite gems. Then even me is not necessarily his opponent. Chen Tien pondered silently. However, if it is only 5 infinite gems, although it is only one difference from 6, the power they can have can be very different, even several times. Now Thanos, I can still do it. He raised his eyes and took Thanos outside the S.H.I.E.L.D into his field of vision. At this moment, the other party was desperately smashing the protective shield in front of him with hideous and terrifying eyes, and his already ugly face began to decay at this moment. And the incomparable infinite gems on its gloves are already shining with a brilliant luster. And, as long as S.H.I.E.L.D can collect 6 infinite gems, even if he returns to the original Marvel world, he can become a top-notch existence. Perhaps, many people have a perception of the Infinity 6 gems, just in the movie. But S.H.I.E.L.D understands. With 6 infinite gems, that's a multi-universe. Even if it is the God King Odin at the peak of the main universe, he can only reach the body universe. 6 more infinite gems. Even if you face the 5 gods, you can have the power of a battle. Under the sunlight, the 5 infinite gems on the zombie Thanos gloves shine brightly, revealing a mysterious and brilliant brilliance. Chen Tien's gaze crossed the extreme distance, and he received the appearance of those infinite gems. What is the concept of 6 infinite gems? As a crew member who knows the American comics universe, he naturally understands the meaning of this. Ultron, who has 6 infinite gems, directly threatens the existence of the observer because of the existence of the multi-universe body. Easily wander between various parallel universes. It can be said that it has 6 infinite gems, and it is unbeatable below the multi-universe level. As long as I get the 5 infinite gems in Thanos' hand, I will return to the real world of Marvel. Chen Tien has already begun to look forward to it. At that time, let alone just establish the mutant empire, even if the entire universe is reshaped, no one can stop it. While his thoughts were going on, his eyes were already flickering irrepressibly. Rao is that Chen Tien has reached this level, and the heart in his chest is still beating uncontrollably. The other side, the other people present, after hearing Chen Tien's thoughts, the expressions on their faces couldn't help but become a little strange. After all, although this teenager had already shown strong enough strength before. But the person standing outside Wakanda now is the powerhouse of the level universe, Thanos. Not to mention that now the other party has 5 infinite gems in his hand. Chen. Dr. Banner looked at Chen Tien, his tone a little hesitant, although according to your plan, our pressure can undoubtedly be reduced a lot, but if you are alone to fight Thanos, wouldn't it be too reluctant? Rest assured, this battle concerns all of us and everyone will do their best. Little Spider-Man also stepped in. Yes, Chen, we are now partners fighting side by side, and we can't just let you face the most dangerous opponents alone. Others also came up to admonish Chen Tien not to be impulsive. As for Black Panther's sister Su Rui, the gaze projected on Chen Tien was a little skeptical. Is this guy really powerful, or is he just young and vigorous? Definitely ideographic period. Whoever it is, exhort or question. Others are more or less unoptimistic about Chen Tien's plans to face Thanos. At the moment, Chen Tien is already excited about Thanos' 5 infinite gems. No longer heeded the dissuasion of others. He waited so long for this moment. Snap, snap. Chen Tien stared at the location where the zombie Thanos was, and a white arc of divine speed began to slowly appear on his body. The next moment, boom, Chen Tien's figure suddenly flashed, and it disappeared in place under everyone's gaze. With the superposition of many super speeds, as well as the blessing of Godspeed power, his speed can now easily exceed the speed of light. Thanos. It only took him an instant to rush to the Thanos army. All the rest of the zombie soldiers couldn't react to Chen Tien's arrival at all, and still stood up and smashed the protective shield in front of them with all their strength. Only Thanos, who has become a zombie, but still maintains all sanity and ability, detects a fleeting hostility. He frowned slightly. Chen Tien's flashing figure still did not stop, and he clenched his fists at the same time. The 5 fingers superimposed on countless super strength were fiercely gathered together. Syllable. Even the air between the palms was directly compressed to the extreme in an instant, and then a sharp vacuum explosion was achieved. Even the space next to his fist faintly showed some fluctuations. Meanwhile, Chen Tien's soul stomped on the ground. The majestic power spread out instantly along the position where his feet were stepping on. The land within a radius of 100 meters was instantly shaken into fine powder. Rumble. Adertisement. The next moment, with a loud explosion, Chen Tien's speed could climb sharply again. Those shattered earth powder rose up into the sky. The fist was in the air, and Shang knocked open a vacuum channel, pulling out a terrifying afterimage. Arrive. Thanos already felt the terrifying killing intent like a storming wave. Roar, he hissed, swung his large hand wearing a golden fist, and grabbed it in front of him. The next moment, Chen Tien directly smashed Wakanda's protective shield and punched Thanos' army head-on. The earth-shattering power directly exploded to the extreme at this moment. Like a terrifying wave pressing forward, it is like a 10,000-meter mountain descending. Rumble. Suddenly, the landslide and the earth cracked, and the roar of heaven and earth resounded. The thick dust and fog that covered the sky rose up into the sky, as if the sun and the moon were shaken. At this moment, everything, at this time, trembled madly. As if the end has come, the Titan has stepped on the ground and destroyed everything. Even thousands of meters apart, you can feel the violent trembling. Followed by, with Chen Tien's blow, the strong wind generated suddenly swept away, forming a terrifying hurricane after another, flying sand and stones, rolling up countless stumped limbs and broken arms, flying up. He only punched, and it was also a punch aimed at Thanos, and the little residual power that spilled out directly crushed the thousands of soldiers around the ladder into smashes. Phew, the wind howled. Even Dr. Banner and the others, who were standing in place, felt the strong air flow in front of them, pushing their bodies, and their clothes and hair were dancing wildly. The flesh skin on everyone's face was even suppressed by the wind to appear a wave of flesh visible to the naked eye. Everyone leaned down and narrowed their eyes because of the oncoming terrifying airflow. But the shock in his eyes that was like substance could not be hidden. Chen Tien's performance in this blow even exceeded their understanding. Before, they thought that this teenager had already exerted his full strength in the confrontation with Wanda. Therefore, Dr. Banner and his party will feel that even if he is strong, he will still have some reluctance to face Thanos alone. However, now it seems that Chen Tien's full strength is even beyond the imagination of everyone present. Su Rui felt the fierce wind blowing on his face from thousands of meters away, and he was even more stunned and froze in place. His gaze was stunned. It was also the first time she had seen a biological individual who could burst out with a terrifying speed and power emperor with only her body without relying on any technological help. Is he really a human? Perhaps, this boy is just a god with human appearance. She thought back and forth in her mind incredulously. The power of this punch is terrifying, and the explosives are completely unattainable, right? Hoo-hoo. Under a strong wind blowing, the thick dust and fog that rose up in the sky were suddenly torn apart and went away. Everyone standing in place slowly straightened up and looked at the distance to know how much damage Chen Tien's punch had just caused. However, the people, who were already full of shock in their hearts, fell into silence for a long time. In everyone's eyes that were already full of shock, their pupils couldn't stop trembling. In between, Dr. Banner and everyone saw only a huge amount of pit. Like a meteorite falling, the surface mud kings of the giant stars are rolling to both sides. The army of soldiers who had originally slammed the shield with Thanos had all turned into broken limbs that flew into the sky, and at this moment they were falling like dense rain. Above the big pit, it was like a heavy rain composed of endless blood, mixed with countless pieces of minced meat, bone stubble and internal organs. The ground within thousands of meters around was quickly stained red by the blood that fell from the sky, becoming muddy, exuding a thick heat and fishy smell. Chen Tien also said, let's deal with those trash fish. Do we still use our hands? Dr. Banner looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was horrified, the corners of his eyes kept beating, and his mouth couldn't control his muttering. As for Su Rui, he couldn't say a word. In the bottom of my heart, I was already shocked by Chen Tien's terrifying strength. What about Chen Tien? However, at this time, little Spider-Man keenly discovered that by now, Chen Tien had disappeared. And Thanos, the big purple man, also followed without a trace. There, then, Ant-Man, who only had a head left, kept scanning his gaze and looked into the air, there in the sky. Smell. Everyone beside him raised their heads in unison and looked into the sky. See above the sky, a spatial crack opened solemnly, and Thanos' burly body slowly emerged from it. On its golden gloves, there is one of the gems, which is shining brightly. Just now, when he faced Chen Tien's blow, although there was no much sanity anymore. But the instinct of fighting the universe for many years and experiencing countless small battles of large file size still told him that even if he had collected 5 infinite gems, he could not hard take the opponent's attack. Therefore, Thanos urged the power of Space Gem at the first time, and the whole person temporarily hid in a different space. However, he has just appeared. Phew, the space in front of him was strangely emerging with Tao-fold ripples. Chen Tien actually appeared directly in front of him with an ability that Thanos could not understand at all, and he was the way to go. Get out. At this moment, Thanos is angry because of the growing hunger in his heart. Coupled with the army he brought, it was completely destroyed under one punch, which stimulated the emotions in his heart. The moment he saw Chen Tien, he did not hesitate and roared directly. The power gem on the glove shone brightly, spreading the magical gem power, giving him blessings. With a bang, Thanos also burst out with extreme terrifying power, smashing towards Chen Tien. The huge amounts of fist all the way forward, but also brought up endless raging wind, spewing out a sense of overwhelming oppression, and the surrounding air was also pulled by the hum. Here it is. Chen Tien watched Thanos attack him, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Although the opposite Thanos has been eroded by the virus, his reaction speed is still not weak. And when he strikes, he also has the blessing of the power gem, and the power that bursts out can belong to the most powerful level in the universe. But Chen Tien wasn't going to hide. The hand was clenched into a fist, and it directly burst out with full strength. Rumble. One big and one small, one purple and one white, 2 fists collided with each other. Moment. A strong wind blowing out with the naked eye. The surrounding space seemed to be squeezed out and distorted due to the collision of the two, showing a fold and ripple-like fragmentation. Round after round of terrifying winds and waves suddenly spread out in all directions at the place where the two met. If you look at the Earth from the perspective of the universe, you can see that the clouds where Wakanda is located begin to appear a circular blank gap. Then that circular gap was still constantly pushing the surrounding clouds away, getting bigger and bigger. Phew. Next second, the two men who faced each other above Wakanda flew backwards uncontrollably. Theranto. Chen Tien looked at the zombie Thanos, who was getting farther and farther away. His expression was not good, and his eyes became more and more solemn. Is this the power of the power gem? He secretly exclaimed. Now he has countless superimposed super strength from different characters, all of which have been strengthened for months under the blessing of the bloodlines of Hulk and Krypton. Even so, with a punch with all his strength, there is even the feeling of being crushed over the head. That's just Thanos with 5 infinite gems. If he were to collect 6 infinite gems, the bonus of all gems would even take him up another level. If that was the case, then Chen Tien wouldn't have to think about how to defeat the other party at all. But, fortunately, the current Chen Tien is no match for Thanos, who has a power gem. But with several super speed overlays, as well as divine speed, he is already the top in terms of speed. It has long been possible to surpass the maximum speed value in the universe. In that case, let's take a different approach and plunder the infinite gems. His gaze froze. Snap, snap, snap. The thought just fell. Chen Tien's body suddenly bred a dense white electric current. He directly urged the divine speed force to the extreme. Next second, phew, Chen Tien's figure suddenly blurred, flickered and disappeared in place. The zombie Thanos on the opposite side, when he saw this scene, couldn't help frowning, wondering where the Earthman on the opposite side had gone. Because with his reaction speed, he couldn't keep up with Chen Tien's speed at all. Syllable. Just before Thanos could react, Chen Tien had already appeared at the other party's side, and at the same time quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed Thanos' gloves. Next second, all the muscles in Chen Tien's body stirred up in an instant, and the dense blood vessel meridians jumped wildly under the skin. Directly burst out with full force, ready to tear off Thanos' gloves fiercely. However, Thanos is worthy of being a space overlord with countless combat experience, and the moment Chen Tien appears beside him, he had already raised his hand for the first time. Roar. It's useless. Treasure Destroyer's expression was hideous, and he opened his mouth and roared. Directly brewing in the palm of the palm was an energy mass that contained terrifying energy and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Phew. As soon as Chen Tien struck, that punch of furious energy mass had already directly burst out and bombarded him. Boom. It's just an instant. The energy mass suddenly exploded, turning into a mighty torrent of energy, revealing endless terrifying earth-shattering power, and detonating rounds of roars in the air. It directly engulfed Chen Tien's figure, and the terrifying tide of energy suddenly spread out in the air. Rao is Chen Tien, who was hit at such a close distance, and his body couldn't help but stiffen. Dr. Banner and his group on the ground looked up at this scene, and their faces were suddenly nervous. Could it be that even though Chen Tien's strength is already so strong, he is not this Thanos opponent? Dr. Banner's mood sank straight to the bottom. The expressions on the faces of the others were even more worried. First, he was worried about Chen Tien, for fear that he would be injured by some accident. Second, he thought that if Chen Tien's strength was so strong that he could not defeat Thanos, I was afraid that the others would have no chance to resist. However, in front of Thanos, who is invisible to everyone, Chen Tien, however, relied on his amazing defense power to fight the crazy bombardment of Thanos. After the body was just bombarded, it froze for a moment. Chen Tien then directly counterflowed the torrent of energy coming from the front without any influence. Forcibly reached out and grabbed Thanos' gloves, bursting out infinite gems with endless power. The power of the power gem cannot be taken lightly. After Chen Tien and the zombie Thanos confronted, his face gradually became solemn. He had already determined that at the moment himself was still a little inferior in strength to the other party who had the power gem. Immediately gave up the idea of overturning the other party head-on and seizing the infinite gems. Prepare to set off on a different track. Snap, snap, snap. The mind settled. Chen Tien directly urged the divine speed, and dense white arcs began to appear on the surface of his body. The next moment, phew, his figure instantly blurred and flickered, disappearing in place. But in an instant, he had already crossed an extremely long distance and flashed to the side of the zombie Thanos. It's fast. Even the zombie Thanos was a little unresponsive and was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Chen Tien who grabbed his gloves, he immediately understood the mind of this human being. Airplanes. Before his thoughts fell, the zombie Thanos had instinctively raised his hand, and a mass of energy containing terrifying power instantly condensed in his palm. The next moment, the energy mass burst out, turning into a majestic pillar of violent energy, roaring and booming Chen Tien. But in an instant, his body was already swallowed up by the rushing and mighty pillar of energy. The surrounding air rippled and twisted like folds. And as an energy column directly bombards the object, every corner of Chen Tiangen's body felt the terrifying destructive power carried by the seemingly endless turbulent energy. Merely, today's Chen Tien has a body of steel from Dachau, plus a new bloodline of Krypton, Hulk bloodline and Asgard bloodline integrate. And the body density adjustment obtained from Vision not long ago. In the face of Thanos' energy bombardment process, Chen Tien's body has already adjusted his density to the extreme, 903, and his defense power has suddenly increased to the highest standard he can reach. Boom. Although at this moment, the torrent of energy in the hands of the zombie Thanos has been washing the surface of his body, he also felt the terrifying illusion breaking force, and a huge amount of heat energy spread in his body, and his body also produced an uncontrollable slight shaking in the process. However, it wasn't broken at all. The energy ball condensed by the zombie Thanos in an instant at most made Chen Tien feel all the positive pressure. But it can't do any real harm to it at all. Roar. After noticing this, the zombie Thanos suddenly urged the infinite gems on the gloves. Suddenly increased the energy power rushing out of his hand. Thundered. Suddenly, the torrent of energy that rushed towards Chen Tien instantly became more and more turbulent, and the power became more and more terrifying. It's just a little bit of remnant power that spills out. All the surrounding air has been squeezed, shapeshifting, forming endless wave-like ripples that spread out. Then it condensed into a violent wind, roaring and sweeping in all directions. As for the land that was affected by the falling energy above the sky, it instantly shook into powder. With those stirring winds, together form the Manga Tianya. The whole ground trembled. It's like encountering thousands of thunder dragons migrating. Yeah, Chen Tien can still resist. Although at this moment, all the bombardment of the energy torrent he faced was already several times stronger, but he could no longer break through his defenses. Bring it to me. Chen Tien felt the energy washing on his body, his gaze froze, and he forcibly stretched out his hand against the impact of the energy torrent. Grabbed Thanos' gloves. All over the body, those muscles whose density was far beyond diamond were all agitated in unison in an instant, bursting with power, and driving their arms to pull back fiercely. Roar. At this time, the zombie Thanos also sensed Chen Tien's thoughts, and while maintaining the energy bombardment in his hand, he also burst out his power and grabbed his gloves. The speed exploded backwards, towards the torn space wormhole. And his hands showed infinite power, trying to break free from Chen Tien's bondage. The other side, Dr. Banner below, all standing on the ground, noticed this scene. Looking at Chen Tien, who was bathed in a torrent of terrifying energy and wrestled with the zombie Thanos, his pupils continued to vibrate. Can Chen Tien actually withstand such a strong energy impact and remain safe and sound? Dr. Banner was shocked. With such a strong physical defense, I am afraid that even his transformation into Hulk cannot be compared. As for the others, they were completely unable to react. At the moment high in the sky, this scene in their eyes has completely exceeded their imagination. Are people like Chen Tien really human? In my mind, it is worth such a question, which is constantly impacting the three views of these people. Meanwhile, imperceptible high-latitude space above deep space. The mysterious and powerful existence of the observer has been paying attention to Chen Tien's ability after determining his ability. Chen Tien's physical quality is really powerful. It can actually carry the energy impact with the blessing of energy gems. Before that, he had never touched the existence of the level universe. Just so, is the copied ability enough to support Chen Tien to this point? When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but mutter, then if he is given the opportunity to copy those other powerhouses in the level universe, what kind of point will he reach? While marveling, the gaze of the observer looking at Chen Tien gradually became solemn. After raising the attention to the latter, he felt that Chen Tien's body exuded several breaths from different sources. Moreover, those breaths seemed to have almost become one after running in. This is another major discovery for observers. That is, Chen Tien's ability is not just a simple copy of other individuals' abilities. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chen Tien looked at the zombie Thanos who was about to hide in the space wormhole, and frowned. Buzz. In the light, the red luster immediately flashed. The next moment, rumble. The two red beams of energy that were smaller than the zombie Thanos, but had a higher density, suddenly pierced all obstacles, directly against the energy torrent. Blasted onto the shoulder of the other party. Zombie Thanos suddenly felt no pain, but still felt a huge impact, like a giant hammer smashed into his shoulder. The entire burly body was slightly skewed because of this. Seeing this, Chen Tien on the opposite side, all the muscles up and down his body were beating wildly at this time. Burst out with even greater power in an instant. Grabbed the golden gloves of the zombie Thanos with both hands and pulled them back fiercely. Suddenly Chen Tien felt that he had grabbed something in his hand, and the entire body of explosive power also had no power to fight against it, and he retreated fiercely. Phew! In just an instant, he had already flashed out thousands of meters away, which was able to stop the momentum of retreat. Did you get it? Chen Tien muttered and raised his head, but found that the space wormhole that the zombie Thanos had torn open before was still hanging in the sky and had not disappeared. Looking down again, he found only one soul gem lying in his palm. The infinity gauntlet in Thanos' hand is still intact. The remaining 4 infinite gems are embedded in it. Can't you even tear that glove off like this? Seeing this, Chen Tien couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his expression helpless. Dwarf's forging technique is really first class, but sometimes, the quality of the things created is too good. For some people, it is not a good thing. Quote. On the other side, Thanos watched the gem in his hand disappear and suddenly ran away. Roar, roar. He subconsciously felt that the gem was extremely important, and now he was going to be taken away, roaring with all his might, and was not ready to retreat into the space wormhole that he had torn open before. Instead, he raised his hand with a distorted face, and with a hum, a violent energy mass that looked unstable appeared in his hand in an instant. Rumble. In another instant, he shot directly at Chen Tien. Rage. A pillar of heaven-piercing energy roared and bombarded Chen Tien. Chen Tien on the opposite side felt the terrifying majesty coming from the paving, and his face turned cold. HMPH. The remaining gems are just placed with you for the time being, and I will definitely take them all later. He snorted coldly and wrinkled his brows. In the cold eyes of the original address, a crimson light suddenly lit up. Rumble. The next moment, 2 hot red beams burst out. Directly with the energy column of the zombie Thanos, it bombarded it head-on. After the majestic energy on both sides collided, it erupted one after another with earth-shattering after-power, and once again created a gust of howling wind. Only then did it turn into scattered energy fragments and slowly dissipate. Phew, phew. Zombie Thanos stared at the soul gem in Chen Tien's hand. His whole body couldn't stop trembling, his chest was exaggerated and heaving, and he gasped. Anger almost turned into substance and spewed out from his eyes. In the end, the zombie Thanos roared angrily. Roar, roar, roar. Roar. On the back of his clenched fist, the inlaid reality gem suddenly glowed with golden light, and the entire heaven and earth were suddenly twisted with this roar. Everything in everyone's sight began to lose its shape at this time, like the surface of the water that did not stop choosing, swinging up and down. What happened here? Little Spider-Man only feels like spider telepathy, who is in crisis, frantically warning himself that a terrible crisis is coming. He looked hastily at everything that was undulating and twisting around him. As for the others, including Dr. Banner, they couldn't imagine what was happening, and their faces were full of panic. The next moment, but in the blink of an eye, it seems that everything has returned to calm. However, the already hot air around them, at this moment, the temperature rose again, and the heat was terrifying. Oh my God! The blonde Sharon agent looked up and exclaimed and couldn't help but step back. I saw that the sky, which had originally become cloudless because of the collision of Chen Tien and the two, had turned into a hell rock reflecting the red fire. The surrounding ground was no longer Wakanda's oasis of countless plants, and all the land turned into deep black cracked rock. Endless lava flowing with high temperatures, and countless hideous-looking evil spirits bathed in it, stretching out their upper bodies. Roar and struggle inside. Are we coming to hell now? Or what happened? Dr. Banner raised his hand to stop several people behind him, his face pale and his tone trembling. Could it be that Thanos did a good thing? Little Spider-Man muttered, looking up at Thanos, the zombie floating in midair. The others inquired around with some trepidation and slowly leaned together. The other side, Chen Tien was much calmer in the face of sudden changes. After slowly looking around at the changing environment around him, he set his gaze on the shining orange-gold gemstone behind the zombie Thanos gloves. That's the reality gem, which has the effect of distorting reality. If you add space gem, you can reshape space. Now it seems that the zombie annihilation did exactly that. Chen Tien silently thought in his heart. Did he directly turn the entire Wakanda into the current hell? Thinking. Once again, he lamented the magic of infinite gems. Everything in this surrounding environment is only temporary, and it can be restored after a while. But everything is too real today. Chen Tien had no doubt that the magma flowing on the cracked rock earth would really burn people to ashes. There are also those demons who struggle in the magma, and also have the ability to tear people apart. These are temporary existences, but they are also real existences. Then, roar, roar, the zombie on the other side, Thanos, still glared angrily at Chen Tien. At the moment, the flesh and skin on his face appeared to be more and more dry, and the originally full face was already tightly attached to the face bone, and his nose was completely collapsed. Looking at it like this, the entire head was almost the same as the skull. A pair of eyes that should have been full of domineering and wisdom also began to cover a layer of cloudiness. He was being invaded by the zombie virus more and more. After all, the zombie virus of this universe is a quantum-level virus brought out by the Pims when they returned from quantum space. Rao is the universe overlord level Thanos and can't resist. Roar. However, even as the virus invades more and more, the zombie Thanos still has a deep attachment to infinite gems. He stared at Chen Tien's hand and roared again. Raise your hand. Boom. The world, which had changed greatly, began to shake violently. The ground, which was already full of cracks, was even more frantically shattered at this moment. The magma flowing in the cracks was shaken out of waves and sputtered everywhere. Click. Together with the top, which was reflected red by the firelight, it also began to spread densely cracked. Large chunks of rock peeled off and smashed towards the ground. Zombie Thanos, what is this going to do? On the ground. Little Spider-Man is dexterous, tossing and turning, and when needed, he bursts out with terrifying power, kicking away the huge rock that fell towards everyone. I don't know, I hope Chen Tien can really defeat him. Dr. Banner and the others were also barely dodging the falling stones, and looked solemnly into the air. Click. The shaking between heaven and earth became more and more terrifying. Cracks in the rock wall overhead spread more and more. Chen Tien narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Thanos, and at the crack that was still spreading above his head. Mind ability and spider ability are telling him that danger is coming. Roar. The zombie Thanos on the opposite side is still roaring madly in anger. The words did not fall, and the raised big hand waved down fiercely. The next moment, rumble. The rock layer that was already full of cracks above the head burst apart, and endless debris collapsed. Roar. A violent roar turned into an endless sound and fell from the sky. Those falling gravel giants were instantly shaken into powder by the impact. And the source of this roar, which was originally hidden behind countless rubble blocks, was also exposed to Chen Tien's field of vision. It was a behemoth. Chen Tien stood in front of it, but as small as a grain of rice. From his point of view, he could only see a huge mouth full of densely packed sharp teeth, and he couldn't see how huge the other party's body was. The huge mouth with a strong fishy wind suddenly approached Chen Tien. As if in the next second, it will completely devour Chen Tien. Roar. An earth-shattering roar fell from overhead, like an endless surge of solid sound, instantly shaking countless shattered huge stones in the sky into powder. Then wrapped Chen Tien's whole person floating in midair. Even with his current strength, he would feel his entire body tremble. When he raised his head, he could see a terrifying mouth that was almost boundless, with dense and sharp teeth all over the place, tearing towards him. Too big. This big mouth belonging to the giant beast was too big, and Chen Tien stood under the big mouth. He raised his head and directly felt the extremely rich fishy qi, condensing into a terrifying air flow like a strong wind and slapping on his face. Raising his head to get rid of this big mouth, he couldn't even figure out the specific appearance of this giant. Only a seemingly endless number of fangs could be seen, all the way to the deepest part of the giant beast's throat that was not visible. Chen Tien's whole person, compared with this big mouth, is just like a grain of rice. And the mouth of the giant beast is like a hellish abyss that can never see the earth, and in the next moment it will completely devour its entire person, but it will not recover. And in addition to the pressure that Chen Tien has to face this abyss mouth, the rest of the Dr. Banner standing on the ground, even if they were thousands of meters away, could also feel the oppression of destroying the world. The feeling of being like an abyss falling into the world makes these people feel that they will be swallowed up with them in the next moment, facing death. Dr. Banner and little Spider-Man turned pale instantly, and a deep sense of fear spread uncontrollably in their hearts. As for the others, their bodies were soft, trembling with their souls. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Among them, Harpy, who had the most fragile mentality, sat on the ground with his whole body closed, closing his eyes tightly, and muttered like he was lost in thought. The shadow of death has enveloped everyone's hearts. That's the power of infinite gems. Just a few infinite gems can be so powerful. If it's 6 infinite gems, it's hard to imagine what it would look like. Chen. Dr. Banner looked up at Chen Tien's thin back, his eyes vibrating. He thought that in the face of these 15 situations, I am afraid that even if he can successfully transform into Hulk, he may still be powerless. Little Spider-Man and others on the side all hung their heads. The thoughts in his heart are almost the same as his. A deep sense of fear, and an endless sense of powerlessness. They can't do anything. Nothing can be changed. Everything seems to be coming to an end. I don't want to die. Ant-Man, who had only one head left, wailed bitterly. The rest were silent, too. None of them saw that Chen Tien, who was standing high in the sky, did not have half a panic on his face. Just calmly looked at that terrifying big mouth and approached him. The strong air flow falling from the sky blew his hair and clothes, but Chen Tien still stood tall, his eyes were still unwavering. He raised both hands. In one hand as the mind gem and in the other as the soul gem. Only 2 infinite gems, that's enough. Chen Tien muttered, it's time to finish. At the moment, he has 2 infinite gems, facing Thanos, who has not collected 6 infinite gems, even if the latter is not his opponent no matter how tenacious he is. Syllable. Chen Tien's voice just fell. He gathered his 5 fingers and tightly grasped the 2 infinite gems, and in the next second, a scarlet halo began to flow on his body. Subsequently, twice the chaos force obtained by copying and absorbing the zombie Wanda, he rushed towards the 2 gems with a majestic, almost endless momentum. The 2 gemstones that absorbed the origin magic power were instantly activated, blooming with a brilliant brilliance belonging to infinite gems, which shone out from between Chen Tien's fingers. That's right, he directly used the endless origin magic power like the Hanhai to complete the complete activation of infinite gems. Next second, he opened his palm, and 2 infinite gems that bloomed with endless dazzling brilliance were like 2 rounds of superb stars, clinging to Chen Tien's palm. On his 5 fingertips, thousands of strands of scarlet origin magic power are entwined, rolling upside down into the gems. Airplanes. Chen Tien gently raised another finger. In just an instant, there was a terrifying energy intertwined with red, white, and yellow powers, spreading out like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, it has already enveloped the surrounding space of thousands of meters. But for a moment, the atmosphere in the entire space suddenly became particularly strange, as if everything in the air had become Chen Tien's personal belongings. Time, space, or everything else is completely under his control. Even small pieces of molecular-level information need to be completely obeyed by his orders. What does it feel like? On the ground, Dr. Banner, who was still in fear and despair, tightened his heart, but he felt that everything about himself was being seen through. It seems that in front of his Chen Tien, there is no more secret. The others, also at this time, raised their heads one after another and looked towards the teenager above the sky. I saw Chen Tien at this moment, although he stood under the huge mouth of the abyss, his eyes were calm. His hands seemed to control 2 rounds of brilliant stars that would never be erased, and his body was filled with scarlet energy imperial robes. The mighty supreme majesty radiated from every corner of his body. It gives people a feeling of supremacy. Just looking up at him, they feel awe. Within thousands of meters of the surrounding area, the space filled with 3-color energy has become the space under his absolute control. However, the mouth organ of the giant beast that fell from the top of the head suddenly stopped its direct movement and stiffened in place. The supreme sense of oppression that Fang Kai exuded was also gone at this time. There is also the zombie Thanos standing opposite Chen Tien, who is also stationary at this time. Fang Kai Rage's expression has completely converged, and the whole person is like a statue, standing in place with dull eyes. Then, boom, boom, high in the sky, the 2 gemstones in Chen Tien's palm suddenly trembled violently, erupting into a series of terrifying heat waves that seemed to be endless. Time. All the surrounding space is surrounded by endless terrifying high-temperature Xuanjian. Even the hair and clothes of everyone on the ground faintly smelled burnt. This is the high temperature from infinite gems. Without mentioning that the direct activation of the use of gemstones, the resulting temperature is not the normal dimension of the creature can withstand it. Even the current big Super Clark can't do it. Chen Tien did. This was the effect of his previous integrate of multiple bloodlines. Those bloodlines, whether it was Kryptonian bloodline, Hulk bloodline, or Adga's royal bloodline. The 3 bloodlines are randomly rotated out separately, all of which have the potential of the level universe. As long as the owner can tap the potential in the blood vein normally, he can become a true level universe powerhouse. And now, Chen Tien completely gathered the 3 bloodlines into himself, and at the same time, he also put the complete bloodline integrate together to generate a new bloodline. Moreover, this new bloodline that belongs to Chen Tien is not just a matter of superimposing those 3 bloodlines together, and the effect is multiplied by 3. Thanks to Chen Tien's powerful effective copying ability, these bloodlines can also provide upgrades to other bloodlines, mutually promote the speed of tapping the potential of the bloodline. Distinguishing each bloodline, the existence of a separate can already give the owner the potential of the level universe. And Chen Tien's bloodline has been exponentially improved on the basis of the 3 bloodlines. So, a few months after getting the new bloodline, he had grown to the point where he could withstand the negative effects of infinite gems activation. Even if 2 infinite gems are activated at the same time, they can be completely resisted. Boom. Next second, Chen Tien's expression condensed, and his thoughts concentrated on the mind gem and soul gem in his hand. In his clear and calm eyes, time began to become extremely deep in an instant, and if you look closely, you can even see the vast and boundless river of stars in your eyes. The cycle of life and death of countless living beings, the changes in the universe in hundreds of millions of years, including the continuous change of existence and destruction. He directly enhanced telepathy ability with mind gem and soul gem, coupled with the ability that he got from Charles before, and the superimposed effect of the superbrain of the dragon bloodline. Endless waves of spiritual fluctuations that surged like a frenzy erupted from his body. At the moment ideographic period, the psychic fluctuations released by Chen Tien are enough to control the entire Wakanda, and even the entire planet. Completely remembered 10 times more, far more than Charles, who has been strengthened by brainwave strengthening. If Chen Tien is willing now, he can even kill all the creatures on a planet in an instant with a single thought. That's why, after he inspired 2 infinite gems. On the opposite side, the zombie Thanos, who was originally caught in an endless rage, suddenly became sluggish, stood in place, and no longer made any moves. As for the behemoth above his head, it was naturally achieved by controlling the mind of the zombie Thanos, and then indirectly controlling the infinity gauntlet in his hand. You're nowhere near enough to call my opponent, and as for infinite gems, it's my time now. Chen Tien stared at the zombie Thanos, who was frozen in place. He could feel the latter's thoughts, constantly trying to fight against his mind control. Pity. Now Chen Tien's mind fluctuates like a 10,000-meter mountain. And the zombie Thanos' mind is just like a dust ant, so tiny that it is almost invisible. No matter how hard he struggles, it is impossible to shake Chen Tien's control entanglement. Click, click. As the zombie Thanos was controlled by Chen Tien, everything that had been created using the infinite gems in his hand began to spread into dense cracks. Subsequently, the uncontainable began to collapse. The behemoth that had been keeping its mouth open also began to turn into wisps of sand and dust. Chen Tien looked at the zombie Thanos on the opposite side, and then at the infinity gauntlet in the other party's hand. His eyes flashed slightly. He took a step forward. Phew, the figure is blurry and flashing. But it directly flashed in front of the zombie Thanos. On the back of the glove on his hand, the 4 infinite gems that were still inlaid were left with a faint halo flowing on the surface after losing the control of the zombie Thanos, which looked clear and holy. Next, the infinite gems of this universe will all belong to me. Chen Tien looked at the infinity gauntlet, who was close at hand, and still couldn't help but be thrilled. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand directly. Suddenly ripped off the infinity gauntlet in the hands of the zombie Thanos. Boom. At the same moment, in the surrounding space, everything that had begun to gradually collapse suddenly increased the speed of fragmentation. Overhead, the giant beast with the mouth of the abyss, the speed of dissolution of 970 degrees was also sharply accelerated. Everything is quickly returning to normal. Chen, win. Dr. Banner looked around at everything that was going on and was startled. To be honest, Thanos urges infinite gems to turn reality into what this world of purgatory looks like today. And when summoning that terrifying behemoth, he already felt that there was no chance of victory at all. Even someone with Chen Tien's great power is no match for Thanos. As for these people, let alone that. However, unexpectedly, Chen Tien was able to break through his imagination again. Even in the face of such an enemy, it can still break out and defeat the opposite side. We survived. The head of Ant-Man, who was held in the arms of the Wasp Girl, looked around in disbelief, and then became gradually excited. Chen won. Phew, fortunately there is still Chen. Otherwise, none of us can be Thanos' rivals. Little Spider-Man, who had been in a state of tension before, and others, suddenly felt the pressure loosen and sat directly on the ground. He did. Su Rui, who had questioned Chen Tien before, looked at the young man in the sky with a complicated face. Too strong. She was in the mood of the rest of her life after the disaster. Her eyes reflected Chen Tien's figure, and only awe remained in her heart. Like a godlike reverence. The other side. 6 infinite gems, finally here. Chen Tien looked at the gloves inlaid with 4 infinite gems in his hand, and his face couldn't help but show an unconcealable joy. When he knew he had a chance to collect 6 infinite gems. Chen Tien has been longing for this moment. As long as he can perfectly control the 6 infinite gems, Chen Wei can become a true multi-universe level powerhouse. And if the infinite gems in the timeline are different from other worlds, they are very special. It can be used in other parallel universes, perhaps as long as it is in the same multi-universe. Definitely Chen Tien hasn't experimented yet and doesn't know if it will succeed. But the strength of 6 infinite gems, there is no need to question. Looking at all the American comics world, there are only a few. You can completely control your own destiny, do not care about the hostility of others to you, and can do anything according to your own will, almost as you like. To become a strong person of this level can be said to be already Marvel's top existence. This is what Chen Tien is most pursuing. Definitely has copy ability, and he's definitely going for more than that. Phew. Meanwhile, the surrounding purgatory world, which was built by infinite gems and had begun to gradually collapse, was instantly like a curtain directly torn off between heaven and earth. Wakanda has returned to her original appearance. Phew. After Chen Tien removes the Infinity Gauntlet from the zombie Thanos. The scene of purgatory, where everything around it had begun to collapse, was like a curtain that covered the heavens and the earth and was quickly torn apart. But in the blink of an eye, everyone found that they had returned to the original Wakanda. When Chen Tien's group first arrived here, it was in the afternoon. At the moment, after a series of battles, Yin-Yang has turned westward. The orange sunlight slanted on the earth, dyeing everything with a layer of color that belonged to the evening. Everything is somewhere between brilliant and bleak. Dr. Banner and the others, after watching all the changes in the surrounding environment, felt a burst of light. The person who had been sitting on the ground before also stood up at this moment. It's really over this time. Banner raised his head, looked around, and took a deep breath. The feeling of suffocation that was born before because of the crisis has slowly dissipated. But in the chest, the heart that was still beating wildly because of the excitement could not be calmed at once. The temperature around it, which was originally frighteningly hot, has returned to normal, and even with the evening breeze blowing on the face, there is a bit of coolness. It was as if everything before it was nothing more than a dream. Little Spider-Man felt the spider telepathy danger alarm that suddenly stopped, and suddenly felt a trance, like the changing scene of the previous world was just an illusion. It's just. That's all true. He raised his head and looked at Chen Tien, who was floating opposite the zombie Thanos above the sky, and muttered to himself. At the moment, look at the boy who is about the same age as himself. Peter Parker's eyes revealed a complex feeling spreading in his heart. He even began to doubt the reality of this world. After all, the scene that Chen Tien started with his hands was completely beyond his definition of a human being. One punch kills the army of thousands of Thanos. He can also be alone and directly suppress the invincible zombie Thanos. The thoughts go on here. Little Spider-Man couldn't help but start looking around at Wakanda, who had recovered from a distorted reality. I saw the boundless plain bathed in the sunset sun, and the aftermath of the previous horrific battle still existed. Endless cracks in the ground spread outside Wakanda's shield, in all corners as far as the eye could see. There was also a gust of wind that wiped off all the sand and gravel on the ground, and countless plants were uprooted, exposing the rock layer that should have been several meters above the ground. When I saw all this, not only Little Spider-Man, but also Black Panther T'Challa, Ochi, and Su Rui, the indigenous people of Wakanda, and others, were incredulous. Even if I had seen it once, the scene was real in my mind. But now that I think about it, it still feels too outrageous. Su Rui muttered, looking in the direction outside Wakanda's protective shield. As the distorted reality constructed by the zombie Thanos disappears, only one of the most shocking traces of battle remains. That was the giant pit that Chen Tien created when he first shot and killed the entire Thanos army. Meteorites smashed into the ground like deep craters, placed in a large number of environments, are extremely conspicuous. The broken limbs and pieces of internal organs of the previous morning army around it were piled up, and the land turned muddy and scarlet. There was a strong smell of blood in the air, spreading over the boundless plain with the wind. Just one punch is like a natural disaster. Looking at that trace, Chen Tien's image once again opened up several times in the hearts of Black Panther and others. With human power, it can be done to this extent. Even if it's a god, that's all, right? Black Panther muttered unconsciously. And the people around him, when they heard his evaluation, they did not feel the slightest feeling of inappropriateness in their hearts. I even think that's how it should be. Meanwhile, the residents of Wakanda City, after sensing that the terrifying turmoil outside the city began to subside, gradually came back to their senses in trembling fear. Sure, no more horrific scenes like before, they had the courage to walk out of the city. Countless crowds walked out and looked at the scene of life on the horizon, and they were all stunned. They who had not witnessed the battle with their own eyes could not imagine what kind of fierce fighting would cause such a terrible aftermath of the war. They simply could not imagine where the two armies were at war. All of this, but Chen Tien. The other side. Chen Tien took a deep breath, calmed down his somewhat excited mood, and his eyes returned to clarity. The harvest of 6 infinite gems this time is enough to be called rich, but it cannot stop there. My goal is much more than that, he thought. Then, it slowly fell to the ground. Holding the infinity gauntlet in his left hand, he spread out the palm of his right hand. The palm that originally held the gemstone was still hot, and the 2 infinite gems that were stimulated to the extreme shimmered. Before he could feel his body, although he was now able to withstand the load when infinite gems was fully stimulated, he could only bear it for a short time for the time being. Definitely, this level is scary enough. The Hulk wore an infinity gauntlet, and after snapping his fingers once, he temporarily lost an arm. Even infinite Thanos suffered a lot of damage. But Chen Tien is still not satisfied with the extent to which he can only stimulate infinite gems for a short time. Then, Dr. Banner, after experiencing a trance and endless exclamations, also came to their senses and trotted towards Chen Tien's location. Chen, you did it. Dr. Banner had a happy smile on his face, and his eyes were full of awe at the young-looking boy in front of him. This is reverence for the strong. At the same time, I felt a sense of relaxation because the crisis of extinction was contacted. Actually, before he came back to give Avengers the news of Thanos' impending arrival, he secretly felt that even if all the Avengers assembled, they were not necessarily the opponents of the latter. When it comes to knowing that the entire Earth is in a zombie crisis, even Iron Man and they are not spared. One of Dr. Banner's hearts sank to the bottom. In that case, don't say that Thanos is coming. Left unchecked, the zombies on Earth may make humans extinct. And now, not only has Thanos been defeated, but the zombie crisis has also been solved. How can this not make it easy for Banner? You're really too strong. Little Spider-Man looked at Chen Tien, also in awe and with emotion. I really can't imagine that there is such a powerful person as you in the world. Quote, the power of the punch you just gave is even comparable to a nuclear bomb, right? And Thanos, with its 5 infinite gems, is no match for you. It's incredible. He looked at Chen Tien's gaze with incomparable respect, and his tone showed deep adoration. When Ben Uncle passed away, he told little Spider-Man that with great ability comes great responsibility. Therefore, he has always felt that he should bear a lot of burden. And now, seeing that Chen Tien can solve such a big crisis on the Earth with his own strength. Exactly what he wanted him to be. Thinking about it, little Spider-Man let out another long sigh of relief. Seriously, if it weren't for you, looking at that Thanos' formidable appearance, just a few of us, I'm afraid it would be difficult to be his opponent. On behalf of all the people of Wakanda, I sincerely thank you. Su Rui's opinions on Chen Tien at this moment had all disappeared, and he sincerely thanked him. Wakanda is otherworldly, but not close to fireworks. The feeling of the rest of his life after the disaster made Su Rui almost moved to tears at this moment. The reaction of the rest of the people was basically the same, and their bodies were shaking with excitement. Maybe it sounds exaggerated, but only by truly experiencing the feeling of death will we deeply realize how beautiful life is. When Chen Tien heard a word of gratitude, he responded with a kind smile. It was when the mood of the crowd was agitated and joyful. Only Black Panther T'Challa, who was standing behind, was silent, her eyes hesitantly fixed on the infinite gems in Chen Tien's hand. Chen, he hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak, now that Thanos' problem has been completely solved. Quote, "So what are you going to do with these infinite gems in your hands now?" This question suddenly quieted the originally lively crowd. They also realized that Chen Tien in front of them was not only powerful, but also had 6 infinite gems in his hands. And just an infinite gems, put on the earth, or even any corner of the universe, will make countless races crazy. Perhaps, you can store these infinite gems in different places, which can avoid a lot of trouble. Dr. Banner had already traveled through a space trip before and naturally knew the preciousness of infinite gems. Also find out how many cosmic beings these gemstones can provoke. So he looked at Chen Tien seriously, and gave his advice in a sincere tone. I think Dr. Banner is right. With great ability comes great responsibility. Little Spider-Man nodded repeatedly, but again, the more powerful the force, the more crises will come. 6 infinite gems put together, something that will attract is impossible to imagine. After all, only existences with matching strength dare to take action against infinite gems. The other side, Su Rui looked at Chen Tien, took a deep breath, and brooded for a while before daring to speak to the latter. Chen, if I can, I hope to leave one in Wakanda. For us to study and develop stronger technology. Saying that, she paused and continued. All research results will be shared with you. Moreover, we can also use Mind Gem to make an antidote to the zombie virus. Deal with this planetary crisis. Ant-Man and the Wasp, hearing her say this, he will look at Chen Tien with anticipation. After all, the source of this Earth zombie crisis was brought back by Dr. Pym and his wife. The two of them were more or less apologetic to the fact that the entire Earth had become what it was. I hope this matter can wait until it is properly handled. As for the others, they also want to know what Chen Tien will choose. Regardless of the angle, everyone also hopes that the Earth can be freed from the current zombie environment. Earth's zombie crisis, you don't have to worry, I can solve it directly with infinite gems. Chen Tien said indifferently. As for infinite gems, I also have my arrangements. This statement came out. Everyone's eyes suddenly showed a bit of vigilance and panic. Where could they not hear, Chen Tien? I want to keep infinite gems to myself. Definitely, according to the combat power shown by the other party, if he really doesn't want to let go of infinite gems, they can't say anything. But human nature is like this, always worried that people with great power will cause harm to themselves. Therefore, when they heard Chen Tien's words, they still couldn't help but worry in their hearts whether the former's mentality would begin to distort after possessing extremely powerful power. Meanwhile, the distance is too far beyond reality to be measured on any scale. The observer is also watching everything. That's not right, it shouldn't be like this. His expression became more and more solemn, and he gradually realized that something was starting to go wrong, and muttered in his mouth, Chen Kai broke the absolute time and place of this abandonment. A lot of things will go down the path that he should not have taken because of his choices. Although the observer cannot intuitively observe what will happen in the future. But as the historian of the Marvel Universe, he can feel this universe, because Chen Tien, an outsider, has completely changed. What should have happened, did not continue to happen. Everything that was supposed to happen, began at this time. There was an unexpected node. At this point, the observer's thoughts, which were already frowning no longer, tightened even more. After experiencing a rambling that led to the accelerated demise of a planet, their race decided to exist only as witnesses. Objectively gaze at everything in the universe, according to the intervention of no external force, slowly developing. And the observer after a long period of observation. I have also gradually understood that on a nearly infinite time scale, the prosperity or destruction of any civilization is actually a reincarnation. Look at it in a lower dimension. It's like a farming on Earth's land. All crops, after planting, will grow differently, some will grow luxuriantly, some will be yellow, and some will not even germinate at all. But in any case, a year passes, all cultivation will end, and then a new round of cultivation will usher in. So, observers don't particularly care about the tiny influencing factors. However, What Chen Tien is doing now is that the entire land may collapse, and the probability is extremely high. After all, he has the potential of protégé, and even more than a single universe, but even all multi-universes, may be affected by him in the future. The mood swings under the observer's eyes become more and more pronounced. And just as he thinks, his mood keeps changing. The observer suddenly noticed a strange feeling. He looked suspiciously at the multifaceted prism through which he observed the real world. Unexpectedly, he noticed Chen Tien, who was being observed, and slowly raised his head to look at the deep space with an expressionless face. And the direction in which the other party is staring seems to be looking at gone. How is that possible? The observer noticed this, and suddenly his scalp was numb and he trembled in summer. How is that possible? When the observer noticed Chen Tien, who was separated from the mirror of the dimension and reality, and raised his head, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He found that the latter seemed to be aware of his own existence, and his eyes were not looking elsewhere, but at himself. This shocked the observers. After all, the position he is in now is a four-dimensional world that is not just deep space, but higher than the real three-dimensional world. In the long years that he has been an observer, unless it is a higher existence of the same dimension, no one in the three-dimensional world has become aware of himself. After all, three-dimensional creatures, placed in front of high-dimensional existences, have no secrets at all. How did he find me? Before that, Chen Tien didn't notice any signs of me. The observer's tone was full of shock. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chen Tien raised his head and looked up into the deep space. As a traverser, he naturally knew the existence of the observer, but although he knew in his heart that his every move was being watched by the other party. But due to his strength, no matter how much Chen Tien tried to find the existence of the observer, it was futile. It wasn't until he had just collected 6 unique infinite gems in each universe that he finally sensed the existence of an observer with the blessing of the power of gems. Definitely ideographic period. Chen Tien has no hostility towards this big-headed doll voyeur who is usually hidden in a higher dimension. After all, the other party voyeur is voyeurism, but he has not done anything that is not a threat to him. Chen Tien was looking for him, again for no other purpose, but to copy the other party's ability. And an individual observer can observe all the changes in the entire single universe at the same time, and the ability is naturally extraordinary. This race possesses the inherent ability to fulfill almost any need. These include increased personal attributes, time and space manipulation, molecular manipulation, energy projection, and vast psychic powers. Among them, no matter which ability, as long as it can be copied by Chen Tien, then it can make a qualitative leap in his current strength. And just when Chen Tien finally found the trace of the observer and began to secretly generate anticipation in his heart. Chen, I think you need to think carefully about infinite gems. Black Panther T'Challa's voice cut in, interrupting his thoughts. Chen Tien came back to his senses, looked around, and received the expressions and eyes of everyone around him. These people in front of me found that their attitude towards themselves was full of vigilance of deep. His eyes immediately became indifferent. I said, I will deal with the zombie crisis on Earth. As for infinite gems, I have my own arrangements. And the consequences involved, I will naturally bear it myself, and I have also made a good realization of it. Chen Tien's tone was very cold. The people around them, hearing Chen Tien's words, immediately fell silent. After all, infinite gems were indeed obtained after the other party fought the zombie Thanos. They were just acting as spectators on the sidelines, and they didn't help at all. Since Chen Tien himself has already said that he is ready for enlightenment, then they should not force anything. Ultimately, the mysterious young man in front of him is much stronger than them. That's all there is to it, that's enough. Chen, I still hope that you can calm down and not lose yourself because of the powerful power. Why? Dr. Banner looked at Chen Tien with a hint of concern in his eyes. He has seen a lot, and after gaining power, he loses himself and eventually ruins his own things. Chen Tien had saved them all before. So, Dr. Banner didn't want this young teenager to be ruined by something like this. Chen, since you have decided to take on the responsibility behind this power, then I can only wish you well in the future. When little Spider-Man heard Chen Tien's words, he also scratched his head and sighed. Well, I know you're thinking about me. Chen Tien smiled, but what I carry is heavier than you think, so I still need this power. This statement came out. The rest stopped talking. Everyone present fell silent. At a height of 10,000 meters, ripples like folds suddenly appeared, and the entire space seemed to be shaking with it. The overlapping pressure suddenly fell from above the firmament, and pressed towards everyone. The pressure was like a 10,000-meter mountain, pouring down, and it was as terrifying as the crashing waves. It only made people feel that the sky was falling, and their bodies and souls trembled at the same moment. People who had just experienced the aftermath of a calamity had calm expressions on their faces, and time was full of panic again. Could it be that the terrifying guy just now has not actually been solved and has made a comeback? No, this time the movement is much more terrifying than just now. BFFJ. Are we really going to die this time? All the residents of Wakanda were terrified. And Dr. Banner and others, the expression on their faces is also pineapple. Because they can feel that the coercion that is falling down now is much more terrifying than the zombie Thanos just now. Even the gap between the two sides can be discussed tenfold. Tear and pull. Next second, above the sky, a deep spatial crack suddenly appeared. Fang Kai's already terrifying coercion instantly became more intense, and all corners of the entire heaven and earth began to be filled with coercion-like substance. Even the space began to tremble. Subsequently, a figure with a huge head and a white robe slowly floated out of that spatial crack. The moment he appeared, the sense of oppression in heaven and earth rose even more abruptly. Overwhelmed everyone. Who is he? Are they people who want to be bad for the earth again? Dr. Banner raised his head and looked at the other person, his pupils constantly concussing. The expressions on the faces of the rest of the people also looked ugly. Wakanda's Dora guards, whose expressions were already tense to the extreme, raised their spears one after another, ready to fight at any time. As for Chen Tien, after watching that figure appear high in the sky, his eyes also began to become solemn. He recognized the identity of the other party. It is a high-dimensional being in this universe, an observer responsible for observing all the changes in the entire Marvel universe. How did he end up here? The thoughts in Chen Tien's mind raced to think, and he was surprised in his heart. I haven't gone to find the other party, but I didn't expect this observer to descend into the real world himself. But it just so happened that he wouldn't waste his energy going to me personally. What are you doing here? Isn't your family not interfering with reality? Chen Tien stared unkindly at the observer and questioned. In fact, he had already vaguely guessed in his heart why the other party had appeared. Most likely, it is because of yourself. Chen, do you know him? On the side, Dr. Banner immediately had a puzzled expression on their faces. Natsui. Obviously, through Chen Tien's words, it is certain that he knows the existence that is full of horror and oppression. It's just that the words in the teenager's mouth make them scratch their heads and can't understand the meaning of the other party's words at all. Can't interfere with reality. Isn't this guy with a huge head and a very incongruous body now appearing in reality? How to speak as if the other party should not have appeared in reality? Chen, who is he? Little Spider-Man followed suit. After all, he couldn't understand why such a strange-looking guy could actually exude such terrifying coercion. As for the others, they looked at the silent observer with a wary face. I always feel that the other party reveals a feeling of superiority. He did not despise himself, but did not care about their existence at all. Especially Black Panther and Su Rui, two high-ranking beings in Wakanda. It is very sensitive to such contempt. They are all secretly evaluating in their hearts whether they can fight against each other with Wakanda's combat power. The other side. After the observer appeared, there was indeed only Chen Tien in his eyes. Other people, no matter who they are on Earth or what they have experienced, are nothing more than dust on an endless time scale. Since you can detect my presence before this, then you should understand that I am acting for you. He looked at Chen Tien, his tone full of indifference. I just appeared to remind you that your behavior broke the absolute point in time. Quote, such actions will be sanctioned by the gods. The observer kept looking at Chen Tien's face as he spoke. It's just that he never saw the slightest bit of nervousness on the latter's face. Sanction of the gods. When Chen Tien heard this, he laughed lightly. I am a god, and no one is qualified to sanction me. When the observer heard Chen Tien's words, he did not refute it, but fell into a brief silence. You are not a god. It seemed that after some thought, he slowly spoke again. Definitely, neither am I. When the observer said this, his expression was extremely solemn. When the true God came and appeared, you were ashamed of your words. Quote. When Chen Tien heard this, he chuckled. He naturally knows the power of the gods in the so-called Marvel universe. And now, even if he has 6 infinite gems, if he really moves, he is not the opponent of those cosmic gods for the time being. Chen Tien would say this, but only to provoke observers. Since you're just here to remind me, that means you won't make a move. So what do I do? What does it matter to you? He continued, his tone full of frivolity. In the course of dialogue between the two sides, little Spider-Man next to him can be heard clearly. The big-headed baby in the sky is most likely a powerful existence that exists outside the Earth. As for what the other party came from, he didn't have any thoughts for a short time. What these two people say is in the clouds. He sighed bitterly. Apart from giving me a profound feeling, I can't figure out what they're talking about. Again, reality, and interference, and divine. The other people around him, who actually looked at Chen Tien and the observers, experienced little difference from him. The other side, absolute point in time. If you do want to continue, you may even affect the direction of the multi-universe. Quote. When the observer said this, the originally calm expression on his face began to become solemn and his tone serious. But you can't interfere with reality. Chen Tien naturally noticed the change in the other party's attitude, but did not have any mood swings because of this. Instead, they continued to stimulate each other. It's not that I can't interfere with reality, I just stick to the principles of the family. Sure enough, the observer's brows furrowed after hearing Chen Tien's words, and I know that you are not this realistic person. If necessary, I will sanction you. When he said these words, there was already a hint of threat in his tone. And such emotions, for observers, are no different from strong killing intent. As for what observers said to Chen Tien, it is not false. That's right, according to the family's concept, he definitely can't make a move. But Chen Tien is indeed, as he said, not a person who belongs to this reality, and can shoot if necessary. Chen Tien did not continue to reply to the other party's words this time. Instead, he directly put on the infinity gauntlet that he had just snatched, and also embedded the 2 infinite gems he had snatched before. Buzz. The extremely large infinity gauntlet, which was originally worn by the zombie Thanos, directly turned into a glove that just matched the file size of his hand under the action of reality gem. Suddenly, the 6 infinite gems set in the glove burst into a dazzling gemstone luster in an instant. Each gemstone blooms with a different color of brilliance. Next second, all the surrounding space between heaven and earth shook. The 9-colored luster that bloomed on the infinite gems soared into the sky and shone dazzlingly, as if there was only such a magical brilliance left in the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, 6 lusters belonging to infinite gems appeared on the gloves, which instantly spread to Chen Tien's whole body. Next second, the brilliance of all infinite gems burst out abruptly. But it turned into an incomparably violent, terrifying energy, surging towards his body in an endless gesture. Chen Tien began to feel that the energy in his body was filling up madly in a furious posture like a tidal wave. The observer on the opposite side, seeing that Chen Tien had brought Infinity Gauntlet directly, his expression instantly became gloomy. Phew. Next second, the observer wrinkled his brow and waved casually. Dr. Banner and the others standing around Chen Tien disappeared directly out of thin air and directly transferred to the distant city of Wakanda. Followed by rumble. An extremely powerful pillar of energy instantly bombarded down from above the firmament, directly covering him and Chen Tien's bodies. This moment, in the entire heaven and earth, everything that could be seen was shown in a dazzling white. Wait until the white light slowly disperses. The figures of the two had disappeared in place. Meanwhile, because the white brilliance was too dazzling just now, Chen Tien, who closed his eyes a little, slowly opened his eyes. I found myself in a space that was white all around. The observer stood right across from him. Chen Tien, you have disrupted the balance of other universes. He said to Chen Tien with a cold expression. You just stay here, infinite gems can't play a role here, it's a unique dimensional space. Are you going to imprison me? However, when Chen Tien heard this, he snorted coldly and slowly raised his hand. It wears the fist of the Infinity Gauntlet. The 6 infinite gems embedded on it instantly burst into dazzling brilliance to the extreme. A terrifying power like a solid tide burst out directly at this moment. The surrounding space vibrated like the sky was shattered. Twisted, wrinkled, it's a unique dimensional space where infinite gems don't work. Chen Tien, don't disturb the balance of the universe, stay here. The observer looked at the teenager in front of him with an extremely cold expression. The voice fell. He turned around and prepared to leave. Are you ready to imprison me? HMPH. Chen Tien's eyes flickered, looking at the endless white space around him, and there was no end in sight. A deep gloomy meaning gradually flowed between the eyebrows. He snorted coldly and slowly raised the hand wearing the infinite hand, set. The 5 fingers slowly gathered, clenched into fists, and the surface of the 6 infinite gems inlaid on the back of the hand began to flow the light of the ball. Buzz. Suddenly, all infinite gems are activated at the same time. Chen Tien's body began to surge with majestic and vast infinite energy. The terrifying heat wave aura of the Dao Dao also began to spread and sweep around. As a result, the surrounding space is distorted visibly to the naked eye. Chen Tien looked at the observer's back, his gaze getting cold. The other side. The observer who turned to leave noticed the strange appearance behind him and slowly turned back. Immediately afterwards, because of the scene that came into view, his brows furrowed. The infinite gems in Chen Tien's hand actually emitted a faint shimmer in this special dimensional independent space. And as the observer turns around, as time passed, the gemstone's luster was actually becoming more and more dazzling. There was a high-temperature heat wave like a surge, and a surge of stars crashing towards him. He felt Chen Tien's murderous intention for himself. Seeing this, the observer's pupils shrank fiercely. Why can the infinite gems in Chen Tien's hand be used in such a special space? It stands to reason that after infinite gems leave the universe where they were born, shouldn't they be invalid? Even the observer is slightly agitated by this. Everything was so unexpected. Boom. Next second. Chen Tien, who was opposite him, had an indifferent expression and a cold gaze, and his raised arm seemed to grasp the space, dragging back slightly. The infinite gems on the glove suddenly burst into an even more dazzling light at the moment. At the same time, there was a majestic energy body, bursting out from it, instantly condensing into an endless vortex with furious power. The surrounding space was torn into deep fold-like distortions. The entire special white independent space was wildly shaken because of this. It was as if it would collapse and crumble in the next instant. What the observer didn't know was that when he successfully stimulated the ability of infinite gems, Chen Tien was actually slightly surprised in his heart. He had thought that in the independent space of this special dimension, the energy of infinite gems would be limited. But the moment Chen Tien clenched his fists and activated Infinity Gauntlet, he felt the energy zone emitted by infinite gems. He can use infinite gems here, and he also discovers that these gemstones seem to be becoming special, they break through certain limitations and become special kinds. Thoughts are not falling. Chen Tien felt that with the current situation, it was better not to waste time entangled in these matters. The priority is to restore one's freedom. Come to think of it. Chen Tien's expression was fierce. Phew. His arm wrapped around endless energy swung out violently, and in the huge vortex that had already taken shape, in an instant, there were endless majestic pillars of energy light, roaring and bursting out. Fiercely pulled up the surrounding space, and rushed forward towards the observer. The surrounding space was all affected by this extremely violent energy giant pillar, and it was even torn out of the obvious black space crack of the Tao. Abominable. Seeing this, the observer gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, and at the same time his hand movements were not slow. An arm that appeared very small compared to its huge head immediately stretched out from the white robe, and a colorless but equally majestic energy body erupted from the palm of his hand. The small palm quickly slapped forward, when even a strong energy barrier like a city wall took shape. Rumble. Kankan blocked the bombardment of that roaring pillar of energy before it fell. In the earth-shattering collision, there were waves of terrifying aftermath that rushed to disperse in all directions. There is even a terrifying heaven-shaking roar, and the endless essence of the sound wave is chaotic. If not in this white space, not on Earth. Otherwise, I am afraid that just this impact, the airflow created, I am afraid that the climate of the entire planet can change irreversibly. and the barrier formed by himself condensed the moment it touched that energy pillar. The observer couldn't help but curse secretly, even his expression was a little distorted. The huge impact of the terrifying waves poured into him fiercely, and it actually made him fall backwards uncontrollably. Phew! Flying upside down for an unknown distance, the observer slowly stabilized his figure. His face was completely occupied by disbelief and unexpectedness. It's impossible. It's impossible. He couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart, first whispered, and then questioned in a voice. On the other side, Chen Tien's expression remained cold in the face of his words that were obviously infected by emotions. After all, the other party planned to imprison him forever in this kind of independent space that no ghost could see. Naturally, it is impossible to give the observer any good looks. Neither universe nor the universe is impossible. His eyes were indifferent, and his tone was low, just like you can't imagine that there will be a second protege in the world. At the same time that Chen Tien slowly spoke, the infinite gems in his hand were frantically blooming with dazzling brilliance. As his voice fell, in front of him, it had once again condensed into a distorted vortex of energy. It was an energy vortex condensed by the majestic infinite energy in the 6 infinite gems, and only a trace of the energy contained in it was enough to easily smash a planet like planet. Don't think that everything should be under your control. Chen Tien scolded in a deep voice. Next second, rumble, another torrent of energy that was condensed like a terrifying and wild current was born, and under a roar, it burst out with a bang. The observer's expression became more and more ugly, and his voice was low and serious. You won't be protege. Between words, the tiny hands waved one after another, and the invisible energy was enveloping in both palms. The surrounding invisible space, however, began to take shape with his movements, twisting and rushing giant stars stacked in front of the observer. A huge wall formed by the original condensation of space suddenly took shape. Rumble. The torrent of colorful energy bombarded by Chen Tien, after touching the wall of that space, was like a real river hitting a boulder, and it could not shake the latter. It turned into several small torrents that rushed in other directions. And the other side, the observer pulls the space, condenses the wall. Chen Tien himself felt the boundless space around him, but he followed it and became narrow. Detect Dao battles, get rewards, space manipulation observer. When he heard the sound of copying ability in his head, Chen Tien realized that at this moment, he was actually wrapped in an invisible energy. This is the observer's manipulation of the space fire. In the action he just had, he actually pulled the surrounding space in front of him at the same time, forming a wall to block Chen Tien's bombardment. Meantime, Chen Tien himself was restrained by the space around him because he was pulled away. It's just that now I also have the ability to manipulate space. Thinking of this, a smug smile began to appear at the corner of his mouth. Next second, Chen Tien's thoughts have not yet fallen. But he felt that the space around him became more and more narrow at this moment, and Jinping was about to bind him to death. And he was about to launch the space manipulation ability, when he would pull the space away, snatch back apart, and resume the action. Next second, Chen Tien felt that all the space around him was pushing him back. Then, his whole person directly broke through the white space. Countless white spaces floated like shards like glass, and Chen Tien found himself directly in a narrow space that seemed to be composed of countless Zhao Can prisms. This narrow space, composed of countless prisms, seems to be infinitely deep and infinitely far, and there is no end in sight from up to bottom. Moreover, all the prism lattices around him reflected his upside down at the same time. The direction seems to have completely lost its meaning at this moment. It is really worthy of being an observer, and the means of launching can actually cross dimensions. Chen Tien felt a strong feeling of weightlessness and couldn't help but mumble a sigh. Thoughts are not falling. Phew. In the blink of an eye, the observer appeared in front of him with an indifferent gaze. At this moment, the former's body has turned into 100-meter file size, and in Chen Tien's eyes, he is like a giant standing tall in the sky. Its already huge head is now looking at a huge mountain. And his short limbs, although still small compared to the head, are thicker than Chen Tien's body. Since you say you're the second protege, come and beat me. The observer's eyes were indifferent, and his behemoth body floated in front of Chen Tien, looking down at the latter condescendingly, with a majestic anger in every word. The next moment, That terrifyingly large fist had already slammed down on Chen Tien. The surrounding space seemed to turn into the surface of the water that had been thrown into huge stones, making ripples one after another. Rumble. The huge force was instantly poured into all corners of Chen Tien's body. The entire body, which was bound by the narrow space, flew out upside down again, smashing one of the spatial walls formed by countless prisms behind him. Boom. Countless prism fragments reflecting Chen Tien's face splashed out with him like a rain of flowers. Together fell into the other side of the eye, all red and treacherous otherworld. Up and down, back and forth, left and right, every direction, the sky, the desert without any life, the distant mountains, are all bloody rays. Even Chen Tien himself was turned red by this treacherous otherworld. Bells and whistles. Chen Tien looked at the red world around him and whispered disdainfully. The voice fell. Chen Tien's whole body began to exert strength at the same time. Click click boom. Fang Kai had been surrounding his body, restraining his spatial power. He was freed by his life, turned into a scattered spatial turbulence, and was swallowed and absorbed by the red world in it. Chen Tien. At the same time, an angry whisper sounded in Chen Tien's ears. When he looked up, he saw that the figure of the observer had appeared at an unknown time. His body has expanded hundreds of times compared to just now. The whole person stood in front of Chen Tien, and his huge body covered most of the crimson sky. A pair of big eyes on the huge head were also dyed red by this world, full of icy murderous intent. At the moment, Chen Tien, standing in front of the observer, is like an inconspicuous speck of dust at the foot of a 10,000-meter mountain, put together and undetectable. The sense of oppression, which was like substance, suddenly roared high like a stormy wave, and slapped it at him head-on. It seemed that with the momentum alone, he was going to crush him to pieces. You shouldn't be here anymore. Next second. Observers who glared at Chen Tien were directly challenged. A huge fist as thick and terrifying as a pillar of heaven smashed towards it. The huge amounts of fist face, more mammoth than the thousands of meters of mountain peaks, swinging and smashing, actually triggered an endless wind roaring and rolling, fiercely sweeping in all directions. On this desert located in the Crimson World, a violent sandstorm was triggered to engulf all directions. That huge amount of fist is like the entire firmament collapsing down, and it is like falling meteorites that are unstoppable. Boom. The fist has not yet fallen. The huge shadows cast had already dyed the space around Chen Tien for thousands of meters into a deep black like thick ink. There was also a majestic air pressure bombarding down. Just by the fist wind, the ground under Chen Tien's feet has begun to be unable to withstand it, and it begins to collapse meter by meter, and the density of the sandy ground becomes more and more large. Directly by the terrifying air pressure, a fist mark with a diameter of thousands of meters was pressed out. Heaven and earth, space, light, all tremble with distortion. This punch seems to crush everything that exists into powder. Rumble. After the observer's fist flashed, the wolf smashed on Chen Tien. Click. At the same moment, where the giant fist fell, a pitch-black spatial crack was born, which spread to all corners of the entire red vast world in an instant. It is clearly a world that exists independently, but at this moment, it is like a thin and brittle glass, shattered, collapsed, and turned into countless fragments splashing. This punch is just a piece of the world that Yue Wei shattered. As the main target, Chen Tien felt that he was hit hard by the unstoppable world torrent. The whole person suddenly turned into a humanoid meteor and fell into a river of stars shining with endless stars in the vast universe. Phew, phew, phew. When Chen Tien fell, his body shattered one after another of the brilliant stars, crossing a dazzling river of stars. Under this blow, the speed at which he flew upside down was actually several times the speed of light. All the stars in the field of vision turn into infinitely long twisted lines with the body regressing. Combat detected. Rewarded. Molecular control observer. Then, in Chen Tien's mind, the prompt sound of copying ability sounded. The huge information that far exceeded his previous acquisition of ability immediately appeared in his mind. Chen Tien can already control the changes in matter at the molecular level. There is an ability. He was overjoyed in his heart, and then his eyes became serious. It's almost time to fight back. Quote. The other side. Separated by countless rivers of stars, the observer standing above the star field, overlooking Chen Tien's gaze was gloomy. This is what you asked for. However, Then his eyes froze, huge amounts of eyes rummaged left and right, but found nothing, it actually disappeared. The next moment, the observer felt a spatial crack appear behind him, and a figure immediately appeared from it. Big-headed doll, you're far behind. Before he could look back, he heard Chen Tien's whisper, ringing in his ears. Turning his eyes again, he saw that the ladder directly punched out by gravity. Phew, click, click, click. The majestic to the extreme of the huge force all exploded to the extreme after being restrained on this heavy punch. The boundless power of the torrent is unstoppable and spreads in all directions. All the stars are suppressed at this moment. All the starships fell apart under coercion. The whole universe is shaking. All space is shaking and crawling with cracks. Fist falls. Boom. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.